Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads. And after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first sound was the click. A small, dry, precise sound, like a beetle tapping its shell against a window pane. Then silence. A thick, velvety silence that swallowed the click whole. Then it came again. Click. Dot. Silence. Click. It was the sound of a single key being pressed on a typewriter. A machine I had thought extinct, its rhythmic insistence a violation of the house's profound quiet. I stood in the grand foyer of Blackwater Manor, my overcoat dripping a small, dark puddle onto the marble chessboard floor, and listened. It was a sound that should not have been there, not on this day, not in this house of death. It felt like a secret being typed out, one painful letter at a time, a confession or an accusation meant for no one to hear. My name is Julian. I was Eric Vaughan's lawyer, which meant I was the keeper of his secrets and the distributor of his punishments, roles that were often one and the same. He had summoned me, not with a phone call, but with a terse, typed note delivered by his secretary, Galileo. The note was simple: be at the house at 3. The new will is ready. Do not be late. Eric Vaughan was a man who treated time as a currency he alone minted, and lateness was a debt you could never repay. I was early, and now he was dead. The click stopped. Into the silence stepped Detective Charlie Mills. He did not make a sound. It seemed the silence simply parted for him. He was a man of middling years and unremarkable stature, dressed in a suit the color of a rainy afternoon. His eyes were the color of old ice, and they took in the scene, took in me, with a calm, comprehensive sweep that missed nothing. Not the tremor in my hand, not the absurdity of my dripping coat, not the faint, coppery scent that had begun to thread its way down from the upper floor. A metallic whisper of what had happened in the library. "Mr. Julian," he said. His voice was low, a gravelly murmur that suited the house. "You found him." "Nothing. Da. Iri. Tandamara." "I did," I said, and the words felt like stones in my mouth. The memory was a series of stark, bright images, flashing behind my eyes. The library door, ajar. The smell, stronger there. A butcher shop smell layered over the scent of old leather and dust. Eric Vaughan, seated in his high-backed chair, his throne. His head was tilted back, his mouth open in a small O of surprise. The letter opener, a beautiful, terrible piece of polished obsidian, was buried to the hilt in his chest, its black surface making the blood look impossibly, vibrantly red. On the desk before him, the new will, the one I was there to witness, was neatly stacked. And beside it, the old Underwood typewriter, silent and accusing. The house began to stir with a subdued, fearful life. The two nieces descended the grand staircase, a study in contrasts. Isabel came first, her movements fluid and ghost-like. She was all in white, a cashmere sweater and silk trousers, her pale blonde hair a soft cloud around a face that was currently a mask of exquisite grief. Her eyes, the color of a summer sky, were red-rimmed and swimming. She seemed to float rather than walk, a fragile vessel on the verge of breaking. Behind her came Clara. Clara did not float. She anchored herself to each step, her jaw set, her dark eyes dry and sharp, taking in the detective, the uniformed officers, me. She wore a simple, severe black dress, as if she had been expecting this call to mourning. Her strength was a palpable thing, a fortress wall, and it immediately made her a suspect in the silent courtroom of our first impressions. Then there was Galileo. He appeared from the shadowed hallway that led to the kitchens, a tall, gaunt man with the posture of a retired butler and the eyes of a librarian who has read all the forbidden books. He held his long, pale hands clasped in front of him, perfectly still. He had been Eric's factotum for 20 years, his secretary, his scheduler, his silent shadow. He knew where all bodies were buried because, in a metaphorical sense, he had often been the one to hand Eric the shovel. "The typewriter," I said to Detective Mills, the words escaping me almost unbidden. I heard it clicking just before I went up. Mills' eyes flickered toward the staircase. "The library has been sealed. No one has touched it." His gaze returned to me, calm, implacable. "But you are the only one who reported hearing a typewriter." The investigation was a slow, meticulous unraveling. A thread pulled from a complex and tightly woven tapestry. Mills was the weaver in reverse, his questions gentle but relentless, his presence a constant low-grade pressure in the house. He interviewed us in the sunroom, a space of glass and light that felt obscene in its cheerfulness. He sat with his notebook, his pen making a soft, scratching sound that was the new click, the new metronome of our anxiety. Isabel spoke in a breathy, hesitant voice. Uncle Eric was difficult. He liked to test people. He believed conflict built character. She twisted a lace handkerchief in her lap, a prop from a different century. He had been especially sharp with Clara lately, about her friends, her ambitions. She offered this not as an accusation, but as a sad, simple fact, her eyes wide and guileless. Clara, when it was her turn, was direct, her voice cool and clear. "Of course we fought. I have a mind of my own, and he saw that as a personal insult. He controlled everything. Our money, our social lives, the air we breathed in this damned museum." She looked directly at Mills. "I hated the cage, Detective. I didn't hate the man. There's a difference." She spoke of the will, of the changes Eric had been making. He was cutting Isabel out. He told me so. He said she was too weak, too easily led, that the Vaughn fortune needed a stronger hand. She said this without triumph, only a cold, hard certainty. Galileo's testimony was a masterpiece of obfuscation delivered with perfect courtesy. He confirmed the schedule, the arrival of the mail, the contents of Eric's appointment book. He was a vault, and Mills' gentle probes could not find the combination. "Mr. Vaughn was a man of rigorous habit," Galileo said, his voice a dry rustle. "His tea at 4, his whiskey at 8. His will, it seems, was the one thing subject to change. The servants, a cook and 2 maids, were terrified, their stories a chorus of fear and hearsay. They spoke of raised voices behind the library door, of Eric's booming anger, of Clara's defiant replies. One of the maids, a young girl named Elara with wide, frightened eyes, mentioned something else. She mentioned Elton, the groundskeeper, a quiet man, a man who kept to the greenhouses and the gardens, who smelled of damp earth and fertilizer. She said she had seen him coming from the side door, the one that led to the library wing, around the time the murder must have occurred. His hands, she whispered, were dirty. But then, his hands were always dirty. Days bled into one another, a monotony of suspicion and silence. The click of the typewriter became an echo in my mind, a sound I heard in my sleep. I would find myself staring at the same objects, the same faces, the note from Eric, always folded the same precise way, a sharp white square of command. The footsteps of the police echoing once more through the halls, a dull, repetitive percussion. The case was a wheel, spinning in mud, and we were all stuck to its rim. It was a small thing, a detail so minute it was almost invisible, that broke the rhythm. I was in the library with Mills, the room now a sterile crime scene. The blood stain on the Persian rug, a dark, Rorschach blossom. The will was in an evidence bag, but Mills had a photocopy. He laid it out on a clean part of the desk. "Read it," he said. I did. It was as Clara had said. The vast majority of the estate, the business holdings, the properties, everything was left to her. Isabel was left a small, generous trust fund, enough to live comfortably, but not luxuriously. A permanent war. It was a brutal, final judgment. My eyes scanned the lines of crisp, legal language, the product of that old Underwood. And then I saw it. A single typo. In Clause 7, subsection B, the word beneficiary was misspelled. Beneficiary. The I and the C were transposed. It was a tiny flaw, a single cracked tile in a perfect mosaic. Eric Vaughan was a tyrant of precision. He would have noticed such an error. He would have made Galileo retype the entire page. He would never have signed it. I looked at Mills. He was watching me, his old ice eyes seeing the realization dawn on my face. "He didn't type this," I whispered. "No," Mills said. "He didn't." The predictable pattern of the investigation shifted. The wheel broke free. The focus turned to Galileo. He was questioned for hours, his calm demeanor finally cracking under the weight of Mills' quiet, relentless logic. He admitted, finally, that he had typed the final draft of the will. But he claimed Eric had signed it. He claimed the error was his own, a moment of fatigue, and that Eric, in a rare moment of leniency, had let it pass. It was a lie. We all knew it was a lie. But we could not prove he had plunged that obsidian blade into his employer's heart. There was no motive strong enough. He had no inheritance. He had only his salary, his room, his silent power. The revelation came not with a shout, but with a sigh. It was late. The house was quiet, the way it was on that first day, a living, breathing creature holding its breath. I was in the foyer, preparing to leave, my coat dry now. The memory of that first click, a permanent scar on my mind. Mills was with me, his face etched with a rare fatigue. And then we saw him. Elton, the groundskeeper. He was not outside. He was inside, walking from the direction of the servants' quarters, carrying a small, potted orchid. He moved with a strange, tender care, his dirty hands gentle on the porcelain pot. He saw us and stopped, his face a placid blank slate. He nodded and made to move past us toward the sunroom. "Elton," Mills said, his voice soft. The man stopped. "That's a beautiful plant," Mills said. "It is," Elton replied. His voice was rough, unused. "It needs the morning light. Miss Isabel likes to see it when she has her tea." And in that moment, I saw it. The connection, the motive, the hidden thing in the walls of the house. It wasn't about money, or power, or hatred of a tyrannical uncle. It was about love. A twisted, impossible, paternal love. Isabel, with her fragility, her need for protection. Eric had been cruel to her, cutting her out, belittling her. He had been trying to toughen her up, to make her a Vaughan, but all he had done was break her. And someone had been watching her break, piece by piece, for years. I thought of the will, typed by Galileo, but dictated by a dead man. I thought of the error, the flaw that revealed the forger. Galileo had typed it after Eric was dead. He had typed it to frame Clara, to make her the obvious suspect with the obvious motive. But he hadn't done the killing. He was the secretary, the facilitator. He arranged things. He had arranged for Elton to have access to the library. He had left the door unlocked. He had provided the weapon, the beautiful, terrible letter opener from Eric's own desk. He had given the quiet, devoted man, the man who loved Isabel as the daughter he never had, the chance to be her avenging angel. Mills took a step forward. He didn't ask about the murder. He asked about the typewriter. "The day Mr. Vaughn died," he said, his voice hypnotic in the quiet foyer. "You were in the library after he was killed, weren't you, Galileo? You went back in. You typed one more thing. What was it?" Galileo, who had appeared silently behind us, did not speak. But Elton did. His placid face crumpled, not with guilt, but with a profound and terrible grief. "It was a note," he whispered, his eyes on the orchid, on the symbol of the fragile thing he had sought to protect. For her, to tell her it was over, that she was safe. The click I had heard. It wasn't the will being finished. It was a love letter from a murderer to his beneficiary, a final secret message typed on a dead man's machine. A ritual of closure. The ending was as predictable as the investigation that led to it. Elton confessed with a quiet dignity that was more unsettling than any display of rage. Galileo, his accomplice, admitted to his part, to the manipulation of the will, the staging of the scene. They were charged, processed, and remanded into the cold, efficient arms of the justice system. Clara inherited the Vaughn empire, her strength finally unchallenged. Isabel, freed from her uncle's torment, eventually moved to a quieter, sunnier place, her trust fund more than enough. And I, Julian, returned to my office, to my files, to the dry and bloodless world of the law. But the case was not over for me. It never would be. It became an obsession, a ritual I performed in the quiet hours of the night. I would sit in the dark of my own apartment and listen, not for a click, but for the silence that followed it. I would trace the pattern of it all, the predictable steps from the first sound to the last confession, the unending nature of the mystery, which was not who had done it, but why. The why was a bottomless well, and I am falling down it still, over and over, in an endless, silent loop. The predictable ending, however, did nothing to quiet the disquiet in my own mind. The official record was closed, a tidy bow tied around a messy human tragedy. But the law deals in actions, not in the shadows that breed them. My thoughts kept returning to Galileo in the interrogation room, his facade of servile obedience finally stripped away. He hadn't expressed remorse for Eric's death, only a cold, pragmatic satisfaction. He had seen a flaw in the Vaughn dynasty, a crack represented by Isabel's suffering, and he had simply facilitated a repair. He was a master of order, and Eric's cruelty had become, in his eyes, a form of chaos. I took a leave of absence from the firm. My partners understood, or pretended to. The Vaughn case, they said, had been a strain. They didn't know the half of it. I started visiting Elton in prison. He was always placid, his gardener's hands resting calmly on the table between us. He never spoke of the murder itself, only of the garden at Blackwater Manor. He described the rose hybrids he had been cultivating, the specific pH of the soil for the hydrangeas, the exact amount of morning light the orchid needed. He spoke of Isabel as just another fragile, rare specimen he had been tasked with protecting. His love was not passionate or possessive. It was horticultural. He had simply pruned the blight that was threatening his most delicate flower. During one of these visits, he looked at me with his clear, untroubled eyes and said, "The typewriter ribbon was fresh. Did you know that?" He changed it himself that morning. For the new will, he gave a slow, deliberate blink. The note I typed for Isabel, it would have been the first thing written on that new ribbon. A fresh start. I left the prison that day with a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I drove back to the city, but instead of going home, I found myself parked outside the now shuttered Blackwater Manor. The place was a tomb, its grandeur already fading under a shroud of neglect. I didn't go in. I just sat and watched. And I realized that Elton, in his simple, horrifying way, had given me the final piece. The click I heard was not just a message. It was an inauguration. The first words of a new story, typed over the corpse of the old one. The case is closed. The players have moved on. But I am still here listening. The click has become a permanent fixture in my inner ear. A tiny, precise mechanism ticking away at the foundation of everything I thought I knew about justice, love, and the quiet, desperate lengths people will go to for both. It is a sound that does not echo, but burrows. And I know, with a certainty that keeps me awake long into the night, that I will never, ever be free of it. My leave of absence became permanent. The firm was polite, sending a fruit basket and a formal letter of resignation for me to sign. My apartment gathered dust. I had become a student of a single terrible lesson, and the campus was my own mine. I started taking long, aimless walks through the city, my feet tracing patterns on the pavement as my thoughts traced the patterns of that day at Blackwater Manor. I saw Isabel's fragility in the delicate glass of a street lamp, Clara's resolve in the stern granite of a bank facade, and the cold, facilitating order of Galileo in the relentless, synchronized flow of traffic. I found myself drawn to old, dusty places, second-hand bookshops, antique stores, anywhere the ghost of a typewriter might linger. I would run my fingers over the cold metal keys, feeling for the impression of that final fateful note. I never found it, of course. The message was gone, the ribbon lost to evidence or decay. But the act of searching became its own ritual, a futile attempt to touch the silence that had followed the sound. One Tuesday, in a cluttered shop smelling of lemon polish and old paper, I saw a familiar face. It was the young maid, Ilara. She was thinner, her eyes less wide but no less frightened. She was holding a small porcelain figurine of a bird, her thumb stroking its painted wings. We stood for a moment in the quiet aisle, two survivors from a sunken ship recognizing each other in a lifeboat. She told me she had a new job, in a smaller, quieter house. She said she still had nightmares about the smell of the library. Then she looked down at the figurine in her hands and said, almost too softly to hear, "He was always so kind to me. Mr. Elton, I mean. He gave me a cutting from the jasmine vine once. Told me how to make it grow." I didn't ask what she knew or what she suspected. The truth was a burden she had already put down, but her words cemented the reality I had been circling. The monster in the story was not a monster at all. He was a man who nurtured living things, who saw a beautiful breaking girl and removed the source of the pressure. His was a terrible mercy, but it was mercy all the same. I bought a typewriter that day, an old, heavy Underwood, not unlike the one in the library. I placed it on the desk in my barren apartment. I do not write on it. I have no words left. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I will press a single key, just one. The sharp, definitive click cuts through the quiet, a perfect, solitary sound. And in the emptiness that follows, I wait. I wait for an answer that I know will never come, from a man who believed he was tending his garden, and from a girl who will never know the true cost of her safety. The sound is both the question and the answer, and I'm trapped forever in the space between. The Underwood sits there still, a black, hulking monument to a story I can neither finish nor forget. My life has narrowed to this single room, this single sound. The city's noise is a distant ocean, and I am in a submarine, listening only to the internal machinery of my own obsession. I have begun to dream in clicks, the sound arranging itself into words I cannot decipher upon waking, leaving only a residue of dread. I thought seeing Alara would be the end of it, a final glimpse of the human wreckage that would allow me to move on. It had the opposite effect. Her simple statement about the jasmine cutting opened a new corridor in the maze. It was the ordinariness of it. A man capable of such a calculated, violent act was also capable of small, tender kindnesses. This contradiction became the new core of my fixation. Good and evil were not opposites. They were seeds planted in the same soil. And in Elton, they had grown twisted together into a single, unclassifiable vine. I began to research, not the case, but the man. I dug through public records, old property deeds, anything to trace the history of the quiet groundskeeper. I found almost nothing. He was a ghost before he was a murderer. He had no family, no past. He had simply appeared at Blackwater Manor 2 decades ago and tended the earth. His life was his work, and his work was an act of love for things that could not love him back. This void of information felt like a challenge. One afternoon, driven by a compulsion I no longer fought, I called the state penitentiary and scheduled another visit. The processing was routine now, the guards' faces blank with familiar indifference. Elton was brought to the visiting room, his movements as calm and deliberate as ever. He looked at me, not with surprise, but with a kind of weary recognition. "You're back," he said, his voice still rough, but now it sounded like worn stone. "I am," I replied. "I can't seem to leave the garden." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "Some roots go deep. I didn't mention the case, the murder, or the typewriter. I asked him about the jasmine. I asked him about the specific challenges of growing lilacs in clay soil. I asked him about the rose hybrid he had been working on, the one he mentioned in our first meeting." His eyes lost their focus on the sterile room, seeing instead the rich, dark earth of Blackwater. He described the grafting process in intricate detail, the precise angle of the cut, the type of wax used to seal the wound. "It's a delicate operation," he explained, his hands coming alive on the table, miming the actions. "You have to join 2 different lives into one. You must be clean. You must be quick. And you must remove any shoots from the rootstock that might try to sap the strength from the new graft. If you don't, the whole thing fails. The stronger life is choked out by the weaker." He stopped. His hands settled back onto the table. The silence in the room was absolute. He had not just been describing roses. He had given me his confession again, refined and perfected. Eric Vaughn was the unwanted shoot. Isabel was the delicate graft. He was the gardener, performing a delicate operation for the health of the whole. I left the prison knowing I would never return. I had my answer. It was not an answer that could be entered into a court record or understood by a jury. It was a horticultural truth. As I walked to my car, the world seemed different. The trees in the parking lot were not just trees. They were the results of a million such silent, brutal decisions, of light stolen and roots strangled. The city was not a place of law and order, but a tangled, overgrown garden where terrible, necessary things happened in the quiet, just beneath the surface. And I was now a part of that ecosystem, a man forever listening for the click of the shears. The drive home was a blur of gray asphalt and a growing internal storm. The gardener's metaphor had not provided the closure I sought. Instead, it had pruned back the overgrowth of my confusion to reveal a far more terrifying landscape. His logic was pristine, self-contained, and utterly immoral. It was a logic that saw human beings as flora, their value determined by their beauty or their utility, their suffering a mere symptom of poor placement or inadequate pruning. I stopped trying to sleep. The night was no longer for rest, but for vigilance. The underwood on my desk became an altar, and I its solitary acolyte. I started to document everything, not in legal briefs, but in frantic handwritten notes that covered the walls of my apartment. I mapped the connections not as a prosecutor would, but as a gardener might. Eric Vaughn was a blight. Clara was a hardy, resilient oak. Isabel was a hothouse orchid. Galileo was the trellis, providing structure but ultimately serving the will of the gardener. And Elton was the steady, unquestioning hand that culled and cultivated. I saw this pattern everywhere. I analyzed my own life through this new, grim lens. My former partners at the firm were predictable perennials. The city itself was a vast, untamed garden of competing species, with the police as a kind of haphazard weed-pulling service, never addressing the underlying soil conditions. My isolation became complete. The world of men and their laws felt like a childish fantasy, a story told to keep people from looking too closely at the dirt under their fingernails. I existed in a space between, a phantom in my own life, haunted by the serene face of a man who had committed murder as an act of landscape architecture. The final unraveling did not come with a scream, but with a simple, physical act. I was in a park, watching an old man meticulously deadhead a bed of roses. His movements were so like Elton's, so full of a quiet, focused purpose. He snipped a faded bloom and dropped it without a second thought into his bucket. It was a piece of organic waste. It had served its purpose and was now being removed to make way for new growth. In that moment, the last of my own structure gave way. The law was not about truth. It was about aesthetics. It was about maintaining a pleasing arrangement for society. It could not comprehend a man like Elton because his actions were, in his own context, perfectly reasonable. He had simply removed a faded, damaging bloom from his garden. I walked home, my mind a silent, howling void. When I reached my apartment, I did not press a single key on the typewriter. I looked at it, this machine that had once represented the clean, definitive order of the law. It was just a tool. It could type a will that disinherited a niece or a note that absolved a murderer. The meaning was not in the machine, but in the hand that used it. I left the apartment and did not return. I have no job, no home, no name that matters. I walk. I watch the gardeners of the world, the ones who trim the hedges and poison the weeds. I understand them now. I am one of them. I am a pruner of thoughts, a cultivator of a single, terrible understanding. And the click I hear is not from a typewriter anymore. It is the sound of my own mind, snipping away the last of its dead, civilized growth, making room for what must now take root in the dark, fertile silence. The world has become a different garden. I see its keepers everywhere. The barista who discards a cracked cup, the editor who kills a flawed sentence, the surgeon who excises a tumor. They are all performing their own delicate operations. I no longer judge them. I simply observe, a ghost noting the endless necessary cycle of culling and preservation. My feet have worn a path to the city's botanical gardens. I spend my days there, a silent figure on a bench, watching the professionals at work. They wear wide-brimmed hats and carry leather sheaths of tools. I have learned to recognize the sound of a clean cut, the subtle difference between a snip that encourages life and one that ends it. It is a more nuanced language than the law ever was. Yesterday, a young apprentice was struggling with a wisteria vine, its tangled limbs choking a nearby sapling. His supervisor, an older woman with hands like weathered bark, came over. She didn't speak. She simply took the pruning saw from his hesitant grip. With 3 swift, decisive motions, she severed the thickest, most oppressive branches. The vine fell away. The sapling seemed to breathe. The apprentice looked on, his face a mixture of awe and horror at the violence of the act. The woman handed the saw back to him. "Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. "It's the only way the light gets in." Her words were a key, turning in a lock, deep inside me. The light, Isabel's light. That was what Elton had been protecting. He had removed the shadow so the orchid could bloom. His was not a crime of passion, but of ecology. A necessary correction. I do not know if I will ever stop walking. The compulsion to move is the only thing that feels real. I am a cutting that has not yet taken root. I sleep in libraries during the day and walk the empty streets at night, a student of silence. I have come to believe that the truth is not a fact to be discovered, but a state of being, a kind of alignment with the brutal, beautiful logic of the natural world. Elton was not a broken man. He was a whole one, perhaps the most whole I have ever met, and that is the source of the endless falling terror. He was perfectly, terribly sane, and in this new wild garden I now inhabit, I fear I am finally becoming just like him. The fear is not a sharp sting anymore, but a constant, low hum, the vibration of a perfectly tuned string. I started to notice other things, small disruptions in the city's cultivated order. A patch of defiant weeds breaking through a crack in a manicured plaza. A rogue sapling pushing up through the foundation of a condemned building. I do not see them as eyesores. I see them as promises. A silent, green resistance. I found myself standing outside Clara Vaughan's new apartment building last evening. She has a small balcony on the 3rd floor. She had arranged a series of potted plants there, a tidy, controlled little garden. She came out to water them, her movements efficient and sure. She stood for a moment, looking out over the city, her profile sharp and resilient against the dying light. She did not look broken. She looked like she had been pruned back, hard, and had grown back stronger. She was the hardy oak, surviving the storm that had shattered the orchid. I felt no urge to speak to her. Our transaction was complete. She had received her legacy, and I had received my education. We were specimens from the same event, transplanted into different soils. I watched her go inside, and I looked at her neat, potted plants. They were a lie, a pleasant, domestic fiction of control. She knew better than anyone that true growth is messy, violent, and often happens in the dark. I turned and walked away, my path taking me toward the river. The water is the one thing that cannot be pruned or planned. It simply is, a relentless, chaotic force that carves its own way. I stood on the bank, watching the dark current carry leaves and debris out to the sea. The click in my mind was quieter here, absorbed by the river's low, continuous roar. It was not gone. It had simply become part of a larger, more complex sound. I am no longer just listening for the shears. I am listening for the growth that follows, the inexorable push of life that makes the cutting necessary. And I know, with a calm that finally feels like truth, that I will never leave this garden. The river's edge is my new confessional. The water offers no judgment, only a ceaseless churning absolution. I come here every night now, a pilgrim to this liquid altar. The city's lights shimmer on the surface, a pretty lie over the deep, cold truth below. I have started to recognize the other nightwalkers, the ones who also move through the sleeping world like ghosts. We never speak. We exchange only glances, a fleeting recognition of a shared exile. One of them is an old man who feeds the gulls at dawn. His hands are gnarled, but his movements are gentle as he scatters bread upon the water. Yesterday, as the sun bled orange over the skyline, he looked at me and said, "They're all hungry. Just trying to find what keeps them afloat." He wasn't just talking about the birds. I nodded, the first acknowledgement I had offered anyone in weeks. It was enough. He shuffled away, and I was left with his words. They are all hungry. Elton was hungry for order, for a world where beauty was protected at any cost. Isabel was hungry for peace. Clara for strength. I was hungry for a truth with clean edges, and I'm starving now that I have found one with thorns. My walks have become more purposeful. I am no longer a student. I am a groundskeeper of my own understanding. I pick up litter not out of civic duty, but because it is a blight on the landscape. I sometimes break a low-hanging branch that blocks the path, not with malice, but with a clear, calm necessity. The act feels like a prayer. My hands are learning the lessons my mind has already accepted. The click is inside everything now. It is the traffic light changing, the lock turning in my former apartment door, the settling of old bones. It is the sound of the world making its small, constant adjustments. I do not wait for an answer anymore. I am the answer. I am the man on the bank, watching the river, understanding that to be part of the garden is to accept the shears, both in your own hand and in the hands of others. The case was never closed. It was simply transplanted, and I am its most faithful and solitary keeper, growing wild in the dark. The old man with the bread did not come this morning. The gulls wheeled and cried, their hunger a sharp, unanswered question in the gray air. His absence felt like a confirmation of something I had long suspected. We are all temporary stewards. He had finished his rounds. My own are not yet done. A new thought has taken root. One that feels less like a thought and more like a memory of the future. The library, the Blackwater collection is still there, a dormant seed bank of the past. I have avoided it, fearing it would pull me back into the old story. But I am not the same man who first opened those files. I am the gardener now. I see the connections in the soil, not just the flowers. I went today. The air was the same, thick with the smell of dust and slow decay. The same librarian glanced up, her eyes narrowing in vague recognition before she looked away. I did not go to the microfilm. I did not request the evidence boxes. I walked instead to the horticulture section, a quiet corner I had never visited. I ran my fingers along the spines until I found a heavy cloth-bound volume. Principles of Practical Botany. The binding was cracked, the pages foxed with age. I took it to a carrel and opened it. The text was dense, illustrated with detailed lithographs of plant cells and root systems. It was a world of pure function, of xylem and phloem, of photosynthesis and respiration. There were no monsters here, only organisms responding to light and nutrient. In the back, tucked between the final page and the end paper, was a single pressed flower, a small white, 5-petaled bloom. It was fragile, almost transparent, a ghost of itself. I did not need to identify it. I knew it was jasmine. Its presence here was not an accident. It was a message left by a man who understood that stories, like plants, can be pressed between pages and preserved, their essence captured even in death. He had been here. He had read this book. He had left this token perhaps years ago for no one or for anyone. For me, I did not take it. I closed the book, leaving the flower to its silent, papery grave. The truth was not in the violent act or the tender one, but in the space that held them both. Elton had not hidden his nature. He had pressed it between the pages of the world for anyone with the eyes to see. The murder was one page. The jasmine cutting was another. The pressed flower was a third. I left the library as the sun was setting. The city was pruning itself for the night, shutting down offices, sending people home. I walked towards the river, not with desperation, but with a sense of return. I had my answer. It had been there all along, waiting in the quietest of places. The case was not a circle I was trapped in, but a root system I was learning to navigate. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that my work was just beginning. There were other gardens, other stories pressed between the pages of this city, and I was the only one who knew how to read them. The river was high from the spring rains, its currents swift and choked with debris. I watched a large branch, tangled with a plastic bag, spin in an eddy before being pulled under. It was a perfect, unplanned pruning. The city around me felt different now. not a place of hidden patterns, but an open text. Every weed in the pavement, every trimmed hedge, every neglected park was a sentence in a language I had finally learned to speak. I found myself drawn not to the pristine botanical gardens, but to the waste places, the empty lots where fireweed and goldenrod grew in defiant profusion, the railway sidings where vines swallowed forgotten machinery. These were the true gardens, places where the struggle for light was raw and unconcealed. I began to take notes again, not on paper, but in my mind, cataloging the tenacious life that thrived in the absence of a gardener's hand. One evening, in a lot behind a derelict warehouse, I saw a figure, a woman kneeling in the dirt, her hands black with soil. She was not planting. She was harvesting dandelion greens, placing them carefully in a woven basket. Her movements were economical, respectful. She felt my presence and looked up. Her eyes were the color of the river under a cloudy sky, and they held no surprise. "They're best before they flower," she said, her voice rough, like stone grinding against stone. "The bitterness has a purpose. It cleanses the blood." I nodded. I understood. She went back to her work, and I stood watching, a silent witness to this practical, uncelebrated harvest. She was not cultivating. She was participating. She knew which life to take and which to leave, guided by a wisdom older than law, older than prisons, older than roses. When she stood to leave, she paused beside me. She didn't offer me a greeting or a warning. She simply reached into her basket, broke off a piece of the dandelion root, and pressed it into my hand. It was gnarled and dark, smelling profoundly of earth. Then she was gone, swallowed by the twilight. I looked down at the root in my palm. It was an answer to a question I had not known how to ask. Elton's garden was one of control and design. Hers was one of reciprocity. Both were true. Both were necessary. The world was not a single garden, but a billion tiny, overlapping ones, each with its own logic, its own brutal kindnesses. I did not drop the root. I closed my fist around it. The dirt stained my skin. I walked back towards the sounds of the city, the hum of traffic and human life no longer a distraction, but simply another form of growth. I had a purpose now, not to solve or to save, but to see. To be the man who walks between the cultivated and the wild, who understands the language of the shears and the language of the weed. The click is still there, but it has been joined by a new sound, the soft, relentless crush of soil beneath my feet, a rhythm that tells me I am at last going somewhere. The root dried in my pocket, a small, hard talisman. I began to see her, or women like her, more often. They were the foragers, the gatherers, the ones who knew the city's secret, edible seams. They moved through the margins, harvesting berries from thorny thickets and mushrooms from damp, shaded earth. They were the opposite of Elton, yet they shared his core understanding. That life is a resource to be managed, a cycle of taking and using. My own taking became more deliberate. I found a discarded, chipped ceramic mug, and now I drink water from public fountains. I sleep in different libraries, a rotating crop of silence and shelter. I have become adept at identifying which security guards will ignore a sleeping man, and which will prod him awake. It is another form of cultivation, learning the microclimates of human tolerance. Yesterday I saw a headline on a discarded newspaper. A city councilman had been caught in a scandal. The word pruning was used in the editorial, a metaphor for cleaning up corruption. People on the subway nodded, agreeing with the necessity of it. They had no idea how deep the roots of that word went. They used it without understanding the sound of the cut, the smell of the sap. I am on a bench in a small, forgotten square, watching a pigeon with a broken leg hop in endless, frantic circles. A well-dressed man walks past, his face tight with disgust. He kicks out at the bird, a gesture of pure, unthinking eradication. The pigeon flutters away, its suffering unchanged. The man continues, having performed his civic duty. I do not move. I simply note the event. The man is a force of nature, as blind and inevitable as a hailstorm. The pigeon is a piece of life, damaged but persistent. I am the soil upon which this interaction occurred. I hold it. I do not judge it. The sun is warm on my face. I close my eyes and the world becomes a pattern of heat and shadow. I think of the pressed jasmine in the botany book, a perfect, desiccated memory. I think of the dandelion root, gritty in my pocket. I think of Elton's serene face and Clara's resilient posture. These are not clues to a puzzle. They are specimens in my collection. A shadow falls over me. I open my eyes. It is the woman from the lot, the one with the river-colored eyes. She stands before me, her basket empty. "You are still walking," she says. It is not a question. Yes. She looks at the spot where the man kicked the pigeon. Some things are not for eating. Some things are just for watching. I know, I say. She nods. A slow, deep acknowledgement. She reaches into her basket, and this time brings out a single, perfect morel mushroom. Its honeycombed cap, a tiny cathedral. She places it on the bench beside me. "For the soup you will not make," she says. And then she is gone again, a whisper of movement in the afternoon light. I look at the morel. It is a complex and beautiful life form that emerged from decay. I will not eat it. I will let it wither and return to the air. Its purpose was not to nourish my body, but to confirm my path. I am the watcher. I am the record. The city is my garden, and I am learning finally how to tend it. The morel sat on the bench until the evening air grew cool and damp. I left it there, a small dark offering to the coming night. Its presence was the final confirmation. I was not meant to intervene, only to observe and understand the intricate balance of this urban ecosystem. My own hunger had subsided, replaced by a profound and quiet satiety. My feet carried me to the city's oldest bridge. Below, the river was a sheet of black silk, reflecting nothing. I leaned against the cold iron railing, the same spot where, months ago, I had first felt the terrifying click of comprehension. Now, the feeling was different. It was not a click, but a settling, like a stone finding its final resting place at the bottom of a stream. I thought of the law, its rigid structures and binary judgments. It was a greenhouse, attempting to force all life to conform to its controlled climate. But out here, in the wild, things were different. Justice was not a verdict. It was a process of endless adjustment, a series of necessary prunings and unexpected growths. Elton had understood that. The foraging woman understood it. And now I did too. A police cruiser slowed as it passed, its spotlight sweeping the walkway. The beam paused on me for a moment, a lone figure in the dark, then moved on. I was no longer a person of interest. I was part of the scenery, a fixed point in the city's nocturnal topography. They saw a vagrant. I was a monument. I have not returned to my old life. I do not have an old life to return to. That man was a sapling, choked by vines of doubt and procedure. He was pruned away. What remains is something harder, more resilient. I continue my walks, my vigil. I note the new construction that paves over a vacant lot. And I note the first weed that inevitably finds a seam in the new concrete. I see young lovers planting a tree in a park. And I see the city worker who will one day cut it down if it grows too close to the pipes. It is all part of the same beautiful, terrible cycle. The case of Elton and Isabel is not a closed book on a shelf. It is a living thing inside me. It is the root from which my new awareness grows. I am its keeper, and in keeping it, I keep a piece of the city's wild, untamable heart. The light is different now. It does not illuminate. It reveals. And I am no longer afraid of what I see. The revelation is not a blinding light, but a slow dawn. It seeps into the cracks between the buildings and the spaces in my own mind. I have become a student of edges, of the places where the cultivated world meets the wild. The manicured park lawn does not simply stop at the woods. It wages a silent, endless war with the advancing saplings and creeping ivy. I see the same war in the faces of the people who hurry past me. The carefully applied makeup against the weary eyes. The sharp business suit against the slump of the shoulders. I found a new place today. A narrow strip of land between a canal and a rusted freight line. It is a no man's land, owned by no one and everyone. People have been here. There's a fire ring of blackened stones, the skeleton of a shopping cart, and amidst it all, a stunning patch of purple lupines, growing as if they were in a cultivated meadow. Someone, perhaps the foraging woman, had been here and scattered seeds. An act of guerrilla beauty. I sat on a crumbling concrete block and watched the water in the canal. It was stagnant, covered in a green scum, yet dragonflies darted over its surface, their wings iridescent in the sun. Life persists in the most poisoned places. The thought was not a hope, but a fact. A sound made me turn. A boy, no more than 10, was carefully placing flat stones across a muddy patch of ground, creating a path to the lupines. He was focused, his tongue between his teeth, his hand sure. He did not see me. When he finished, he stood back and looked at his work, a quiet satisfaction on his face. Then he picked a single lupin and ran off, the flower a purple flag in his small, grubby hand. He had not planted the flowers. He had not weeded them. He had simply built a path to them, and then taken one for himself. It was the most honest interaction with beauty I had ever witnessed. I stood and walked to the path he had made. The stones were stable, a perfect little bridge. I did not cross it. I simply appreciated its construction. This, too, was a form of gardening. Not the imposition of will, but the facilitation of connection. The boy was a different kind of groundskeeper. As I walked back towards the hum of the city, I understood the final layer. My purpose is not just to see, but to sometimes build a path. Not to change the garden, but to make its truths accessible, even if only for a moment, to someone else. The story of Elton and Isabel is not mine to keep. It is a seed, and a seed's only purpose is to be carried, to find its own soil, and to grow. The air in the city library felt thinner now, less substantial. I bypassed the horticulture section and went to the public access terminals. My fingers, stained with the memory of soil, hovered over the keys. I did not search for Elton Blackwater. I searched for Isabel. Her maiden name, her life before, the things the trial had glossed over in its rush to condemn one man. I found an engagement announcement in a digital archive of a small-town newspaper. She was smiling, her arm linked with a man who was not Elton. He had a kind, unremarkable face. The brief article mentioned she was a teacher's aide, that she loved folk music and hiking. The story had always been about her death. I needed to know about her life. The foraging woman found me again 2 days later, near the canal. I was staring at the lupines, thinking of paths. "You look for the root," she said, her arrival as silent as a shift in the wind. "I look for the flower it belonged to," I replied. She considered this, her gaze sharp. "The flower is gone. Only the root remains, and the seed. You stare at the empty space where the flower was. That is a form of hunger." She was right. My quest to understand Isabel was another kind of consumption. I was trying to possess her memory, to press it between my own pages. I had become a collector of ghosts, mistaking their accumulation for wisdom. What should I do? The question left me without permission, a raw, unpruned thing. She pointed a calloused finger, not at the lupines, but at the stagnant canal. The water is still. It reflects nothing but the sky. It does not try to hold the image of the bird that flies over it. The lesson was clear. I had to stop trying to hold the image of Isabel. I had to let the surface of my understanding become still. The truth was not in the facts of her life or the manner of her death, but in the space between them, the same space that existed between the shears and the rose, between the kick and the pigeon. I stopped my research. I let the details of her life fall away like last year's leaves. I simply walked and watched and let the city write its own story upon me. I saw a couple arguing on a street corner, their words sharp prunings, and I saw them embrace a moment later. A graft of forgiveness. I saw a sapling push through a crack in the asphalt, an act of profound violence and hope. I am sitting now on a different bench, in a different square. The pigeon with the broken leg is here too. It has learned to navigate its world with a lopsided hop. It is not a tragedy. It is an adaptation. The click is so faint now it is almost part of my heartbeat. I am not the groundskeeper, or the watcher, or the record. I am the soil. I am the still water in the canal. I receive the seeds and the reflections, and I let them go. The case is over. It has composted down inside me, becoming the rich, dark matter from which my peace grows. The garden is endless, and I am finally simply a part of it. Story 2. The wind came down from the hills first, a dry, whispering breath that carried the scent of sage and distant rain. It snaked through the canyons of the city, finding the cracks between the buildings, stirring the dust in the gutters and the forgotten flyers clinging to lampposts. It was a nervous wind, the kind that makes dogs bark for no reason and sets the nerves on edge. It found me, as such things often do, sitting in my car with the engine off and a bottle of cheap bourbon between my legs, watching the neon sign of the Blue Parrot Motel flicker and buzz. The wind pushed a crumpled newspaper against my windshield, a white smear against the glass, and for a moment it looked like a face, a pale, pleading mask before it was torn away into the dark. I should have taken it as a sign. I never take them as signs. Her name was Louisa. She emerged from the shadow of the motel's overhang, a slight figure wrapped in a thin coat that was no match for the wind's insistent fingers. She moved with a bird-like quickness, her head darting, looking for something or someone. She saw my car, saw me, and hesitated. I saw the calculation in her eyes, the quick risk assessment of someone for whom every stranger is a potential threat or a paycheck. She decided on the former and turned to go, but a larger, darker shape detached itself from the alley beside the motel and moved to intercept her. His voice was a low growl, lost to the wind, but her recoil was a language I understood perfectly. I got out of the car. The wind caught my coat, flapping it open. I didn't have a plan. I rarely do. It's the source of all my troubles, and the only thing that keeps me from going entirely to seed. "Louisa," I called out, my voice rough from the bourbon and disuse. "There you are. Your brother's been waiting." The man in the alley turned. He had the bland, brutal face of a club bouncer, all jaw and no forehead. He looked from me to the girl. Louisa's eyes were wide, confused. Then she caught on, a flicker of desperate intelligence. "Darius," she said, her voice small. "Get in the car," I said, not taking my eyes off the man. "We're late." The man took a step forward. I didn't move. He was bigger, probably younger, but I had the look of a man who had already lost everything worth losing, and that is a kind of armor. He saw it, waited, and found the transaction not worth his while. He melted back into the alley. Louisa scrambled into my passenger seat, pulling her coat tight around her. I got in, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb. The neon light of the Blue Parrot slid over the windshield like a blue tear. "You're not my brother," she said after a few blocks. "Perceptive. Why did you do that?" I looked at her. She was young, maybe 20, with dark hair that fell in lank waves around a face that was too sharp, too tired for her age. Her eyes were the color of old pennies. "The wind," I said, and it was as good an answer as any. "It's a bad night. Where do you want me to drop you?" She gave me an address in a part of the city where the streetlights were broken more often than not, and the houses sagged on their foundations like old men. I drove in silence. The bourbon sat between us, a third passenger. When I stopped in front of a peeling duplex, she didn't get out immediately. She placed a hand on my arm. Her fingers were cold. "Thank you," she said. Her touch was light, a ghost's pressure. "My name is Louisa." "Darius," I said. She smiled, a fragile, fleeting thing. "Be careful of the wind, Darius. It carries trouble." Then she was gone, swallowed by the darkness between two houses. That was Tuesday. On Thursday, a detective I know named Miller called me. His voice was flat, professional. The voice he uses when he's trying not to sound interested. They'd found a girl in a dumpster behind a fish processing plant. Jane Doe Dye. No ID. But she had my business card, tucked into the pocket of her thin coat, the ink smeared by something dark and wet. I stood over the stainless steel table in the city morgue. The air was cold and smelled of antiseptic and something underneath, something sweet and rotten. A sheet was pulled back. It was Louisa. Her penny-colored eyes were open, clouded with the film of death. Her neck was a bracelet of purple bruises. The rest was worse, the kind of violence that speaks not of passion, but of practice. A professional message, written on the most fragile of parchment. Miller stood beside me, a solid, weary man in a cheap suit. "You want to tell me why your card was on her, Darius?" "I gave it to her," I said, my voice sounding distant, like it was coming from another room. "2 nights ago, I gave her a ride home from the Blue Parrot. A man was bothering her. A regular good Samaritan. Something like that. Well, your good deed got her killed. Or you knowing her got her killed. Or just bad luck. Take your pick." He lit a cigarette, ignoring the no-smoking sign. "We'll look into it, but you know how these things go. A working girl, no fixed address, no family screaming for answers. He'll be in a file by next week." I looked at Louisa's face. I saw the ghost of her smile, the quick intelligence in her eyes that had understood my ruse so instantly. I saw the cold touch of her fingers on my arm. "Be careful of the wind." "I'll look into it," I said. Miller sighed, a plume of smoke escaping his lip. "I was afraid you'd say that. Stay out of my way, Darius. And watch your back. Whoever did this wasn't sending a Valentine." The world outside the morgue was too bright, too loud. The wind was still blowing, but it felt different now. It wasn't just carrying trouble anymore. It was whispering her name, pushing me forward. The rage started then, a low, cold burn in my gut. It wasn't a noble rage, not the fury of a knight for a damsel. It was something darker, more personal. It was the anger of a man who had been offered a glimpse of something fragile and good, only to have it snatched away and smashed to pieces in front of him. It was the rage of a man who knows that no good deed goes unpunished, and who is tired of being punished for the few good deeds he manages to stumble into. My investigation began where she had ended, at the fish processing plant. The smell was a physical presence, a thick, greasy miasma of decay that coated the back of the throat. The dumpster was still there, cordoned off with fluttering yellow tape. I talked to a foreman in a rubber apron, his hands slick with fish guts. He hadn't seen anything, he said. Nobody saw anything around here. But his eyes shifted when I mentioned a particular name, the Silvertip Crew, a loose affiliation of dock workers and leg breakers who operated out of the wharf. I spent the next 2 days in the city's damp underbelly, in bars where the air was thick with the smell of stale beer and desperation, in flophouses where the walls were stained with the ghosts of old failures. I talked to people who looked at the floor when they spoke, their voices hushed. The name Silvertip came up again, always in a whisper. They were into protection, smuggling girls. I heard another name too, tangled up with the first. Juniper. Dot. She found me before I found her. I was in a bar called The Anchor, nursing a whiskey and watching the door, when she slid into the booth opposite me. She was a stark contrast to Louisa. Where Louisa was all sharp angles and nervous energy, this woman was curves and cool composure. She had hair the color of polished mahogany and eyes that were a disconcertingly pale green. She wore a simple black dress that cost more than my car. "You're Darius," she said. Her voice was low, melodic. "You've been asking questions about the Silvertip boys. That's not healthy. I'm investigating a death. A girl named Louisa." A flicker of something, recognition, annoyance, crossed her face. Gone so fast I might have imagined it. A tragedy, but a common one in her line of work. Why the personal interest? I don't like the message it sends. And what message is that? That girls like her are disposable. Juniper smiled, a slow, knowing curve of her lips. Everything is disposable, Mr. Darius, given the right price. My employer would like to offer you a price to stop looking. I'm not for sale. Everyone is for sale, she said, her voice hypnotic, almost soothing. The currency is just different. For some, it's money. For others, it's peace. For you, I think it might be answers. But some answers have sharp edges. They can cut you when you grasp them. She left a card on the table. It was thick, expensive stock, with a phone number embossed in silver. No name. I let it sit there, a little square of temptation and threat. I didn't touch it, but I memorized the number. The scent of her perfume lingered after she was gone. Something exotic and floral. A hothouse flower in a room of rot. I ignored her warning. The cold rage in my gut was my compass now. I leaned on a low-level Silvertip enforcer named Mickey, finding him in a back-alley dice game. I used methods that were not in any official investigative manual. The sound of my fist connecting with his face was a dull, wet thud. The smell of his fear was sharp and sour. He gave me a name, spitting it out with a mouthful of blood. Rico. Ran the girls for Silvertip Dot. Had a thing for roughing them up. Louisa had been causing trouble, he said. Asking questions. Talking about getting out. I found Rico in a warehouse down by the wharf. A cavernous space filled with the echoes of dripping water and the distant clang of ships. He was a big man, all muscle and menace, and he wasn't alone. 2 others flanked him, holding tire irons. The air was cold, smelling of rust and salt water. "The private dick," Rico said, his voice echoing. "Juniper said you were too stupid to listen. I just want to talk about Louisa. She was a stupid little bitch. Thought she was better than the life. Thought she could just walk away. So you taught her a lesson. I gave her what she deserved." He smiled. "A cruel, empty thing. And I'll give you the same. They came at me then. The world narrowed to the primal geometry of violence. The whistle of a tire iron cutting the air near my head. The grunt of effort. The shocking, bright pain as one caught me on the shoulder. I was older, slower, but the cold rage made me efficient. I fought with a dirty, desperate fury, using a length of pipe I'd picked up from the floor. The sounds were terrible and intimate. The crack of bone, the wet gasp of breath leaving a body. When it was over, 2 men were on the ground, moaning. Rico was backed against a crate, his eyes wide with a new kind of calculation. Fear. I advanced on him, the pipe heavy in my hand. "Who gave the order? Was it just you?" He shook his head. A frantic motion. "No, man, no. I just handle the girls. The order came from higher up. From the top. No. Who? Give me a name. I don't know. I swear. The money, the orders, they all come through her. Through Juniper. Through Juniper. Juniper. Dial. The femme fatale. The messenger. It always came back to her. I left Rico cowering in the warehouse. My body ached. A symphony of fresh bruises. The rage was still there, but it had cooled, hardened into a diamond-sharp point of purpose. Juniper was the key. She was the beautiful, dangerous lock, and I had to find the right combination to open her. I called the number. She answered on the second ring, as if she had been expecting me. I have something for you, I said. A trade. We met at an observation point, overlooking the city. The wind up here was a clean, strong force, scouring the lights below into a carpet of diamonds and ash. She stood by her car, a sleek European silhouette, her coat whipping around her legs. You've been busy, she said. Rico is most displeased. Rico is lucky to be breathing. You said your employer wanted to make a deal. I'm listening. It's simple. You walk away. You forget about the girl. In return, you get a considerable amount of cash and the continued use of your limbs. And if I want something else? What else is there? The truth. She laughed, a soft, bitter sound. The truth is a luxury item, Darius. It costs more than you can afford. Why was Louisa killed? She was just a girl. Why did she warrant a message from the top? Juniper looked out at the city, her profile sharp against the night sky. She saw something she shouldn't have. In the back of a client's car, documents, a shipment manifest. She was smart, like you said. She put it together. She thought she could use it as a ticket out. She tried to blackmail the wrong people. What was on the manifest? Things that don't exist. People that don't exist. The kind of business that men like Herbert Vancroft don't like discussed. Herbert Vancroft. Dort. The name landed in the pit of my stomach like a stone. A pillar of the community. Philanthropist. Dotto. Board member of the museum, the hospital. A hidden mastermind whose public face was one of benevolent respectability. Vancroft, I repeated, the name tasting like ash. Now you see, Juniper said softly. Now you understand the price of the truth. Walk away, Darius. This is an ocean, and you are a very small fish. But I was no longer a fish. I was a shark, and I had caught the scent. The rage had a name now, a face. Herbert Bancroft. De dust. I left Juniper on the cliff, the wind tearing at our words, and descended back into the city. Getting to Vancroft was not a matter of kicking down doors. It required finesse, a commodity I was short on. I went through the back door, through the minor accomplices. I found a bookkeeper, a nervous little man named Arnold who worked in a sterile office on the 15th floor of a glass tower. I didn't have to hit him. The threat of what I knew, the name Vancroft spoken aloud in his pristine office, was enough. He gave me everything. The shell companies, the offshore accounts, the shipping routes. It was all there, a labyrinth of paper, leading to one man. Louisa had stolen a piece of that paper, a single thread, and for that, she had been unspooled. I took what I had to Miller. I laid it out on his desk, the photocopies, the statements, the testimony I'd coerced from Arnold. Miller looked at it, his face growing grayer with each page. This is a hell of a thing, Darius. It's enough for a warrant, for an investigation. It's enough to get us both killed. Bancroft has judges in his pocket. Cops. Are you in his pocket, Miller? He looked at me, his eyes tired and old. No, but that doesn't mean I'm bulletproof. He lit a cigarette, his hands trembling slightly. Leave this with me. I'll see what I can do. But for God's sake, go to ground. disappear for a while. I should have listened. But the rage was afire now, and it demanded fuel. I wanted to look Bancroft in the eye. I wanted him to know who had brought him down. Bancroft's estate was on a secluded wooded property overlooking the sea. A high wall, a wrought iron gate. I went over the wall, moving through manicured gardens that smelled of night-blooming jasmine and money. The house was a monument of glass and steel, lit from within like a jewel box. I found him in his study, a room of dark wood and leather, the air smelling of cigar smoke and old port. He was an older man, silver-haired, with the calm, assured face of someone who has never been told no. He looked up from his desk as I entered, his expression not of surprise, but of mild annoyance. "Mr. Darius," he said, "I've been expecting you. Juniper said you were persistent." "It's over, Bancroft. The police have everything." "Do they?" He smiled, a paternal, condescending smile. "The police are a temporary inconvenience. Paperwork can be lost. Witnesses can change their minds. Men can be promoted or they can retire. The machine is large, Mr. Darius, and I own many of the gears. Not this time. A girl is dead. A prostitute." He waved a hand, dismissing a universe of pain with a gesture. "A regrettable statistic. The world is full of them. You can't save them all, Darius. You can't even save one." That was when I saw it. On his desk, next to a crystal decanter, was a small carved stone paperweight. It was in the shape of a parrot, a blue parrot, the same as the motel. He saw me looking. His smile widened. A memento from a more colorful period of my life. The Blue Parrot Motel. I owned it back in the day. Still own the land. A useful place for discreet meetings. That's where you met her, wasn't it? The girl. A charming coincidence. It wasn't a coincidence. The wind hadn't blown me there by chance. It had blown me to the epicenter of his world, to a place he controlled. Louisa hadn't just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. She had been on his property, part of his ecosystem, and I had walked right into it. The revelation was a physical blow. My investigation, my rage, my entire sense of purpose, it had all been playing out on a stage he had built. I was not the hunter. I was a mouse in his maze. The door to the study opened. Juniper stood there, and she wasn't alone. 2 men in suits stood behind her. They weren't silver-tipped thugs. They were something else, colder, more professional. Cops. But not Miller's kind of cops. "It's time to go, Mr. Darius," Juniper said. Her voice was still melodic, but there was no warmth in it now. It was the sound of a closing vault. Bancroft stood up. "You see, persistence is only a virtue if it leads to success. Otherwise is just stubbornness, a fatal flaw. I fought, of course. It was all I had left. A final desperate burst of the cold rage. It was short, brutal, and utterly futile. One of the suits put a bullet in my leg. The pain was a white-hot star exploding in my thigh. I fell to the rich Persian rug, the colors swimming before my eyes. The last thing I saw was Bancroft, looking down at me with that paternal disappointment. The last thing I heard was Juniper's voice, soft as a sigh. Such a waste. I did not die. Waking up in the hospital was like surfacing from a deep, dark ocean. Miller was there, his face grim. "You're a lucky man," he said. "They found you in a ditch off the coastal highway, a supposed robbery. Your wallet was gone. Your gun was gone." "Bancroft," I croaked, my throat raw. "Bancroft has an alibi made of solid platinum. He was at a charity gala with half the city council. The bookkeeper, Arnold, has recanted his statement. Says you threatened him. The paperwork you gave me has disappeared." He leaned closer, his voice dropping. You have to let this go, Darius. You're alive. That's the only win you're going to get from this. They released me a week later. I walked with a limp, a permanent reminder. The cold rage was gone, burned out of me, leaving only a hollow, aching void. The official story was that I had been mugged. The case of Louisa, the Jane Doe from the fish plant, was closed, an unsolved homicide. I tried to go back to my life, to the cheap bourbon and the watching from my car. But the city had changed. The wind no longer whispered secrets. It just blew, empty and meaningless. The neon lights were just colored glass. The faces on the street were just faces. My mind began to drift, to unravel at the edges. I would find myself staring at a wall for hours, not thinking of anything at all. The case, the details that had once been so sharp and clear, began to blur and soften, like a photograph left in the rain. I remember the feel of the wind that first night, a dry breath on my cheek. I remember the cold touch of her fingers on my arm, a ghost's pressure. I remember the smell of the morgue, sweet and rotten. I remember the sound of Juniper's voice, a hypnotic melody promising sharp-edged answers. But the connections between these things have grown faint, the threads that once bound them into a story now loose and tangled. Who was Louisa? Just a girl. Why did she matter? I can't quite recall. There was a man, I think, a powerful man. Something about a parrot. A blue parrot. Or, was it a dream? Sometimes, in the deep of night, I feel a phantom ache in my leg, and a single, clear thought will surface before sinking back into the murk. He is still out there. The man who owns the gears. And the wind still blows through the city, carrying his name. A name I can no longer quite remember. A secret I can no longer quite grasp. A mystery that echoes quietly into nothing. The silence in my office was a heavy thing, broken only by the distant hum of traffic and the soft, irregular tap of rain against the window. It was a new sound. I didn't remember it starting. I looked at the bottle on my desk, the amber liquid inside seeming dull and unappealing. Thirst was gone, replaced by a vast internal quiet. A client came by. A man with a worried face, talking about missing necklace. A suspicious maid. I heard the words, but they were just noises. They didn't connect to anything inside me. I took his money, a gesture as empty as the rest of my movements. I knew I would not look for his necklace. I would sit here in the gathering dusk and wait for the next thing I would forget. Then, one afternoon, the mail slipped through the slot. A plain, white envelope with no return address. Inside was a single folded square of paper. It was a page from a child's drawing book, the kind with the wide, friendly lines. Drawn in crayon was a crude, but unmistakable, blue parrot. Beneath it, in a shaky, unpracticed hand, were 2 words. She remembered. The paper fell from my fingers, fluttering to the floor. The hollow space inside me cracked. It wasn't a flood of memory, not a sudden, clear picture. It was a feeling, a cold, sharp feeling, like a sliver of ice finding its way into a numb heart. The rage did not return. This was something else, something quieter and more determined. It was the first, faint click of a gear engaging after a long stillness. I left the office. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and black. I walked with my limp, a slow, deliberate rhythm on the wet pavement. I didn't know where I was going, not with my conscious mind, but my feet carried me with a purpose I'd forgotten they possessed. I was not following the wind anymore. I was following a thread, a single, fragile line drawn in blue crayon. I found myself outside a small, shabby apartment building in a part of the city the money never touched. I climbed the stairs, each step a fresh protest from my leg, a pain I now welcomed. I stood before a door, number 4B. I didn't knock. I simply turned the knob. It was unlocked. The apartment was dark, lit only by the glow of a street lamp filtering through a thin curtain. It was sparsely furnished, but clean. A small table held a few framed photographs. I picked one up. It was a woman, older, her face lined with hardship, but her eyes held a fierce light. She had her arm around a young girl, maybe 10 years old. The girl was smiling, a gap-toothed, joyful smile, and in her hands she clutched a stuffed toy, a blue parrot. I heard a soft intake of breath from the doorway to the bedroom. The woman from the photograph stood there, wrapped in a faded robe. She didn't look afraid. She looked resigned, and yet defiant. "She was my sister," the woman said, her voice rough with a lifetime of smoke and tears. "Louisa, she talked about you, said you were different, said you had kind eyes." I looked at the photograph, at the girl with the parrot. "The drawing," I said. "You sent it. I heard what happened to you. I heard you tried. I heard they broke you." She stepped closer, her eyes searching my face. "But she kept a diary. She hid it. She wrote about the man in the car, Vancroft. She wrote about the papers she saw. She was going to use it to get out, to help me and my daughter. She wrote about you after she met you. She said maybe there was still some good luck." She gestured to a small wooden box on the table. "It's all in there, everything she wrote, everything she saw. I was too scared to do anything with it, but I couldn't throw it away. It was all I had left of her." I looked from the box to the woman's face, to the photograph of the little girl holding the blue parrot. The mystery was no longer an echo. It was a solid thing placed in my hands. The gears of the machine were vast and powerful, but they were not infallible. A prostitute had kept a diary. A sister had kept her memory. And a broken man, standing in a dimly lit room, felt the first faint tremor of a new purpose, not born of rage, but of a debt to a ghost, and to the living she left behind. I reached out and picked up the box. It was not heavy, but its weight was immense. I carried the box back to my office like it was a holy relic. I didn't turn on the light. I sat in the dark, the city's glow painting faint stripes across the desk, and I opened it. Inside were a few cheap trinkets, a pressed flower, and a small cloth-bound notebook. Louisa's diary. Her handwriting was neat, precise. It spoke of mundane things at first, the small hopes and crushing disappointments of her life. Then the entries changed. They became sharper, filled with a nervous energy. She wrote about the client, the important man who was always so careful, so clean. She wrote about the briefcase left open in the back of the car, the papers inside. She didn't understand all of it, but she understood enough. Shipping routes, dates, codes, and the names. Not just Vancroft's, other names. Powerful names. She had been clever. She hadn't taken the whole document. She had used the small camera on her phone, the one she wasn't supposed to have, and taken pictures. She wrote about the fear. The dizzying feeling of holding a secret that could ruin giants. She saw it as her lottery ticket. Her way to buy a future for her niece, to get her sister out of the grinding poverty that had claimed so much of their lives. The last entry was dated the day before she died. She wrote about meeting me. A real detective, she wrote. He looks tired, but his eyes are quiet. I think I can trust him. I have to try. It's my only chance. I closed the book. The quiet in the room was different now. It was no longer empty. It was charged, waiting. The ghost had a voice again. She had led me here, to this box, to this truth. Miller was right about one thing. Taking this to the authorities was a dead end. Bancroft's gears would grind it to dust. This wasn't evidence for a court of law. It was a blueprint for a different kind of justice. I spent the next 3 days in a fugue state of purpose. I used the last of my cash to rent a car, a nondescript sedan that wouldn't attract a second glance. I didn't go back to my apartment. I slept in the car, my hand resting on the box beside me. I drove to the addresses mentioned in the diary, the shipping yards, the corporate fronts. I took my own pictures, my own notes. I was building a new file, not for a prosecutor, but for the world. I found the weak link. Not a bookkeeper or a thug, but a system. A public-facing server for one of Vancroft's charitable foundations, poorly configured, with a backdoor into the deeper private networks. Louisa's codes gave me a path. It wasn't sophisticated hacking. It was following a trail of breadcrumbs a dead girl had left for me. I downloaded everything. Financial records, encrypted emails, the digital ghost of the operation that had killed her. I had it all. The proof laid bare in ones and zeros. There was only one place to take it. Not the police. Not the newspapers. They could be bought, leaned on, silenced. I needed a voice that was too loud, too distributed, too chaotic to be silenced. I drove to the university, to the campus radio station. I knew a kid there, a sharp, idealistic journalism student named Maya, who had once asked me for a quote for a piece on city corruption. I had brushed her off then. Now, I was her biggest story. I met her in a coffee shop off campus. I slid the hard drive and a copy of the diary across the table. Her eyes widened as she scanned the pages. This is real, she whispered. It's real. His name is Herbert Vancroft. He killed a woman named Louisa to keep it quiet. He almost killed me. You can't sit on this. You have to release it. All of it. Every dirty bite. She looked from the drive to my face, seeing the resolve there, and the damage. She nodded, a fierce, bright light in her eyes. It'll be on the air tonight, and online, everywhere. And I left her there, clutching the story that would burn her name into the journalistic firmament. My part was over. The gears were about to meet a wrench named Truth. I drove back to the observation point where I had met Juniper. The wind was still there, scouring the city. I waited. I didn't have to wait long. The sleek European car pulled up silently behind me. Juniper got out. She didn't look beautiful anymore. She looked strained, the elegance stretched thin over a core of pure panic. "What have you done?" Her voice was a razor blade. "I gave the story away," I said, not turning to look at her. "It doesn't belong to me anymore. It belongs to everyone. You can't kill everyone, Juniper. Even Vancroft isn't that powerful." She stared at me, and for the first time, I saw genuine emotion in her eyes. It's fear. He'll destroy you. He'll destroy everything you ever cared about. I finally turned to face her. "There's nothing left to destroy." The first reports hit the airwaves an hour later. Maya's voice, clear and unwavering, detailing the conspiracy, naming names, reading from Louisa's diary. It was a spark in a dry forest. By morning, it was an inferno. The news sites picked it up. The social media feeds were flooded. The police, forced into the light, had to act. They arrested Vancroft at his club. A perp walk played on a loop for the world to see. I watched it on a small television in a diner. His face was a mask of stunned arrogance, the paternal smile gone, replaced by a tight, furious line. The machine was breaking. The gears were seizing. I never went back to my office. I disappeared. The man with the limp and the quiet eyes faded from the city's memory. Just another ghost in the urban machine. The rage was gone. The debt was paid. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I think of Louisa, and I hope she finally found her peace. And I, in the quiet that followed the storm, found a little of my own. It was a different kind of quiet, the one I found. Not the hollow silence of a man broken, but the steady calm of a job finished. I settled in a small town where the ocean was the only thing that roared. The limp was a part of me now, a familiar ache that spoke of a past life. I fished. I read. I didn't watch the news. Months later, a plain white envelope, familiar in its anonymity, found its way to my mailbox. There was no child's drawing this time, just a single newspaper clipping. It was from the society pages, a photograph of Juniper, her arm linked with a silver-haired man I didn't recognize. The caption announced her engagement. She was smiling, but her eyes, even in newsprint, were the same as they were on the cliff that final night. They were looking at the camera, but they were calculating something else, something just out of frame. She had jumped from Vancroft's sinking ship and landed, perfectly poised, on another. I felt no anger. She was a survivor, a creature of that world, and she had found a new gear to inhabit. I crumpled the clipping and threw it into the wood stove. The past could keep its ghosts. The next morning, I was mending a net on my porch when a car, dusty from the lone road, pulled up. The door opened and a man got out. He was older, his suit too formal for the seaside, but his face was kind. He was the worried man from my old office, the one with the missing necklace. "Mr. Darius," he said, approaching slowly, holding his hat in his hands. I heard you might be here. It took me a long time to find you." I said nothing, just watched him, my hands still on the net. "I never got my necklace back," he continued. "But that's not why I'm here. My wife. She left me, took everything. The maid was just an excuse, you see. I was too proud to admit my life was falling apart." He looked out at the water, his shoulders slumped. "I had to apologize for wasting your time, and to thank you." "Thank me?" I asked, the words feeling strange in my mouth. "For listening. That day in your office, you were the only one who didn't tell me I was a fool. You just sat there and listened. It meant something." Shh. He got back in his car and drove away, a man seeking absolution from a ghost he'd wronged. I looked down at the net in my hands, the tangled lines slowly being made right. The world was full of broken things, large and small. You couldn't save them all. You couldn't even save one. But sometimes you could listen, and sometimes, for a little while, that was enough. I had picked up my needle and continued my work, the rhythm of the mending a quiet song against the sound of the waves. The sea air was sharp and clean. It held no whispers, only the honest scent of salt and decay from the tide pools. My days took on a new rhythm, dictated by the moon and the weather, not by the desperate schemes of men. I rarely thought of the city, of Vancroft, of Juniper. They were a fever dream I had finally sweat out. A few weeks after the man with the necklace, another envelope arrived. This one was not plain. It was expensive, heavy cream paper, and my name was written in a flowing, elegant script I recognized. Inside was a single key, and a slip of paper with an address. No message. No signature. It was a test, a lure cast into my new, quiet waters. I held the key for a long time, feeling its cold, metallic teeth. It was an invitation back into the machine. I could throw it into the ocean. I could ignore it. That would be the same thing to do. The safe thing. That night, I dreamed of Louisa. Not as a ghost or a memory, but as she was in her diary. A young woman sitting on a narrow bed, writing by the light of a single bulb, her heart full of a desperate, dangerous hope. When I woke, the key was still on my nightstand. I drove to the city the next day. The address was for a storage facility on the industrial edge of town. The unit was small, climate-controlled. I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The door rolled up with a quiet rumble. Inside were boxes, dozens of them neatly labeled, and files. Thick, heavy files. A life's work. On a small table in the center sat a single, sealed manila envelope. I broke the seal and pulled out the contents. Photographs, surveillance reports, financial records. It was a dossier on the silver-haired man, Juniper's new fiancé. It was more detailed, more damning than anything I had ever assembled on Bancroft. She hadn't just jumped to a new gear. She was planning to seize the entire machine. There was a note clipped to the top. In the same elegant hand it read, "A retainer, for when he inevitably becomes a problem." I looked at the boxes, at the sheer volume of secrets she had amassed and entrusted to me. She wasn't asking for my help. She was offering me a job. She knew I wouldn't do it for money, or for her, but she knew I understood the landscape of corruption. She was betting that the man who couldn't let Luisa's case go wouldn't be able to resist the sheer, overwhelming scale of the rot laid bare in this room. I stood in the silence of the storage unit for a long time. Then I picked up the dossier. I didn't take it with me. I placed it back on the table. I walked out, rolling the door shut behind me. The lock clicked back into place. I still had the key in my pocket. I drove back to the coast. The wind coming off the water felt the same as it had that morning. But I was different. The quiet was still there, but it was no longer empty. It was a choice. I had looked into the abyss again and chosen to turn away. For now, I took the key from my pocket and threw it as far as I could into the churning gray water. It disappeared without a trace. It wasn't over. It would never be over. But for today, the net needed mending, and the waves were calling my name. The net was a tangle of old rope and salt-stiffened knots, a problem with a beginning and an end. My hands worked without thought, the rhythm of the needle and the twine a kind of meditation. I did not think of the key sinking into the silt or of Juniper's cold offer. I thought of the next knot, the next repair. That evening, as the sun bled into the sea, a different car pulled up. It was an old sedan, spattered with mud. The woman who got out was not from my old life. She was maybe 60, with a face weathered by sun and worry, and she held a paper bag clutched tightly in her hands. "Are you him?" she asked, her voice trembling. "The man who helped that girl? Louisa?" I didn't answer. I just watched her, my stillness an answer in itself. "My boy," she said, her words coming in a rush. "Hayden's a good boy. He got mixed up with some men down in Portland. They say he took money from them. Now they say he owes double. They have him. They said they'd send me his fingers." She thrust the paper bag toward me. "I don't have much. It's $500. It's all I have." I looked at her hands, rough and capable, at the sheer, undiluted terror in her eyes. It was a different story, but the same song. The machine was vast, and its gears chewed up the small and the desperate in every city, in every town. "I'm not that man anymore," I said, my voice low. Her face crumpled. "Please. I have nowhere else to go." I looked past her, at the darkening horizon. I had thrown away the key. I had chosen the mending, the quiet. But the quiet was a privilege, and this woman at my doorstep had none. The debt to Louisa was paid, but the world kept making new ones. I felt the ghost of my limp, a dull throb of reminder. I didn't take the money. I turned and walked into my small house. I came back out with a jacket and my keys. "Get in the car," I said. "Tell me everything you know about these men. Start with their names." She stared at me, a flicker of hope replacing the terror. "Why? Why would you do this?" I opened the car door for her, the gesture feeling foreign after so long. I didn't have a good answer. It wasn't rage. It wasn't a debt. It was something simpler, and perhaps more foolish. "Because the net needs mending," I said, and I got in the car. The drive to Portland was long and quiet, filled only with the hum of the engine and the woman's soft, fearful breaths. Her name was Helen. Her son's name was Leo. The men were part of a loan-sharking operation that preyed on dock workers. It was small time, brutal, and exactly the kind of problem too insignificant for the machine Juniper played with, but large enough to destroy a life. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a gun. I had the weight of the past and the certainty that this was a thread I could not leave dangling. We parked a block from the address she gave me, a weathered warehouse near the water. The air smelled of fish and diesel. "Stay here," I told Helen. "No matter what you hear. If I'm not back in an hour, drive away. Go to the police. Tell them everything." Her hand shot out and gripped my arm. "Don't let them hurt him." I nodded, peeling her fingers away gently. The gesture felt like something from another man's life. The warehouse door was unlocked. Inside, the space was cavernous, lit by a single hanging bulb that cast long, dancing shadows. 3 men were playing cards on a crate. A fourth, younger, with a split lip and a terrified expression, was tied to a chair. Leo, Dot. The card players looked up. The biggest one, a man with a shaved head and a spiderweb tattoo on his neck, stood. "You lost, old man?" "I'm here for the boy," I said, my voice echoing in the empty space. Spiderweb laughed. "You, his daddy? You brought the money?" "There is no money," I said. "You're going to untie him, and we're going to walk out of here." The laughter died. The other 2 men stood, flanking their leader. They were amateurs, all bluster and cheap intimidation. I had faced professionals who killed with silence and contracts. These men killed with their fists and called it business. "I don't think so," Spiderweb said, pulling a pipe from his belt. "I think you're gonna pay for wasting our time." He lunged. The move was telegraphed, clumsy. The old instincts, the ones I thought I had buried by the sea, flared to life. I didn't try to fight him. I sidestepped, using his momentum, and shoved him hard into the crate. The cards and money scattered. The other 2 hesitated, surprised by the speed of it. I looked at the one on the left, his eyes wide. "Your boss, the one who runs this operation, his name is Petrov. He has a wife, 2 kids, a nice house in the West Hills. He doesn't like attention." The man froze. The use of the name, the private details, was a weapon they didn't understand. How do you know that?" he stammered. "I know a lot of things," I said, my gaze shifting to Spiderweb, who was pushing himself up from the floor, his face a mask of confusion and rage. "I know that if Petrov finds out you're about to bring a world of trouble down on him for a few $100s, he won't be happy. He'll ask who is stupid enough to let it happen. He'll look at you." I took a step toward Leo, my eyes never leaving Spiderweb. "I'm taking the boy. You can explain to Petrov why you let us walk away, or you can explain to him why the police are digging into his business because of a dead body. Your choice." The silence was thick. I could see the calculation in Spiderweb's eyes, the fear of a higher, more organized power than his own. The machine, even from a distance, still had its uses. "Get him out of here," Spiderweb finally grunted, spitting on the floor. I untied Leo. His hands were shaking. I half carried him toward the door, expecting a blow to the back of my head that never came. We stepped out into the cool night air. Helen was out of the car, running toward us, sobbing as she clutched her son. I stood there, watching them, the adrenaline seeping away, leaving behind a familiar ache. I had mended one small broken thing. It wouldn't save the world. It wouldn't even save this city. But for them, in this moment, it was enough. And for the first time since I had thrown that key into the sea, I knew it wouldn't be the last time. The net was always waiting. The drive back was silent, but it was a different kind of quiet. Leo slept in the back seat, his head on his mother's shoulder. Helen kept looking at me, her eyes full of a gratitude that felt heavier than any accusation. She tried to thank me when I dropped them at their small, clapboard house on the outskirts of the city. I just shook my head and told her to take care of her boy. I didn't go back to the coast that night. The pull of the ocean felt distant, a memory from a different man's life. I checked into a motel off the highway, the kind of place that asked no questions. The room smelled of stale cigarettes and bleach. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at my hands in the dim light from the parking lot. They were the same hands that had mended nets, that had held a key for a moment too long, that had just faced down violence, not with greater violence, but with the cold, sharp tool of information. I had lied to myself by the sea. I had thought the rage was gone, the debt paid. But what remained was something else, something more ingrained. It was a reflex. A man sees a crack in the wall, a flaw in the system, and he feels compelled to press on it, to see how deep it goes. Louisa's case had been a canyon. Helen's son was a hairline fracture, but the impulse was the same. The next morning, I drove to a library in a part of Portland I didn't know. I used a public terminal. I looked up Petrov. It was just as I had guessed from the little I'd overheard years ago. A small-time enforcer who had carved out a nasty little niche. He was a gear, just a smaller, cruder one than Vancroft. I printed out a single sheet of paper. It was a list of addresses. His home, his mistress's apartment, his daughter's school. I didn't write a threat. The information itself was the threat. I mailed it to his business office in a plain white envelope. A week later, I was back in my house by the sea. The net was still there, waiting. I picked up my needle. The rhythm was the same, but my mind was not. It was no longer empty. It was working. I knew that Helen and Leo were safe. I knew that Petrov would be looking over his shoulder, his operation suddenly fragile. I had not just pulled one thread. I had tugged on the whole weave. The quiet was no longer an escape. It was a vantage point. The wind still blew. The waves still crashed. But now I heard the whispers again. They were not the ghosts of my past. They were the faint, desperate calls from the world of broken things. And I had remembered how to listen. My hands worked the twine, over and under, pulling the knot tight. There was more mending to be done. The call came a month later. Not to the house, but to the payphone outside the general store, the one that always smelled of damp wood and brine. The store owner had to come and get. The voice on the other end was a woman's, crisp and efficient. A mutual acquaintance suggested you have a particular skill set. We have a situation that requires discretion. She gave an address in Seattle and a time. Then the line went dead. I hung up the receiver and stood for a moment, the plastic still warm from my hand. The mutual acquaintance could only be Juniper. She had not taken my refusal as a no-go wife. She had taken it as a negotiation. She had thrown a smaller problem in my path, a test of my reflexes, and I had passed. Now she was sending a client. I walked down to the water's edge. The gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp and meaningless. I could still walk away. I could ignore the summons. I could let the phone ring in its booth until the salt air corroded its wires. But I knew I wouldn't. The peace I had found was real, but it was not a cage. It was a foundation. The man who had saved Leo was not the same broken man who had crawled to this coast. He was something else, something new, and yet familiar. He could say no, but he had to choose to say it. 3 days later, I was in Seattle. The address was a sleek, modern apartment overlooking the Sound. The woman who answered the door was in her 40s, with the poised tension of someone used to command but currently losing control. Her eyes scanned me, taking in the worn jacket, the quiet demeanor, and for a moment, doubt flickered across her face. "You're him?" she asked. "That depends on who you were told I am," I said. She led me inside. The view was spectacular. a vast expanse of gray water and sky. She poured herself a drink with unsteady hands and told me about her husband. He was a software executive. He was also a man with secrets, one of which was a very expensive, very hidden gambling habit. He had stolen from his own company to cover his debts. The theft was about to be discovered. "They'll send him to prison," she said, her voice tight. "I don't care about that. I care about my daughter. The people he owes." They started calling her school, just to let me know they're watching. She wasn't asking me to save her husband. She was asking me to build a wall between his disaster and her child. It was not a job for a detective. It was a job for a negotiator, a strategist, a ghost. I looked out at the sound. It was a different ocean, but the same endless, churning motion. I thought of Leo, untied from a chair. I thought of Louisa, who had no one to untie her. "I'll need everything you have on his debts," I said, turning back to her. Names, numbers, amounts. The relief that washed over her was so profound it left her trembling. She had been holding the weight alone, and now she was passing a piece of it to me. I took the file she offered. It was thick. I did not open it there. I walked out of the clean, quiet apartment and back into the city. The problem was no longer abstract. It was in my hands. I found a quiet bar, ordered a whiskey, and began to read. The names were unfamiliar. The numbers were large, but the patterns were as old as time. Greed, fear, and desperation. I knew this language. I had never really forgotten it. I took a sip of the whiskey, the burn of familiar comfort, and started to make a plan. Story 3. The memory surfaced not as a coherent image, but as a sensory shard, sharp and unbidden. It was the scent of orange blossoms and gasoline, a combination so specific it could only belong to one place, one moment. Adrian was in his office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and dust motes dancing in the late afternoon sun. He hadn't thought of that scent in years. It was the smell of the night Christina left. The night she stepped out of his car, her perfume a cloud of citrus in the humid air, and walked towards the flickering neon of a bus station, never to be seen by him again. The memory felt alien, a relic from a dead civilization, and its sudden presence in his mind was an omen. It was a detail that did not belong to the man he was now, a man who dealt in facts, in surveillance reports, in the grim ledger of infidelity and fraud that paid his rent. It was a secret he wasn't meant to possess, a key to a lock he had long ago welded shut. The omen took physical form an hour later in the shape of Martin Crowe. He filled the doorway to Adrian's office, a mountain of a man in a cheap suit that strained at its seams. His knuckles were a topographical map of old violence, and his eyes were the flat, dull gray of a winter sea. He moved with a quietness that was unnerving for his size, the floorboards groaning a muted protest under his weight. He didn't sit so much as occupy the client chair, its wooden frame creaking a warning. "I need you to find someone," Martin said. His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. "That's the general idea," Adrian replied, his own voice a dry counterpoint. He pushed a glass of whiskey across the desk. Martin ignored it. "Her name is Christina Vale." The name landed in the quiet room with the force of a physical blow. Adrian kept his face a mask of professional indifference, but he could feel the ghost of that orange blossom and gasoline scent in the back of his throat. He took a slow sip of his own whiskey, the burn a welcome anchor. "Why come to me?" Adrian asked. "Lots of guys in this town can find a missing person." Martin's gaze was unwavering. "Because you knew her. Before. She talked about you. Said you were smart. Said you had a code." He said the last word with a faint, cynical twist of his lip, as if it were a curious, obsolete concept. "I was inside for 8 years. Aggravated assault. I got out 6 months ago. She was supposed to be waiting. She wasn't. Her family says she's gone. Her friends don't know nothing, but she wouldn't just leave. Not her. Not her. He placed a photograph on the desk. It was a recent picture, stolen from some social gathering. Christina, older. Her beauty hardened at the edges, but still luminous. She was laughing, but her eyes, those familiar, deep-set eyes, held a shadow Adrian didn't recognize. A secret fatigue. Standing next to her, an arm draped possessively around her waist, was a man with a handsome, empty face and the easy smile of inherited wealth. "That's Craig Llewellyn," Martin said, the name a curse. "She got mixed up with him after you. He's connected." Adrian knew the name. Craig Llewellyn was the polished public face of a family whose fortune was rooted in things that preferred the dark. He was a gangster who lunched with politicians, his cruelty laundered through layers of corporate structure and old money respectability. "And you think he did something to her?" Adrian asked, his voice carefully neutral. "I think she's a bird in a gilded cage, and I think the door is locked," Martin said. He slid a thick envelope of cash across the desk. "Find her. Tell me where she is. That's all." After Martin left, the office felt smaller, the air thinner. Adrian picked up the photograph. He traced the line of Christina's jaw with his thumb. The memory was no longer a shard. It was a current, pulling him back into a past he had tried to drown in whiskey and cynicism. He was a fool to take the case. A man chasing a ghost for a convict, obsessed with a memory. It was a recipe for a tragedy written in bad cliches. But the scent of orange blossoms was in the air, and the hook was set deep. The investigation began where all things in the city did, in the spaces between light and shadow. Brandt's Vanguard was a nightclub that pulsed like a diseased heart, a place where the city's beautiful and damned went to feel something other than the slow decay of their own lives. The music was a physical presence, a bass throb that vibrated in the teeth and bones. Strobing lights cut through a haze of cigarette smoke and expensive perfume, illuminating flashes of desperate faces, glistening skin, the clink of glasses like a counter-melody to the synthetic beat. Adrian found Brandt in his office, a soundproofed cocoon behind the chaos. The man was a lizard in a silk shirt, his eyes cold and assessing. The air in the room was thick with the smell of cigar smoke and expensive cologne, a cloying sweetness that failed to mask a deeper odor of corruption. "Christina Vale," Adrian said, bypassing pleasantries. "She was a regular." Brandt smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "Many people are regulars, Mr. Locke. It's the nature of a club. She was with Craig Llewellyn." The smile didn't falter, but it became more fixed, more brittle. "Mr. Llewellyn is a valued patron. I make it a point not to discuss the personal lives of valued patrons. A man named Martin Crowe is looking for her. He's not the type to be polite." Brandt's eyes flickered with a momentary, genuine alarm. "Martin is out. That is unfortunate." He took a long drag on his cigar, the ember glowing like a malevolent eye in the dim room. "Look, Locke, some waters are too deep to swim in. A woman like Christina, she attracts certain attentions. Sometimes she attracts the wrong kind of storm. My advice? Walk away. This is in the missing persons case. It's a gravity well." As Adrian left, a woman emerged from the shadows of the hallway. She moved with a languid, serpentine grace, her body a promise wrapped in a crimson dress. Her eyes, a startling shade of violet, took his measure and found him wanting. This was Camila. "You're the detective," she stated. Her voice was a husky whisper, like silk rubbing against silk. "Asking about Christina. You knew her?" "We shared a benefactor," she said, a knowing, cruel smile playing on her lips. "Craig enjoys collecting beautiful things, but he gets bored. and he doesn't like it when his things develop a will of their own. Christina had a will. She also had secrets. She was afraid of Martin, not of what he would do to her, but of what he would do for her. She leaned closer, her scent a complex, spicy musk. She told me once she had a box, a safety deposit box. She called it her insurance policy. Maybe you should look there, if you're brave enough. She melted back into the darkness of the club, leaving behind only her scent and a trail of unsettling implications. The city was a labyrinth, and everyone he met was another twist in the path, another reflection in a hall of distorted mirrors. The next day brought a different kind of shadow. Detective Jays of the Metropolitan Police was waiting for Adrian outside his apartment. He was a big man going soft in the middle, his suit rumpled, his eyes the weary, cynical eyes of a man who has seen too much and approved of most of it. "Adrian Locke," Jay said, not offering a hand. "Heard you were poking around the Christina Vale disappearance. It's a free country." "It is, but some areas are less free than others. The Lewin family, for instance. They are a cornerstone of this community. Pillars. We don't like to see pillars disturbed by private contractors." He lit a cigarette, the smoke a gray plume in the crisp morning air. "My advice, for what it's worth, is to drop it. The girl is a runaway. It happens. The ex-con, Martin Crowe, is a violent predator. We'll pick him up soon enough. There's no mystery here. Only a mess waiting to happen." The threat was clear, polished with the patina of official concern. Adrian just nodded. "Noted." The safety deposit box was in a discreet, marble-lined bank in the old part of the city. Camilla's information, delivered with such theatrical menace, proved correct. The key had been in a sealed envelope at Christina's last known address, hidden in a book of poetry. The box contained no stacks of cash, no glittering jewels, only a small leather-bound journal and a single, unlabeled USB drive. The journal was a chronicle of a descent. Christina's elegant script detailed her life with Craig Llewellyn, a life of gilded cages and private humiliations. It spoke of his temper, his controlling nature, his dealings with men whose names were whispered in back rooms. And then the tone shifted. She wrote of Martin's impending release, of her fear, and a strange, twisted sense of hope. M is a brute, but his love is a simple, honest thing. His love is a poison, a transaction. I have to get out. I have what I need, the ledger. It's all there. The USB drive, when accessed on a secure computer in a library, contained a single spreadsheet. It was a ledger, meticulously kept, detailing a river of dirty money flowing from Craig Llewellyn's various enterprises through a series of shell companies and into the pockets of city officials, police commanders, and judges. The amounts were staggering. The dates went back years. Next to several of the largest recurring payments was a single chilling initial, J. Adrian felt the walls of the city close in around him. This was no longer about a missing woman. It was about the rotten core of the metropolis itself. Christina hadn't just left. She had stolen the master key to the kingdom of corruption, and now he held it. He arranged a meeting with Martin at a derelict pier on the industrial waterfront. The air was cold and damp, smelling of salt, rust, and rotting fish. Seagulls cried overhead, their calls like rusty hinges. Adrian told him everything, omitting only the location of the ledger. He showed him the journal. Martin's massive body seemed to shrink as he read Christina's words. The violence in him receded, replaced by a profound, terrifying sorrow. "He killed her," he said, his voice hollow. "Llewellyn, he found out she had this and he killed her." "We don't know that," Adrian said, though he felt the cold certainty of it in his own bones. "I know," Martin whispered. "I feel it. She's gone." He looked out at the churning, gray water. "He's going to pay. I'd tell her about the ledger. I don't care about any of it. He's going to pay for taking her from me. That night, the city erupted. News reports flashed with scenes of chaos. Martin Crowe, a one-man army, had stormed Craig Llewellyn's heavily fortified estate. The police scanner chattered with reports of gunfire, explosions. It was a suicide mission, a symphony of vengeance orchestrated by a man with nothing left to lose. Adrian listened to the distant wail of sirens from his office window. The city's lights spread out below him like a bed of cold jewels. He felt no triumph, only a deep, weary emptiness. He handed a lit match to a man soaked in gasoline. He was an accomplice. The phone rang. It was Camila. Her voice was tight, stripped of its usual seductive purr. He's dead. Martin. He took out 2 of Craig's men, but they cut him down in the courtyard. Craig is furious. He knows someone helped Martin. He knows about the ledger. He's coming for you. And I may. Before Adrian could respond, another call clicked through. Jay's lock. My office. Now, the line went dead. This was it. The final turn of the labyrinth. He drove through the rain-slicked streets, the city a blur of neon and shadow. He parked a block away from the precinct and walked, the cold seeping through his coat. He didn't go to the front entrance. He went to the back alley, a narrow canyon of brick and overflowing dumpsters. The air was thick with the smell of wet garbage and urine. He saw them through the grimy window of a rear interrogation room. Jace and Craig Llewellyn. They weren't arguing. They were talking calmly, like business partners. Craig, impeccably dressed, looked irritated but unharmed. Jace was nodding, a servile tilt of his head. Then, Craig handed Jace a thick envelope. Jace took it without a second thought, tucking it inside his jacket. The final piece of the puzzle slid into place with a sickening, silent click. Jace wasn't just on the take. He was Craig's man, his insurance inside the system. He had been steering the investigation, protecting Craig, all along. He had known Martin would go on a rampage. He had probably counted on it, a convenient way to tie up a loose end. Adrian stood in the cold, dark alley, the rain misting his face. He had the USB drive in his pocket, a tiny sliver of plutonium capable of unleashing hell. He could walk into that precinct, present it to Internal Affairs, and watch the city burn. He could bring down Craig Llewellyn, expose Jace, tear the rot out for everyone to see. But he thought of Christina, who had tried to do the same, and was now almost certainly dead, her body hidden in some unmarked grave. He thought of Martin, his simple, brutal love extinguished in a hail of gunfire. He thought of the endless grinding machinery of corruption that would simply find new cogs, new gears. The city would consume the scandal, digest it, and move on, unchanged in its essential nature. He was tired. The orange blossom scent was gone from his memory, replaced by the stench of the alley and the metallic taste of futility. He turned and walked away. He didn't look back at the precinct, at the city skyline, at the ghosts that whispered his name. He walked to his car, got in, and drove. He drove past the limits of the city, through the anonymous suburbs, and onto the highway that stretched out into the flat, dark countryside. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't care. He had no destination, only a direction. Away. The case was closed. Not with a bang, not with a satisfying click of justice served, but with a slow, quiet exhalation. He left the unanswered questions behind him like litter on the roadside, the ledger a dead weight in his pocket, a tombstone for a love head lost twice over. The road ahead was a black ribbon under a starless sky, and he followed it. A solitary figure receding into the immense, indifferent night. The car ate the miles, the hum of the tires a monotonous lullaby. He drove for hours, the city's gravitational pull slowly fading. its lights a dull glow in the rearview mirror that eventually vanished behind a curve of hills. He found a motel that looked like it had been built when the road was new, a long, low-slung building with flickering neon and doors that opened directly onto the parking lot. He paid in cash, accepted the key from a clerk who didn't look up from his television, and let himself into a room that smelled of bleach and old cigarettes. He sat on the edge of the bed, the thin mattress sagging under his weight. The silence was a physical presence, thick and unnerving after the constant low-grade roar of the city. He took the USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the scarred nightstand. It looked insignificant, a piece of plastic and metal that held the power to ruin lives and topple empires. A ghost in a machine. Sleep didn't come. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the final damning tableau from the alley. Jay's taking the envelope, the casual, transactional betrayal. He saw Martin's body falling in a courtyard he'd never seen. He saw Christina's face from the photograph, the shadow in her eyes that he now understood was the knowledge of her own doom. He was the last one who knew the whole, ugly story. The sole survivor of a shipwreck no one had witnessed. In the morning, he bought a cheap prepaid phone at a gas station. He drove another 50 miles to a different town, found a library with public computers, and spent an hour composing a single, anonymous email. He attached the contents of the USB drive, the ledger of corruption laid bare. He didn't send it to the local newspapers or the city's internal affairs. They were compromised, part of the ecosystem. He sent it to a handful of national outlets, to federal investigators in a distant capital, to anyone far enough removed to not be on Craig Llewellyn's payroll. He didn't write a message. The numbers, the names, the initial J, they could speak for themselves. He hit send, erased the browser history, and left the library. He dropped the prepaid phone into a storm drain on his way back to the car. It was not an act of heroism. It was an act of hygiene. He was dumping the poison out of his system, letting the infection spread into a wider world that might, or might not, have the antibodies to fight it. He drove again. The landscape changed, the flatlands giving way to rolling hills, the air losing its industrial tang. He stopped in a small town whose name he forgot as soon as he saw it, and found a diner where the coffee was strong and the eggs were greasy. He ate at the counter, listening to the easy, mundane chatter of the locals. Their concerns were about the weather, the high school football team, the price of feed. It was a foreign language, one he had forgotten how to speak. A week passed, then two. He kept moving, a shark that had to keep swimming or drown in the silence. He bought a newspaper one morning. It was there, on page 5, a small article about a federal investigation being opened into municipal corruption in a major metropolitan city. Names withheld pending further review. It was a ripple, nothing more. He folded the paper and left it on a bench. It was no longer his business. He was in another motel room, this one with a view of mountains, when the memory returned. Not as a shard this time, but as a whole, quiet moment. It was an afternoon years ago before the bus station before the end. He and Christina were driving with the windows down, going nowhere in particular. She was laughing, her hand resting on his leg, her hair whipping in the wind. There was no scent of orange blossoms, just the clean smell of sun-warmed air and dust. It was a perfect, ordinary moment, untainted by the tragedy that followed. It was a memory that belonged to him, not to the case, not to the ghost he had been chasing. He understood then that he hadn't been running from the city, or from Craig Llewellyn, or from Jace. He had been running from that memory, from the man he was when it was made. A man who believed in things like codes and love and happy endings. He had spent years building a fortress of cynicism to keep that man buried. He looked at his reflection in the dark motel window. The face was the same, but the eyes were different. The grim ledger of his life had a new, final entry. The case was closed. The client was dead. The bill was unpaid. He was Adrian Locke, A man with a car and a wallet full of cash, and a past that was finally completely his own. He didn't know what came next, but for the first time in a very long time, the road ahead felt like a beginning, not an escape. He picked up his keys from the nightstand. The metal was cool in his hand. It was time to decide where to go. The engine turned over with a familiar, weary grumble. He pointed the car west, toward the mountains, for no other reason than that they were there. The 2-lane highway began to climb, winding through pine forests that stood dark and silent in the encroaching twilight. The air coming through the vent lost its stale, recycled quality and took on the crisp, clean scent of high altitude and sapodyanakaya. He found a town nestled in a valley, a single main street with a hardware store, a diner, and a real estate office. The motel was called the Sunrise Lodge, though it sat in the shadow of the western peaks. It was quieter than the others, the silence not just an absence of sound, but a presence of something else, something solid and enduring. The next morning, he walked into the diner and ordered coffee. The waitress, a woman with a weathered face and kind eyes, called him honey and refilled his cup without being asked. He saw a help wanted sign taped to the inside of the window, the letters slightly faded from the sun. It was for a handyman at the motel. A week later, he was fixing a leaky faucet in room 7. The work was simple, methodical. His hands, which had grown accustomed to holding a gun or a glass of whiskey, now held a wrench. They were steady. The manager, a taciturn man who had asked no questions beyond his ability to patch drywall and unclog drains, paid him in cash at the end of the day. He rented a small cabin on the edge of town, a simple box of a structure with a porch that looked out onto the forest. In the evenings, he would sit there and listen to the wind in the pines. The ghosts were still with him, but their voices were growing fainter, their edges softened by the sheer, unbroken quiet. He no longer dreamed of alleyways and betrayals. He dreamed of fixing the porch steps, of the weight of a hammer in his hand. One afternoon, he drove to the next town over to buy supplies. In a dusty used bookstore, he found a copy of the same book of poetry where Christina had hidden her key. He didn't open it. He just held it for a moment, feeling the weight of the coincidence, or perhaps the final nudge from a universe that was done with him. He bought it, took it back to his cabin, and placed it on the bare mantelpiece. It wasn't a shrine. It was a bookmark, a way of saying that chapter was over and a new one had begun. Weeks bled into months. The federal investigation he had sparked made headlines for a while, then receded from the news. He saw a grainy photo of Craig Llewellyn being led into a courthouse, his face a mask of arrogant fury. Jay's name was mentioned in the articles, his fall from grace detailed with bureaucratic coldness. Adrian read the stories with a detached curiosity, as if they were reports from a foreign war. The city had purged itself, as cities do, and life went on. He was splitting wood behind his cabin when a car he didn't recognize came up the gravel drive. A woman got out. She was in her 50s, dressed in a practical jacket and jeans, her hair streaked with gray. She introduced herself as the owner of the general store in town. "I heard you're good with your hands," she said, her gaze taking in the neat stack of firewood. "My storage shed out back is about to fall down. Think you could take a look at it?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and nodded. "I can take a look." As he walked with her to her car to get the key, he caught a scent on the air, not of orange blossoms or corruption, but of coming snow. He looked up at the sky, at the heavy gray clouds gathering over the mountain peaks. Winter was coming. There was wood to split, a roof to mend, a shed to rebuild. The work was never done, and for the first time in his life, that felt like a blessing. The shed was a simple job, its frame sagging from decades of mountain snows. He worked on it through the afternoons, the rhythm of the hammer and the saw a kind of meditation. The store owner, whose name was Eleanor, brought him coffee and a sandwich each day, staying to chat about the weather or the town's petty politics. She never asked about his past, and he offered nothing. He was just the new handyman, a quiet man who did good work. When the first snow fell, it was a soft, silent blanket that muffled the world. He finished the shed the day before the big storm was forecasted to hit, reinforcing the roof and sealing the gaps against the wind. Eleanor paid him, and then, as he was packing his tools into his truck, she handed him a jar of homemade stew. "For the storm," she said. "It's going to be a long one." He thanked her and drove back to his cabin through the already deepening whiteness. That night, as the wind howled and the snow piled up against the windows, he ate the stew by the light of the wood stove. The cabin was warm, the silence inside a comfortable one, earned by a day of honest labor. He looked at the book of poetry on the mantel, its spine cracked and faded. He didn't feel the old sharp tug of loss. It was just a book. The storm lasted 3 days. When it cleared, the world was transformed. Pristine and brilliant under a sun so sharp it hurt to look at the snow. He spent the morning digging out, his breath plumbing in the frozen air, his body warming to the familiar physical task. Later, as he walked into the post office to check a box he'd rented for the first time, the postmaster, a man named Bill, nodded to him. "Heard you fixed up Eleanor's shed real good," Bill said, sorting through a stack of mail. "My brother's place up on the ridge, his deck is about to give way. You interested?" Adrian looked out the post office window at the quiet, snow-covered street. The mountains stood in the distance, immense and eternal. He was a man with a set of tools and a reputation for being reliable. It was a small thing, but it was his. "Yeah," Adrian said, turning back to Bill. "I am interested." He gave the postmaster his address, the one for the cabin, and left with the feeling that he had just put down a root, small and tentative, but alive in the new, cold ground. The job on the ridge was harder, the wind sharper, and the old wood stubborn. He didn't mind. The difficulty was a clean challenge, one with a solution that didn't involve lies or bloodshed. He was replacing a rotted support beam when a black sedan, sleek and out of place, crawled up the plowed road and stopped near the brothers' house. Adrian's hand tightened on the crowbar, his body tensing for a fight or a flight. The driver's window slid down. A man with a federal agent's crisp haircut and a neutral expression looked out. "Adrian Locke?" the man asked, his voice carrying easily in the thin air. Adrian didn't answer. He just watched, his muscles coiled. The agent seemed to understand. He didn't get out of the car. "We're closing the file on the Llewellyn matter. Jace is singing like a canary. It's over." He paused, his eyes scanning the mountains, the half-repaired deck, the tool in Adrian's hand. "We never found a body. Christina's. Just thought you should know." Then the window slid up, and the car turned around and drove back down the mountain, leaving only twin tracks in the snow. Adrian stood for a long time, the crowbar hanging loosely at his side. The words echoed in the vast silence. "We never found a body." It wasn't hope. Hope was a dangerous, fragile thing he had excised long ago. It was simply a fact, another piece of data in a case that was no longer his. A final, unanswered question, but one that now felt distant, like a star in the cold, clear sky. He returned to his work, driving the new beam into place with steady, measured blows. The sound was absorbed by the snow and the pines. He finished as the sun dipped behind the peaks, casting long, blue shadows across the valley. He packed his tools and drove home. The cabin was dark and cold, but he lit the stove, and soon the single room was filled with a warm orange glow. He sat at the small table and ate a simple meal. The silence was no longer something to be filled or fled from. It was just silence, and for now, that was enough. The next morning, he walked to Eleanor's store to pick up some nails. The bell above the door jingled, and she looked up from behind the counter, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Heard you had a visitor yesterday," she said, not one to beat around the bush. "Official-looking type." Adrian picked up a box of nails from a shelf. "Just an old bill collector," he said, his voice even. Eleanor snorted. "Looked like more than a bill collector, but it's none of my business." She rang up the nails. "You know, my nephew's looking for work. Good kid, but green. Thinks he knows everything. You need an extra pair of hands on any of your jobs, you could teach him a thing or two." It wasn't just an offer of help. It was an offer of belonging, of a place in the small, interconnected machine of the town. He paid for the nails and put them in his pocket. "I'll think about it," he said. He walked back to his cabin, the cold air sharp in his lungs. He thought about the agent's words, not as a promise, but as a release. The file was closed. The past was a country he had finally, officially left. He looked at the book on the mantel, then took it down. He opened it for the first time. The pages were brittle, the poems about love and loss that now felt universal, not personal. He placed it back on the mantel, no longer a bookmark, but just a book. That afternoon, he started building a bookshelf for the empty wall near the stove. He measured the planks carefully, the scratch of his pencil a soft counterpoint to the crackle of the fire. He was building a thing that would last, a thing that would hold weight. The work was slow and deliberate, and with every joint that fit, every nail driven true, he felt the man he had been receding, and the man he was becoming settling into the space he had made. The bookshelf was finished 2 days later, a simple, sturdy structure of pine that smelled of the forest. He arranged the few books he had on it, the poetry collection now just one among others. The empty spaces on the shelves didn't bother him. They were a promise of a future, of a life that could accumulate things other than regrets. He took Eleanor up on her offer. Her nephew, a lanky teenager named Sam, showed up the following Monday, all nervous energy and clumsy hands. Adrian showed him how to hold a hammer, how to find the true edge of a level, how to listen to the wood. The kid was impatient at first, but under Adrian's quiet, undemanding instruction, he began to slow down, to take pride in a straight cut, a flush joint. They worked in a comfortable silence, broken only by the sounds of their work and Sam's occasional questions. One evening, after dropping Sam back at Eleanor's, Adrian stopped by the diner. He took his usual seat at the counter. The waitress, whose name he now knew was Carol, brought him a coffee without asking. A few stools down, Bill the postmaster was arguing with another man about the best way to clear a clogged carburetor. The conversation washed over him, mundane and deeply comforting. He was no longer a spectator listening to a foreign language. He was on the periphery of the conversation, a quiet presence who belonged in the room. He paid for his coffee and stepped outside. The air was cold, and a few new snowflakes were beginning to drift down, catching the light from the diner's window. He stood for a moment, watching them fall. He thought of Christina, not with the old, gut-wrenching pain, but with a quiet, settled sadness. The agent's words had changed nothing, and yet they had changed everything. The story was no longer a sealed tomb. It was a river that had flowed on, its final destination unknown. He could let it go. He drove home to his cabin. The light was on his porch. As he got closer, he saw a small insulated container sitting by the door. Inside was a slice of apple pie, still warm, and a note from Eleanor, for fixing the shed and for putting up with Sam. He took the pie inside and ate it at his small table, looking out at the dark shapes of the trees. The sweetness was a simple, profound pleasure. He finished the pie and cleaned the plate. He looked around the single room, at the bookshelf, the wood stove, the tools neatly stacked in the corner. It was enough. It was more than enough. He was not hiding. He was not waiting. He was living. The road that had brought him here had finally ended, not in a dramatic conclusion, but in this quiet, snow-filled clearing. He had arrived. The following week, a real estate agent from the next county over called. He'd heard about the work on the ridge and wanted to know if Adrian would be interested in a long-term contract, fixing up a series of old rental cabins. It was steady, predictable work. Adrian said he'd consider it and hung up. He felt no urgency to decide. The phone had rung, and the world had extended an offer, and he had the luxury of time to think it over. He and Sam finished the repairs on Bill's brother's deck. As they were packing up, the brother, a man named Frank, handed Adrian an envelope. Inside was the agreed-upon cash and a little extra. "For the quality work," Frank said, his gaze direct. "You're a craftsman. We need that around here." Driving back, with Sam chattering about a girl he liked in his math class, Adrian felt the truth of those words settle into him. He was a craftsman. The title felt more real, more earned than any he had held before. That night, he sat on his porch as the temperature dropped. The snow gleamed under a half moon. He thought about the unanswered question, the one the agent had left in the snow. It was still there, a quiet hum in the background of his new life, but it no longer had the power to pull him off course. Some stories didn't have endings. Some roads just faded into the landscape. He went inside and picked up a pencil and a piece of paper. He didn't write a letter or a confession. He started sketching a design for a new kind of bookshelf, one with angled sides, and a hidden compartment, just for the challenge of building it. The lines were clean, the problem was solvable, and the result would be useful. He worked on the design until his eyes grew heavy. Then he banked the fire and went to sleep. There were no dreams, just a deep and uninterrupted darkness, and the simple, certain knowledge of the work that awaited him in the morning. The new design took shape over the next few days, the lines on the paper becoming a stack of cut pine boards in his small workshop, which was really just a cleared space in the corner of the cabin. Sam watched, fascinated, as Adrian showed him how to create the precise angles for the sides, how to plan for the hidden compartment that would be invisible once the shelf was assembled. "It's like a puzzle," Sam said, his earlier impatience completely gone, replaced by a focused curiosity. "It is," Adrian agreed. "The best kind." They were assembling the final piece when a truck he recognized pulled into the drive. It was Frank from the ridge. He got out, holding a cardboard box. "Clearing out my garage," Frank said by way of greeting, setting the box on the porch steps. "Old tools. Some are still good. Thought you might have a use for them." Adrian wiped his hands on his pants and looked inside. There was a vintage hand plane, its wooden handle smooth with age, a set of chisels that needed sharpening but were solid, and a few other implements. They were good tools. "Thank you," Adrian said, and he meant it. Frank nodded toward the nearly finished bookshelf. "That's fine work. You know, the Historical Society over in Jasper Creek is looking for someone to restore the pews in the old chapel. Meticulous work. I told them about you." Adrian didn't answer immediately. He looked from Frank's earnest face to Sam's expectant one, then out to the forest where the late afternoon light was filtering through the pines. A chapel. It was a different kind of quiet, a different kind of space to mend. He felt the shape of the opportunity, not as a demand, but as an invitation. "I'll go take a look at it," Adrian said. Frank smiled. "A quick, rare thing." "Good. I'll give them your number." He got back in his truck and left. Sam helped him carry the box of tools inside. The cabin felt different with them there, more established, as if it were becoming a real home for a real life. The new bookshelf fit perfectly against the wall. Adrian ran a hand along its smooth, finished top. It was solid. It would last. He placed the book of poetry inside the hidden compartment and slid the panels shut. It was not a secret to be kept, but a private thing, a part of the foundation. He looked at Sam. "You hungry? I think there's pie left." The kid grinned. "Always." And as they sat at the small table, the detailed sketch of the chapel pews waiting on the counter, Adrian knew the work would never be done. and he was glad of it. The pie was gone, and Sam had headed home, the quiet of the evening settling back around the cabin like a familiar blanket. The next morning, Adrian drove the winding road to Jasper Creek. The chapel stood at the edge of the small town, a simple white clapboard building with a stubby steeple, nestled under ancient snow-laden firs. The woman from the Historical Society, a Mrs. Gable, met him at the door, her handshake firm and her eyes appraising. The inside was cold and smelled of old wooden hymnals. Light streamed through plain glass windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The pews were indeed in a sorry state, their wood scarred and dry, the joints loose, the carvings on the ends worn soft by generations of hands. "It's the kneeling that's done it," Mrs. Gable said, her voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "And time. Mostly time." Adrian ran his fingers along the back of one pew, feeling the delicate scrollwork. It wasn't construction. It was preservation. It was taking something that had been worn down by life and faith and gentle use, and giving it back its strength. He looked at the simple altar, the unadorned cross. It was a room built for silence and for questions that had no easy answers. He felt a strange sense of peace. "I can do it," he said. He started the work alone, carefully disassembling the first pew in the back row. He numbered each piece, cataloged every joint and fastener. It was slow, painstaking work that required a patience he had only recently learned. After a few days, he brought Sam. The kid's usual boisterous energy was dampened the moment he stepped inside. He spoke in a hushed voice, handling the old wood with a reverence Adrian hadn't taught him. They worked through the short, cold days, the chapel growing colder as the light faded. Mrs. Gable brought them a space heater and a thermos of hot soup. The rhythm of the work was different here, more like a meditation. One afternoon, as Adrian was carefully regulating a long bench seat, Sam spoke without looking up from the clamp he was tightening. "My granddad used to bring me here sometimes. He said it was the quietest place he knew." Adrian nodded, applying gentle pressure to the joint. "It is that. He died last year," Sam said, his voice barely a whisper. "I still miss him." The confession hung in the cold air between them, simple and profound. Adrian didn't offer empty comfort. He just nodded again, a shared understanding passing between them in the silence. They worked on, and the quiet of the chapel felt less empty, more like a presence that held their unspoken thoughts safely within its walls. The mending here was not just of wood, but of other, more fragile things. And Adrian, piece by careful piece, felt himself being restored along with the old pews. The final pew was reset on the worn floorboards as a late winter thaw set in, dripping water from the chapel eaves in a steady, peaceful rhythm. Mrs. Gable inspected their work, her fingers tracing the restored carvings with a look of deep satisfaction. She pressed the final payment into Adrian's hand, then added an extra envelope. A donation came in, specifically for the restoration fund. "The donor wished to remain anonymous," she said, her eyes holding his for a moment longer than necessary. He simply nodded and put the envelope in his pocket. He drove Sam home, the slush spraying under his tires. At Eleanor's, he handed her the extra envelope. "For Sam," he said, "for his patience." Eleanor looked inside at the cash, her expression softening. "He's a different kid since he started working with you," she said. "You're good for him." The words landed not as a burden, but as a quiet acknowledgement of a bond he hadn't known he was forming. Back at the cabin, the world was caught between seasons, the snow receding to reveal the stubborn brown grass beneath. He saw the first robin of the year, a flash of rust red against the gray. The real estate agent called again, and this time Adrian gave him a list of his terms and his availability. He was in charge of the work he would take. That night he built a small fire on the cleared patch of ground outside his door, watching the flames lick at the damp twilight. He thought of the chapel, of the anonymous donation, of the quiet way things sometimes worked themselves out. He felt no need to question it, to hunt for a meaning or a ghost in the transaction. It was simply a part of the new landscape of his life. The next project was a simple one, a new fence for a neighbor. He worked alone, enjoying the feel of the moist earth and the solid thunk of the post hole digger. As he was setting the last post, a car slowed on the road. It was an older model, dusty and nondescript. The driver, a woman with long graying hair tied back in a scarf, pulled over and got out. She stood by the car for a moment, watching him. She didn't look like a local. She looked like she had been driving for a long time. Adrian stopped working, his hands resting on the fence post. He felt a familiar, old caution rise in him. But it was muted, a distant echo. The woman walked toward him, her boots sinking into the soft ground. She didn't smile. Her eyes were a clear, direct blue. "I was told I might find a craftsman here," she said, her voice low and a little rough. "Someone who fixes things that are broken." Adrian looked at her, at the tired lines around her eyes, the way she held herself with a careful, guarded strength. He saw no threat, only a shared weariness. He gestured toward the cabin with a tilt of his head. "I might be," he said. "What needs fixing?" She looked past him, at the sturdy little cabin, and the smoke rising from the chimney. Then back at him. "Nothing urgent," she said. "Maybe just a conversation, if you have the time." Adrian looked at the fence post, standing straight and true in the ground. He looked at the sky, where a few early stars were beginning to appear. He had time. He had nothing but time. He nodded. "I have time," he said. He led her to the porch, brushing the dirt from his hands. She sat on the top step, and he leaned against the railing, leaving a comfortable distance between them. The fire he had built earlier was now a bed of glowing embers, pulsing softly in the growing dark. "My name is Lena," she said, not looking at him, but at the fire. "I knew Christina a long time ago." The name, spoken aloud in this new context, did not land like a blow. It was more like a bell tolling softly, a sound from far away that had finally reached him. He didn't speak, just waited. "She was my friend," Lena continued, her voice steady but quiet. "When I heard what happened, when I heard you had disappeared, I always wondered. I needed to know that the man she loved hadn't just vanished into nothing, that he was okay." Adrian watched the embers. "I'm okay," he said. And for the first time he believed it completely. Lena nodded, a slow, accepting motion. "She talked about you. She said you were a quiet man, but that you saw the world in a way no one else did. She said you built things to last." She finally turned her head to look at him. I can see that she was right. They sat in silence for a while, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the distant call of an owl. There were no more questions, no demands for the story, for the reasons why. She had come with a single, simple need, and it had been met. "I should go," she said eventually, standing up and brushing off her pants. "I have a long drive back." "Where is back?" he asked. She gave a small, tired smile. "Nowhere in particular. Everywhere, I suppose." He walked her to her car. She got in and rolled down the window. "It was good to meet you, Adrian, to see that you built a light." He stood and watched her taillights disappear around the bend in the road. The night felt vast and still. He went inside and looked at the bookshelf, at the hidden compartment that held the past. Not as a burden, but as a part of the structure. He had built a life. It was a simple, undeniable fact. He picked up his pencil and returned to the sketch of the chapel pews, adding a small, subtle detail to the end carvings, a pattern of interlocking lines that suggested mending. A thing made whole. It was a good design. It would last. The next morning, the air was sharp and clean, the thaw having washed the world and then refrozen it overnight. Adrian walked out to the finished fence, the new wood standing pale and straight against the dark, wet earth. He ran a hand along the top rail, feeling the solidity of it. It was good work. He turned at the sound of an approaching engine, expecting Sam's old bike, but it was Frank's truck again. Frank didn't get out, just leaned across the seat and pushed the passenger door open. "Got a minute?" he asked. "There's something I want to show you." Adrian got in. They drove in silence, taking back roads higher into the hills, until Frank pulled over at a lookout point above a wide, frozen river valley. The view was breathtaking, a sweeping panorama of white and deep green under a hard blue sky. "My father built a cabin down there," Frank said, pointing to a spot almost invisible among the trees. "Fell into disrepair after he passed. No one's lived in it for 20 years. He cut the engine, and the silence rushed in. I'm not getting any younger. I can't keep it up. I thought about burning it down for the insurance, but that felt wrong." He turned to Adrian, his gaze level. "I'd rather see it fixed, properly. The way you fixed those pews." Adrian looked out at the valley. He could just make out the shape of the roof, a dark angle against the snow. It was a massive project, a commitment measured in seasons, not weeks. "Why me?" Adrian asked. Frank shrugged. "Because you don't just fix things, you understand them. That place, it has good bones. It deserves someone who can see that." They sat for a long while, not speaking, just looking at the land. Adrian thought of the real estate agent's contract, the steady, predictable work. He thought of the chapel and the quiet satisfaction of preservation. This was different. This was building something for the future, for a place that was already part of the landscape, a place with a history. It was an act of faith. "I'll need to see it first," Adrian said finally. "Of course," Frank said, a note of relief in his voice. He started the truck. "We can walk down from here." The path was steep and covered in a crust of snow, but Adrian followed, his breath pluming in the cold air. As they drew closer, the cabin revealed itself, sturdy and forlorn. Its logs still solid, but its windows boarded up, its porch sagging on one side. It was not a ruin. It was a thing waiting. Adrian walked around it, placing a hand on the cold wood. He could feel it, the potential sleeping within the silence. "Yes," he said, turning to Frank. "I'll do it." Frank simply nodded, and in that nod was the passing of a torch, the beginning of a new story. Adrian looked back at the cabin, already seeing in his mind the repairs it needed, the new life it could hold. The road had not ended in a clearing, after all. It had simply brought him to the start of another. Story 4. The chill was the first thing, a pocket of cold air in the warm expanse of the library, as if a door to a winter cellar had been opened and closed just a moment before I entered. It was a localized thing, a shiver that ran only over my skin, leaving the rest of the room in its late summer torpor. The air in the Blackwater house was always thick, heavy with the scent of old beeswax and cut flowers beginning to turn. But this was different. This was a recent absence, a space where something warm had been and was no longer. I stood there in my silk robe, a foolish 50-year-old woman clutching at her neck, and felt the house breathe around me. It was not a friendly breath. It was the slow, patient exhalation of something very old and very secretive. I had rented the place for the summer, a sprawling, gabled monstrosity of a country house, all to exorcise the ghost of my late husband, a man whose presence in death was somehow louder and more demanding than it had ever been in life. The money was his, the loneliness was mine, and the idea was that this grand isolation would somehow cure me of both. I brought my niece, Clara, a fragile girl of 22 with eyes too big for her face, and her friend, the brooding Archer, a man who wore his handsomeness like a suit he was impatient to take off. They were to be my companions, a buffer against the silence. But the house had its own occupants, its own rhythms. There were the servants, Mr. and Mrs. Davins, a couple who moved through the rooms with the silent efficiency of ghosts, their faces closed and polite. And there were the others who drifted in and out, drawn by Clara's fleeting beauty or Archer's dangerous charm. Dave, the banker, with his too-perfect smile and a watch that cost more than my first car. Houston, a cousin of some sort. All sharp angles and sharper ambition, who watched everyone as if calculating their net worth and their potential for collapse. The noises began on the third night. Not the normal groans and settles of an old house, but a deliberate sound. A scrape. Click. The soft, almost inaudible closing of a door down a hall I knew to be empty. I would lie in my vast bed, the linen cool against my legs, and listen. The house was a labyrinth, all dark wood and faded velvet, with corridors that turned in on themselves and staircases that led to forgotten solariums. It was easy to imagine someone moving through it, a shadow among shadows. I mentioned it once at breakfast, my voice carefully light. Clara's eyes widened, but Archer just smiled, a slow, condescending smile, and said it was probably a raccoon in the walls. Dave the banker chuckled and said old houses were full of surprises. Houston said nothing, just watched me over the rim of his coffee cup, his gaze flat and assessing. Then the small things started to disappear. A silver letter opener from the desk in the library. A jade figurine from the mantelpiece. Clara lost a pearl earring, a gift from a former lover, and wept as if her heart would break. We turned the drawing room upside down, our movements frantic and useless. The house seemed to swallow things, to digest them into its own dark history. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken accusations. Passions simmered just beneath the polite surface. I saw the way Houston looked at Clara, a possessive, hungry look. I saw the way Clara looked at Archer, a look of desperate, hopeless devotion. And I saw the way Archer looked at everyone as if we were all pieces on a board he was about to sweep aside. The night Archer died, the air was so still you could hear the lake lapping against the dock a quarter-mile away. We had drinks on the terrace, the ice clinking in our glasses of frail music against the encroaching dark. He was in a foul mood, snapping at Clara, making veiled, cutting remarks to Dave about some failed investment. Houston sat apart, smoking a cigar, the glowing tip a single watchful eye in the twilight. I went to bed early, pleading a headache, which was not a lie. The house pressed in on me, its silence more oppressive than any noise. The shot was not loud. It was a dry, percussive crack, like a thick branch breaking under its own weight. It didn't even wake me fully, not at first. It simply inserted itself into my dreams, and then faded. It was the subsequent silence that did it, a silence so profound and waiting that it pulled me up from the depths of sleep. I sat up. The house was holding its breath. I walked to my door, opened it a crack. The hallway was a tunnel of darkness. And then I felt it again, that same localized chill, a cold current of air moving past my ankles, flowing from the direction of the main staircase. We found him in the library, lying in a patch of moonlight that fell through the tall windows. He was on his back, his eyes open to the ceilings, carved cherubs and rosettes. The blood was a dark, spreading stain on the expensive Persian rug, centered on his white linen shirt. The pocket of cold air was gone. The room was just a room again, warm and stuffy and now occupied by a corpse. Clara screamed, a high, thin sound that seemed to shatter the remaining glass in the world. Mrs. Davins brought smelling salts. Mr. Davins called the police, his voice a low, steady murmur in the hall. Dave stood pale and trembling, his banker's composure utterly gone. And Houston, he was the calmest of us all. He stood in the doorway, his face a mask of grim satisfaction, as if a difficult equation had finally been solved. The local police were led by a man named Inspector Corrigan, a man with a tired face and the weary air of someone who has seen every foolish thing people are capable of. He asked his questions in a slow, methodical drone. Where was everyone? Did anyone hear anything? Did Mr. Archer have any enemies? We gave him our fractured, frightened answers. We were all in our rooms. We heard what might have been a shot, but we weren't sure. Of course he had enemies, a man like that. The inspector's eyes lingered on each of us, on Clara's hysterical grief, on Dave's nervousness, on Houston's cool detachment, on my own pragmatic curiosity. He saw a house full of secrets and a dead man who probably deserved it. He was not a stupid man, but he was a lazy one. He wanted a simple story. I could not give him one. The house would not let me. It began to whisper to me, not in words, but in clues it had held back. A thread of dark wool caught on a splinter of the library's doorframe. The faint, acrid scent of gunpowder that lingered not near the body, but near the French windows that led to the garden. A single muddy footprint on the parquet floor, too small to be a man's, partially obscured by the edge of the rug. I became a ghost in my own rented home, drifting through its rooms, running my fingers over its surfaces, trying to read its history like Braille. I found myself in the servants' quarters, talking to Mrs. Davins as she folded linen. She spoke of the house's previous owners, a reclusive family with a name lost to time, of financial troubles, of a fire in the West Wing decades ago. Her words were careful, but her eyes were not. They darted towards the main house, towards the room where Dave the banker spent his days on the telephone, his voice a low, urgent pressure. I followed the chill. It became my guide. I would feel it sometimes in the upper hallway, a draft from a locked closet that, when forced, revealed nothing but old dust and a faint smell of lavender. I felt it in the conservatory, a cold spot near a wilting orchid. The house was a body, and this chill was its cold sweat, a symptom of its sickness. The financial intrigues began to surface. Dave, under the pressure of the investigation, confessed to me in a moment of weak desperation that Archer had been blackmailing him over some misplaced funds. A temporary thing, he swore. Just a temporary thing. And Houston, he had his own ambitions. A deal with a developer to buy the Blackwater estate out from under its absentee owners. A deal that Archer was threatening to expose as predatory. The threads began to weave together, a tapestry of motive and opportunity. But the center of it, the cold, still heart of the mystery, was the library. I would go there at all hours, sitting in the chair opposite the dark stain on the rug, now only a ghost of itself after a cleaner's efforts. I thought about the shot, the dry crack. I thought about the chill. I thought about the position of the body, not fallen where he stood, but arranged, it seemed, as if he had been turned over. The revelation did not come in a thunderclap. It came as a slow, dawning horror, like ice forming on a window pane, obscuring the familiar world outside. It was the object that did it. A small, heavy brass paperweight on the desk, shaped like a turtle. I had picked it up a dozen times, its cool weight familiar in my hand. But this time, my thumb found a tiny, almost imperceptible seam. I twisted, and the top of the turtle shell came away in my hand. It was not solid. It was a hollow container. And inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a secret document or a stolen jewel. It was a key. A small, modern silver key. The kind that fits a safety deposit box, or a strong box, or a diary. I held it in my palm, its metal quickly warming to my skin. I looked at the dark stain on the floor. I thought of Archer's mocking smile, of Clara's desperate love, of Dave's financial panic, of Houston's cold ambition. I thought of the chill, the pocket of cold air that had been my first clue, a recent absence, a space where something warm had been. I knew then that the mystery was not over. The police had their theory. A falling out among thieves, a crime of passion. They didn't much care. They had taken Houston in for questioning based on an anonymous tip about the land deal. They would probably convict him. The story would be neat and tidy, but the key was cold in my hand. It was a question, not an answer. It was the first word of a new and more terrible story, one that the house had been waiting to tell all along, one that I was now irrevocably a part of. I closed my fingers around it, the metal biting into my palm, and I listened to the house breathe around me, knowing the chill would return, knowing the whispers were not done, knowing that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The key felt like a lie. It was too simple, too modern an answer for a house that spoke in whispers and cold drafts. It belonged to the world of Dave and his financial panics, of Houston and his land deals. It did not belong to the deep, patient silence of Blackwater House. I slipped it into the pocket of my robe, the silk suddenly feeling flimsy, a poor armor against the knowledge I now carried. I did not sleep. I sat in the armchair in my room as the night softened into a gray, pre-dawn light. The house was quieter than I had ever known it, a watchful, waiting quiet. The police had left hours ago, taking Houston with them. Clara had been sedated by a doctor from the village and was sleeping fitfully down the hall. Dave had retired, his face a sweaty mask of relief. The Davinses were in their quarters. I was alone with the shifting weight of the key in my pocket. It was not the only key. The house was full of them. There were cabinets and drawers and locked rooms, and I had a heavy iron ring holding their ancient skeleton-like counterparts. After the sun rose, a pale and watery thing, I began my search. I moved from room to room, a somnambulist in a waking dream, trying the small silver key in every lock I could find. It did not fit the rosewood writing desk in the morning room. It did not fit the mahogany liquor cabinet in the drawing room. It did not fit the locked glass case in the hall that held a collection of antique pistols, one of which was now missing. My search led me down to the cellar, a place of damp stone and the smell of earth. Mr. Davins had his workbench here, orderly and clean. There was a small, sturdy metal box bolted to the wall, used for household funds. The key did not fit. I stood in the cool, still air, feeling the foolishness of my task. I was looking for a specific lock in a house built on secrets. The key was a sentence without a context. I returned to the library. It had been cordoned off with a single strip of faded police tape, a flimsy barrier that I pushed aside. The cleaner had been thorough, but my eyes, now accustomed to the room's shadows, found what others had missed. A tiny glittering speck near the leg of the heavy oak desk. Not a pearl from Clara's earring. It was a shard of glass, so small it was almost nothing. I picked it up, holding it to the light. It was not from a window or a drinking glass. It was thick, with a faint greenish tint, the kind of glass used in a chemist's bottle. And then I remembered Mrs. Davins, her hands trembling slightly as she served tea the day after Archer died. She had complained of a headache, of a sleepless night. She had mentioned, almost offhandedly, that her sleeping draught had run out, that the bottle had been emptied. I had thought nothing of it at the time. I found her in the kitchen, kneading dough with a quiet, relentless rhythm. Her back was to me, her shoulders tense. I did not speak at first. I simply laid the small silver key on the scrubbed pine table next to her flour-dusted hands. Her rhythm faltered. The dough sighed. "Where did you hide it, Alara?" I asked. My voice was quiet, but it cut through the kitchen's warmth. Her hands stilled. She did not turn around. She had been the chill. She had been the absence. Moving through the house with a servant's invisibility, listening to our schemes and our passions. A ghost in her own right. She had taken the small things, not for greed, but for a purpose I could not yet see. She had been in the library that night, not with a pistol, but with something else. The key was not Archer's. It was hers. She finally turned. Her face, usually so placid, was a landscape of quiet despair. "It is not what you think, madam," she said. Her voice was low and steady, but her eyes were pleading. He was not a good man. He knew about the fire. The one in the West Wing. I waited. The house waited with me. "There was a child," she said. "A little girl. The family's daughter. She did not get out. Mr. Archer's grandfather, he owned the house then. He had the insurance, you see. He needed the money. The air in the kitchen grew cold. The pocket of chill had found me again, but now I knew its source. It was the cold of a long-held grief, a loss so profound it had seeped into the very stones of the house. "He found my letters," she whispered. "My family, they served that family. My mother was the girl's nanny. She was in the wing that night. She tried to save her. Mr. Archer found the letters she wrote to my father describing what she saw, what she suspected. He was going to use them, to threaten me, to make me swear it was all a lie, to protect his family's name, his money. So you took the pistol from the case," I said. The statement hung between us. "No," she said. And her denial was so simple and stark I believed her instantly. I went to reason with him. I had the key to a box where I kept the letters. I was going to give them to him, to burn them, to buy his silence. But he was already dead. I saw him from the doorway, lying there, and I felt the cold, the same cold from the night of the fire. I ran. I must have dropped the key. I looked at her, this woman who had polished the silver and dusted the portraits of the men who had killed a child, and her own mother's reputation. I saw the decades of silence in her eyes. The mystery of Archer's death was not solved. It was merely buried under another, older, colder one. The house had not been trying to show me who killed a blackmailer. It had been trying to show me its own murder. And I was now the only one who could hear it. The dough was forgotten on the table between us. A pale, soft shape that seemed to absorb the terrible quiet of her confession. Elara Davins did not weep. She stood, her flour-dusted hands hanging limp at her sides, and her gaze was fixed on a point somewhere past my shoulder, in the dark corner of the kitchen where the shadows gathered thickest. The cold in the room was not a draft from under a door. It was a presence, a weight, the lingering frost of a truth that had been frozen for decades. "It was already dead," she repeated, her voice hollow. "The chill was there. It is always there, in that room, when the moon is right. It was there the night she died." I believed her. The logical part of my mind, the part that had been trying to fit the key into a modern lock, recoiled. But the part of me that had felt the house's breath on my neck, that had followed the phantom cold, knew she was speaking a deeper, more terrible language. Archer's death was a recent stain. The crime we stood in now was ancient, its roots sunk deep into the foundation. "What did you do?" I asked, my own voice a whisper. "I saw the pistol on the floor, near his hand," she said. "I thought it was suicide. I thought the guilt had finally, but then I saw the way he was lying. It was not right. Someone had been there before me. I panicked. I took the letters from my pocket, the ones I was going to give him, and I fled. I must have dropped the key in my haste. I went back to my room and I told my husband nothing. What was there to say? The pieces shifted, forming a new and more frightening picture. 2 people had visited the library that night. One a killer, the other a witness. And between them, a dead man who was the inheritor of an old, cold sin. "The police have Houston," I said, the words tasting like ash. "They think it was about the land." She gave a slow, sad shake of her head. "Mr. Houston is a cruel man, but he is not a fool. He would not do such a thing here, in this house. He would have lured him out to the woods." She was right. Houston's violence would be clinical, distant. This death felt personal. It felt connected. The house was weaving the past and present together, using the same threads. "We have to tell Inspector Corrigan," I said. But the statement was weak, and we both knew it. "And tell him what?" she asked, her eyes finally meeting mine. "That I believe the ghost of a little girl drove a man to shoot her descendant? Or that I was in the room with a corpse and said nothing? They will take me away. They will leave the house to its silence again." She was not pleading for herself. She was stating a fact. The official truth would be a clean, simple lie. The real truth was a tangled living thing that could not survive in the light of a courtroom. "I have the letters," she said, "in a tin box, buried in the garden. My mother's words. You should read them." I nodded. A silent pact sealed between us in the cold kitchen. The key in my pocket was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a burden to be carried. I was no longer a guest, a renter seeking a cure for loneliness. I had become the house's confessor. And as I turned to leave, the chill followed me, not as a warning, but as a companion. The story was not about who killed Archer. It was about why the house had allowed it to happen. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that the library was not yet finished giving up its secrets. The little girl was still waiting for someone to tell the rest of her story. The garden was a neglected space, all overgrown boxwood and skeletal rose bushes clawing at the gray sky. Elara did not come with me. She pointed from the kitchen window, a faint gesture towards a blighted oak tree that stood apart from the others, its branches twisted like broken bones. The earth at its base was soft, recently disturbed. I used to trowel from the potting shed, my hands sinking into the cold, damp soil. It did not take long to find the tin, a simple biscuit box, rusted at the edges. I took it to my room, locking the door as if I were the one committing a crime. Inside, nestled in tissue paper that had yellowed to the color of old bone, were the letters. The handwriting was elegant, a flowing script from a bygone era. My mother's words, Elara had said. The paper felt brittle, the ink faded to a sepia brown. "My dearest Thomas," the first one began. "The house is quiet, but it feels like a held breath. Mr. Archer is in a fury again. The debts, always the debts. He speaks of fire as if it were a servant, to be summoned and dismissed. He looks at the West Wing with a calculation that chills me. Little Lillian is asleep in the nursery there. She has a fever. I do not like to leave her." I read on, the words pulling me down into a past that was no longer distant history, but a vivid, breathing nightmare. The letters were a chronicle of a slow, tightening dread. The writer, the nanny, spoke of the master's erratic behavior, of his obsession with the insurance policy. She described how he had ordered the servants to move certain valuables out of the West Wing in the days preceding the fire. How he had dismissed her concerns with a cold smile. The final letter was not finished. It was a single sheet, the script hurried and desperate. "He has sent everyone away. He told me to take the night to visit my sister in the village. But I could not leave Lillian. Not with her fever. Not with the way he was looking at the wing. I have hidden her in the old linen closet, the one with the false bag. He must not know she is still here. I hear him on the stairs. I must go. I will confront him. I will make him see." The letter ended there. The rest was silence. A silence that had lasted for 60 years. I sat for a long time, the final sheet of paper trembling in my hand. She had not been trying to save the child from the fire. She had been trying to save her from the man who intended to start it. And she had failed. The cold in the library was not the ghost of the little girl, Lillian. It was the ghost of the nanny, the woman who had gone to confront a monster and had never returned. Her final, unfinished plea for help trapped in the very air of the house. Archer's grandfather had not just committed insurance fraud. He had committed a double murder. He had killed a child, and the woman who tried to protect her, and he had buried their story under the respectable weight of his family name. The modern motives of Dave and Houston seemed petty and small, flickering candles next to this conflagration of the past. Archer had known. He had found these letters, or known of their existence, and he had used that knowledge to torment Ilara, the daughter of the nanny who had tried to save his grandfather's victim. The cycle was perfect and vicious. A soft knock came at my door. It was Ilara. She did not need to ask if I had read them. She saw the truth in my face. "He laughed at me," she said, her voice barely audible through the wood. "The day before he died, in the library. He said my mother was a hysterical woman who died in a tragic accident. He said the child was sickly, that it was a mercy. He said he would make sure everyone knew my family was prone to lies and madness." I unlocked the door and let her in. She looked at the open tin on my desk, at the letters spread out like evidence from a forgotten court. "Who do you think killed him?" I asked her. She was silent for a long moment. "I do not know," she said finally. "But the house is old and its memory is long. Some debts are not paid with money." That night, the chill returned with a vengeance. It did not drift. It flooded the upper hallway, a wave of frigid air that stole the breath from my lungs. It was focused, purposeful. It was flowing from the door to the west wing, the part of the house that had been sealed off since the fire. The lock was old and heavy, but the key on my iron ring fit. The door swung inward with a groan that sounded like a sigh of pain. The corridor beyond was a shell, a skeleton of blackened beams and crumbling plaster. Moonlight filtered through the holes in the roof, illuminating the devastation. And there, at the far end, stood a figure. Not a ghostly apparition, but a person, solid and real. It was Clara. She was holding a small, leather-bound book, and she was weeping. She did not startle when she saw me. She simply looked up, her face ravaged by a grief that was not for Archer. "I found her diary," she said, her voice cracking. "Lillian's diary. He kept it. A trophy. He showed it to me once, to prove his family's importance. I never understood. Not until I read the letters you left in your room." "You took them?" I asked, though I was not surprised. "I had to know," she said. "I loved him, you see. I thought I did. But he was just a copy. A pale copy of a much greater evil." She looked around at the scorched walls, and I understood. Clara's love for Archer had curdled into something else when she discovered the truth he so carelessly possessed. She had not killed him for his money or his infidelity. She had killed him for Lillian, for the nanny, for the simple, brutal reason that the world was cleaner without him in it. "The police will never believe it," I said softly. She smiled, a terrible, broken smile. "I know," she said. "It does not matter. The house knows. I finally feel warm." She walked past me, back down the hallway, leaving me alone in the ashes. I heard the front door open and close. I did not try to stop her. I knew I would tell Inspector Corrigan that Clara, distraught, had fled into the night. He would add it to his file, another loose end in a messy case. I stood in the ruins of the West Wing, the cold no longer a mystery but a witness. The house had used us all, my curiosity, Ilara's grief, Clara's love, to tell its story. The key had not unlocked a box, but a door. And now that door was open, and the cold, at last, was beginning to thaw. The silence that settled after Clara left was different. It was not the watchful quiet of a secret kept, but the deep, resonant silence of a story finally told. I did not go after her. There was no need. The house and I had an understanding now. I was its scribe, its final witness. I returned to my room as the first hints of dawn bled into the sky. The letters were still on the desk. I gathered them along with Lillian's small diary and placed them back in the tin. I did not bury it again. That chapter was closed. Instead, I took it down to the library. The police tape was a limp, meaningless ribbon on the floor. I ignored it. I built a fire in the great hearth, the kindling catching quickly, the flames hungry and bright. One by one, I fed the pages to the fire. The brittle paper blackened and curled, the elegant script vanishing into smoke. I watched my mother's words, Alara had said. Now they were ash. It was the only eulogy they would ever have. The warmth from the fire pushed back the lingering chill in the room. It was not a victory, but a release. The house seemed to settle around me. Its ancient grief acknowledged, its burden shared. When Inspector Corrigan arrived later that morning, his face was grim. Clara's car had been found abandoned near the cliffs. They were searching the waters below. I told him I had heard her leave in the night, that she had been incoherent with grief. He nodded, accepting the simple, tragic explanation. He had come to tell me that Houston, under pressure, had admitted to forging documents, but he had an alibi for the night of the murder, corroborated by a business associate in London. The case for him was a dead end. With Clara presumed dead and no other viable suspects, the file on Archer's death would be left open, but inactive. It was the outcome the house had wanted all along. A resolution that was not a resolution. A truth that would never be official. A week later, I was packing my bags. The Davinses had decided to leave, to find a small cottage by the sea, where the air was not so heavy with memory. I did not try to dissuade them. Dave had already fled back to the city, his inheritance a tarnished thing he wanted to liquidate as quickly as possible. I took one last walk through the empty rooms. The portraits of the Archer family looked down, their eyes flat and unknowing. They had built this place on greed and maintained it with lies. Now it's over. I felt no triumph, only a profound and weary sadness. As I turned to leave the library for the final time, I saw it. On the mantelpiece, where a layer of dust had already begun to settle, was a single perfect pearl. It had not been there before. It gleamed in the thin light, a small, hard tear against the dark wood. I did not touch it. I simply looked at it. A final gift from a house that had chosen me to hear its voice. Then I walked out, closing the heavy front door behind me. The lock clicked shut. I did not have the key. I had left the entire iron ring on the kitchen table. Let the next owners, if there ever were any, discover their own locks. My part was done. I got into my car and drove away, and I did not look back. The cold was gone from my bones, replaced by the quiet warmth of a story that had at last reached its end. The car ate up the miles, putting distance between me and Blackwater House. The further I got, the more the whole experience began to feel like a fever dream. A story I had read in a book long ago. The modern world rushed back in, with its bright lights and mundane concerns, and the oppressive weight of the house history began to lift. I found a small hotel for the night, a clean, anonymous place that smelled of bleach and air freshener. I slept for 12 hours straight, a deep, dreamless sleep, unlike any I had known in weeks. When I woke, the silence was just silence, empty and peaceful. A few days later, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single, faded photograph. It showed a young woman in a simple dress, her hand resting on the shoulder of a little girl with solemn eyes. They were sitting on a bench in a garden I recognized as the one at Blackwater, though it was neat and thriving. On the back, in that same elegant script from the letters, were 2 words. It was from Alara. I never heard from her again. I kept the photograph. I did not frame it, but I tucked it into a journal, a flat, quiet memory. I tried to write about what had happened, to to put the story into words, but my own prose felt inadequate. It was not my story to tell, not really. It belonged to the stones of the house, to the ashes of the West Wing, to the women who had lived and died within its walls. Months passed. I read a small, discreet article in the back of a financial paper. The Blackwater estate, including the house and all its lands, had been purchased by a charitable trust. The plans were to turn it into a retreat for grieving families, a place of peace. I smiled when I read it. It felt right. The house was finally being given a new purpose, one that acknowledged its past without being enslaved by it. I still think of the cold sometimes, on certain winter nights when the wind howls just right. I think of Clara, and whether the sea gave her the peace the house never could. I think of Elara, walking on a beach somewhere, the salt air scouring the old memories from her mind. And I think of the pearl, left on the mantel, a small, hard seed of truth in a world full of comfortable lies. The story was over, but its echoes remained, a quiet hum in the background of my life. A reminder that some houses are not just made of wood and stone, but of the stories that breathe within them. And sometimes, if you listen closely, you can hear them whisper. One afternoon, in a second-hand bookshop in a city hundreds of miles away, I was searching for a specific volume of poetry. My hand, brushing along a row of worn spines, stopped on a book that was out of place. It was an old, thin volume with no title on the cover. A feeling of familiar dread, cold and precise, trickled down my spine. I pulled it out. It was a child's sketchbook. With a certainty that made my hands tremble, I opened it. The page held a crayon drawing of a house with a tall, pointed roof. Black smoke, clumsily scribbled in dark wax, poured from one wing. On the next page, a stick figure of a man, drawn in angry, heavy black lines, stood over a smaller figure in a yellow dress. My breath caught. It was Lillian's. It had to be. How it had escaped the fire and found its way here, to this specific shelf, I could not begin to fathom. The house, it seemed, had one last thread to pull. I bought the book for a handful of change, the shopkeeper barely glancing at it. That night, in the lamplight of my own quiet apartment, I looked through every page. The final drawing was not of fire or anger. It was a simple, carefully rendered picture of a woman with long hair, holding the hand of the little girl in the yellow dress. They were walking toward a large, shining sun. Underneath, in a child's uncertain handwriting, were the words, "Me and Miss Anne are going away now." Miss Anne, the nanny, Elara's mother. I closed the book and placed it on the shelf next to my journal, the one that held the photograph. The two artifacts sat side by side, a quiet, private archive. The story was not mine, but I was its keeper, and I knew then that the whispering would never truly stop. It was a sound I would learn to live with, a cold spot in the air I would no longer flinch from, a part of the history I now carried. The house had let me go, but it had not forgotten me, and in a strange way, I was grateful. The following spring, I received a letter. It was not sent through the post, but left in my mailbox, the envelope plain and white. Inside was a single key, tarnished and heavy, and a slip of paper with an address I did not recognize in a town a day's drive away. There was no signature. The key felt familiar in my hand, its weight and shape an echo of the iron ring I had left behind at Blackwater. I told myself I would not go. I had my own life, my own peace to protect. But the key sat on my kitchen counter, a silent question. After 3 days, I packed a bag. The address led me to a small, well-kept cottage on the edge of a quiet village. The garden was neat, filled with lavender and rosemary. Elara was waiting for me on a wooden bench, a blanket over her knees despite the mild weather. She looked older, the lines on her face deeper, but her eyes were clear. "I knew you would come," she said. She did not smile, but there was a warmth in her voice that had not been there before. "You sent for me," I replied, stating the obvious. She gestured for me to sit. "The key is for the cottage," she said. "It is yours, if you want it. I am moving on. There is a sister in New Zealand. I am going to live where the earth is warm and the houses are young." I was too stunned to speak. I looked at the small, sturdy house, at the quiet garden. It was the antithesis of Blackwater. "Why?" I finally asked. "Because you listened," she said simply, "and because someone should live a good life here. The land around Blackwater, it is tainted, but this place is clean. My mother bought it with her own savings, a secret from the Archers, a place to escape to. She never got to use it. I thought of the nanny Anne, writing her desperate letters, dreaming of a cottage she would never see. The justice of it was sharp and beautiful. "I will take it," I heard myself say. Elara nodded, as if she had never doubted it. She stood, a little unsteady, and handed me the key from her own pocket. It was a modern one. "The old key," she said, "the one you have, is sentimental. Keep it. A reminder." She went inside and came out with a single suitcase. A taxi was already pulling up to the curb. She did not look back at the cottage or at me. She just got in and was gone. I moved in the next week. The cottage was sparsely furnished, but light filled every room. There were no cold spots, no whispering drafts. At night, the silence was a comfort. I placed the old key and the photograph of Anne and Lillian on the mantelpiece. I did not hang the sketchbook. I kept it in a drawer, a story that could be closed. I thought that was the end of it. I began to write, not about Blackwater, but about other things. The words came easily here. But one evening, sorting through a box of old linens Elara had left in a closet, I found a small, cloth-wrapped bundle tucked into the back. Inside was a man's gold pocket watch. The case was engraved with intricate scrolling, and when I pressed the catch, it sprang open. The face was pristine, the hands frozen at 11:5, and on the inside of the lid was an inscription: "To T.A. with all my love, A. Thomas Archer." From Anne. I held the watch in my palm, its weight a final, shocking revelation. It was not just a secret place she had owned. It was a love story, a tragic, impossible love story between the nanny and the master she ultimately tried to stop. The truth was more tangled, more human, and more heartbreaking than I had ever imagined. I closed the watch and put it back in the bundle, returning it to the back of the closet. Some secrets are not for unearthing. Some truths are meant to rest. The house had given me its violence and its grief. This small, clean cottage had given me its quiet, enduring love. And that, I decided, was the story I would choose to keep. The watch changed everything and nothing. It did not rewrite the past, but it softened its hard, brutal edges with a layer of profound sorrow. The nanny had not been just a victim or a savior. She had been a woman in love with a man she knew was a monster. A conflict that must have torn her apart in those final, desperate days. Her attempt to save the child was not just an act of moral courage, but perhaps also a final, agonized repudiation of the man she loved. I never spoke of the watch to anyone. It felt like the most intimate of the house's secrets, and it was now mine to protect. I left it, wrapped in its cloth, a silent tribute to a love that had been as real as it was doomed. Life in the cottage settled into a gentle rhythm. The village was quiet, the people friendly but reserved. They knew I had some connection to Elara, but they asked no questions. I learned the patterns of the light in my new garden, the way the morning sun hit the lavender bushes. I wrote. The words that had felt so inadequate for Blackwater's story flowed easily here, about other subjects, other lives. The cottage was a balm. Then, one evening in late autumn, a familiar car pulled up outside. Inspector Corrigan got out, his frame a little heavier, his hair a little grayer. He stood for a moment, looking at the cottage as if confirming the address, then walked to my door. He accepted a cup of tea, his large hands looking clumsy around the delicate china. We made polite conversation about the weather, the village, but his eyes were constantly moving, taking in the room, the books, the simple peace of the place. "I never did close the file on Archer," he said finally, placing his cup on the saucer with a soft clink. "It bothers me. Not for the sake of justice, perhaps, but for the sake of the story. I know there are pieces I never found." I remained silent, waiting. He looked directly at me. "Clara's body was never recovered. That happens with the sea, of course. But a woman with her resources, her intelligence, it's not impossible that she simply chose to disappear." "Is that an official theory, Inspector?" I asked. "It's a retired man's theory," he said with a faint, tired smile. "I think she is alive. I think she believes she was setting something right. And I think you know that too." He wasn't accusing me. He was simply sharing a burden. We sat in the quiet of the cottage, two people who had been brushed by the same dark wing. "I will never speak of it," I said softly. "I know," he replied, "and I will never ask you to. But a man likes to know, for his own peace of mind, that he wasn't a complete fool, that he was looking at a puzzle where some of the pieces were never meant to be found." He finished his tea and stood to leave. At the door, he paused. "This is a good place you have here. It feels settled." After he drove away, the silence felt deeper. His visit was the last thread connecting me to that old life. I knew then that it was truly over. The inspector had his peace, and I had mine. The cottage was not an epilogue to Blackwater's story. It was the first chapter of my own. I went back to my writing, the scratch of my pen the only sound in the room, a small and human noise in a world that was finally, blessedly, quiet. The winter that followed was the most peaceful of my life. The cottage, with its thick walls and bright windows, held the cold at bay. I learned to bake bread, the smell of it filling the kitchen, a simple, wholesome magic. The villagers began to stop by, first with excuses, a spare jar of jam, a query about a book, and then just for conversation. I was no longer the stranger from Hilara's cottage, but simply a neighbor. I thought of Blackwater less and less. It became a distant, Gothic painting in a museum of my mind, its colors fading with time. The watch remained in the closet, a secret so deeply buried it ceased to feel like a secret at all. It was just a fact, a piece of history, like the flint arrowheads sometimes up in the fields. One morning in early March, a thick envelope arrived from the solicitors handling the Blackwater Trust. They were conducting a final inventory before the renovations began in earnest, and had found a crate of books in the attic of the gatehouse, a place we had all overlooked. They were mostly old ledgers and agricultural manuals, but among them was a small, locked writing box. My name was on a tag tied to the handle. I drove to the Trust's offices in the nearby town to collect it. The box was made of rosewood, inlaid with a pattern of mother-of-pearl flowers. It was beautiful and utterly foreign to the grim aesthetic of Blackwater. The key that had opened the west wing, the one I still kept in a drawer at home, did not fit. This lock was smaller, more delicate. Back in my cottage, I placed the box on the kitchen table. I had no desire to force it open. If it was meant for me, a way would present itself. I made a pot of tea and simply looked at it, tracing the mother-of-pearl with my finger. It felt like a voice from another world, a whisper after a long silence. Later that afternoon, I was in the garden, pulling the first of the spring weeds, when my hand brushed against something cold and metallic, half buried in the soil near the lavender. I dug it out with my trowel. It was a small, tarnished key. My heart did not pound with dread. but beat a steady, curious rhythm. I washed the key under the tap, drying it on my apron. I carried it to the table and fitted it into the lock of the writing box. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a stack of letters, but a single slim journal bound in green leather. The first page bore a date from 60 years ago, and a name, Anne. This was not the diary of a desperate nanny, but of a young woman. The entries were filled with observations of the garden, sketches of plants, and pressed flowers. And then, gradually, they began to speak of him. Thomas, his laugh, his mind, the way he looked at her when he thought no one else could see. It was not a story of monstrous greed, but of a slow, tender, and impossible love. She wrote of their secret meetings in the gatehouse, of the small box he had given her to keep her thoughts safe. She wrote of her love for Lillian, and her growing, chilling fear of the man Thomas was becoming, the legacy of the Archers tightening its grip on him. The final entry was brief. He has asked me to burn the West Wing for the insurance. He says it is the only way. I cannot. I have written to his brother. God forgive me. I closed the journal. The air in my clean, bright cottage was still. I finally understood the full, devastating shape of it. Anne had not tried to destroy the house out of malice, or even just to save the child. She had tried to save the man she loved from himself, and in doing so, had set in motion the tragedy that would destroy them all. The house had not just been a prison. It had been a crucible for a love that was both its greatest treasure and its final undoing. I took the journal and the box and carried them out to the garden. I did not burn them. I dug a deep hole between the lavender and the rosemary, two plants known for remembrance and purification. I placed the box inside, the journal nestled within it, and covered it with the rich, dark earth. It was not a burial of evidence, but a planting, a secret to nourish the roots of this new, quiet life. Some stories are not meant to be read, but to be returned to the earth, where they can finally rest. The lavender thrived that summer, its scent more potent than ever, a purple haze buzzing with bees. I found I could sit in the garden for hours, my mind not a blank, but a quiet pool, reflecting only the sky. The past was no longer a thing to be feared or solved, but a layer of soil beneath me, from which good things could grow. One afternoon, the postman brought a postcard. The image was of a dramatic, windswept coastline, all green cliffs and furious white waves. New Zealand. There was no message, only my name and address written in a firm, unfamiliar hand. I turned it over and over and propped it on the windowsill. It was not an invitation to correspondence, but a signal, a final, distant echo. She had arrived in a place where the houses were young. I thought of Clara then, not with pity or fear, but with a strange, sharp kinship. Two women from the same dark route, who had chosen to vanish into the light. One had given me a key, the other a postcard. Both were forms of farewell and of freedom. That night I dreamed of Blackwater for the first time in months, but it was not the house of shadows and cold. In the dream, the West Wing was rebuilt, not as it was, but as something new, with large windows open to the sun. Children played on the lawn where the maze had been, their laughter clean and bright. The house was not whispering, it was breathing, a long, slow, peaceful breath. I woke at dawn, the first bird song filtering through my window, and I felt a sense of completion so profound it was like a physical weight lifting from my chest. The story was over. Not buried, not hidden, but truly finished. It had been told, in all its broken pieces, to the earth and the sky and the quiet of my own heart. I got out of bed and put the kettle on. The day was beginning, ordinary and full of promise. There was bread to bake, and words to write, and a garden to tend. It was enough. It was more than enough. The words came more easily after that. The block that had plagued me for years, the one I had blamed on the city noise and the distractions of modern life, simply dissolved in the quiet of the cottage. I was not writing about ghosts or forgotten tragedies. I was writing about light on lavender, the weight of a good loaf of bread, the way a silence could be a comfort instead of a threat. My first book, a small collection of essays about this new life, was accepted by a publisher that autumn. On the day the advance copies arrived, I made a pot of strong tea and took one out to the garden. The green cover was simple, elegant. It felt solid and real in my hands. A neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Albright, waved from her side of the hedge. She brought over a jar of her blackberry jam, her eyes twinkling as she saw the book. "I always knew you were a writer," she said. "You have that listening look about you." I thanked her, and she left me to the afternoon sun. I opened the book to the dedication page. I had thought long about what to put there. In the end, I chose simplicity. For Anne, and for Lillian, it was not an explanation for anyone else. It was a quiet nod across the years, a return of the story to its rightful owners. As I sat there, a butterfly, its wings the color of a dusty orange, landed on the cover of the book. It rested for a moment, pulsing gently, before lifting off and drifting over the lavender. I watched it go, a small, bright movement against the deep green and purple. It was just a butterfly, common and beautiful. There was no omen in it, no hidden message from the past. It was simply part of the day, a detail in the ongoing tapestry of a life being lived, not just endured. I took a sip of my tea. It was still warm. Story 5. A single violent throb in his temple, a tiny fist punching from the inside out, was the first and only warning. Devon froze, the worn leather strap of the duffel bag biting into his palm. The air in the back room of the Oasis diner, thick with the ghosts of old grease and stale coffee, went suddenly sharp. It was not a sound that alerted him, nor a movement seen through the grimy porthole window into the kitchen. It was a shift in pressure, a silent, atmospheric collapse. The world narrowed to the frantic drumbeat under his skin. They were here. He did not run. Running was an admission. Instead, he let the duffel, heavy with the disappointing take from the register, slide soundlessly to the scarred linoleum floor. His eyes, a pale, unsettling gray, scanned the room. A mop bucket filled with murky water. A stack of cardboard boxes smelling of rotten potatoes. A single, bare bulb caged in wire, casting a jaundiced light. He focused on the dust motes dancing in its beam, willing his heart to slow, to become as still and patient as the dust itself. The door to the alley was 10 feet away, a rectangle of flimsy metal painted a grimy green. Beyond it, freedom, or at least the temporary illusion of it. But that throb in his temple insisted the alley was a trap. Caitlin Moss leaned against the cool metal of her sedan, 2 blocks down, the static from her earpiece, a low, comforting hiss. She watched the Oasis diner through a pair of high-powered binoculars. The establishment was a sad, low-slung thing, the neon sign of a palm tree flickering erratically as if gasping for breath. She could feel the tension radiating from the building, a low-frequency hum that vibrated in her teeth. Her team was in position, a net of dark suits and drawn weapons tightening around the block. This was routine, another small-time heist, another desperate soul. But the file on Devon Cole was not routine. It was a collection of elegant contradictions. He robbed armored cars with the precision of a surgeon, and then fumbled a diner holdup for a few $100s. He was charming, according to witnesses, with a smile that could disarm a bomb squad. Yet he ran with a crew of spectacular incompetence, and he always seemed to feel them coming. Her fingers tightened on the binoculars. The back door of the diner burst open. Not Devon. A hulking, frantic shape stumbled out. Leo. one of the accomplices. He fired a wild shot towards the roof where a sniper was perched. The report was flat, swallowed by the city's ambient noise. A single precise return shot from the sniper took Leo in the leg. He went down with a guttural cry, his weapon skittering across the asphalt. Caitlin's breath caught. Where was Devon? Inside. Devon was moving. While Leo provided the noisy, chaotic diversion, he was already in the narrow space between the dumpsters, his body pressed against the cold, corrugated metal wall. He could smell the sour tang of garbage and his own cold sweat. He heard the shouts, the crackle of police radios converging on Leo's position. The net was drawing tight, but it had a tear. He had mapped this alley in his mind weeks ago. A habit born of a life lived on the edge of capture. A fire escape ladder, rusted and seemingly immovable, hung just above. He jumped, his fingers finding the hidden release mechanism he had loosened during a previous reconnaissance. It gave way with a soft, metallic sigh. For a moment, suspended between the dumpster and the ladder, he looked back towards the street. And he saw her, a woman in a dark pantsuit, standing apart from the swarm of officers. The streetlights haloed her blonde hair, pulled back in a severe knot. Even from this distance, he could feel the intensity of her focus, a laser beam of purpose aimed not at the chaos of Leah's capture, but at the empty, dark mouth of the alley. At him. Their eyes did not meet. The distance was too great, the shadows too deep. But a current passed between them nonetheless, a silent, unsettling acknowledgement. Then he was climbing, his movements fluid and silent, disappearing into the tapestry of fire escapes and rooftop gravel. Caitlin lowered the binoculars. He was gone. She knew it with a certainty that felt like a physical loss. The alley breathed him in and swallowed him whole. But the image of that fleeting shadow, a darker patch of darkness in motion, was seared into her mind. It was him. She could feel the ghost of his escape, a cool spot on her skin. The chase became a strange, intimate dance across the rain-slicked city. Devon moved through its underbelly like a rat in the walls, guided by a network of small-time facilitators. There was Marty, a nervous man who ran a salvage yard and provided cars with the serial numbers filed off, his hands always smelling of gasoline and fear. And there was Eliza, an old woman who owned a dusty used bookstore and offered a safe room behind a false wall of encyclopedias, her price paid in rare first editions Devon would steal to order. These were the minor keys in the symphony of his life, adding color and a desperate, shabby texture. His accomplices, the remaining two, were a study in catastrophic failure. There was Leo, now in custody, whose brute force was as reliable as a paper anchor. And there was Simon, a man with the twitchy energy of a startled bird and a genius for electronic systems who could bypass a state-of-the-art alarm, but would then trip over his own feet and trigger a motion sensor. They were liabilities, but they were his liabilities. An anchor of familiarity in the churning sea of his profession. And then there was Aiden Cross. Aiden was everything Devon was not. Brutal, impatient, a storm of volatile ambition. They had history, a partnership that had soured over a botched jewelry exchange in Phoenix that had left 2 guards dead, a stain Devon had been trying to outrun ever since. Aiden believed Devon had withheld a portion of the take. He believed Devon owed him. And Aiden's methods of collection involved broken bones and the threat of worse. Devon's world was shrinking. The authorities, led by the relentlessly competent Marshal Moss, were applying pressure from one side. Aiden and his crew were pressing from the other. He felt like a piece of parchment being pressed between 2 hot irons. Their first real encounter was an accident, a collision of worlds in a place that belonged to neither. It was an all-night laundromat, a cathedral of humming machines, and the smell of hot cotton and bleach. Devon was waiting for a drop from Simon, his clothes spinning in a dizzying circle. a pathetic pantomime of a normal life. Caitlin walked in, not in pursuit, but off-duty, a laundry bag slung over her shoulder. She looked younger without the suit, softer. The recognition was instantaneous and electric. He was sitting on a cracked plastic chair, reading a discarded newspaper. She stood frozen for a second, her hand tightening on the strap of her bag. The air left the room. The hum of the machines became a deafening roar. He did not run. She did not reach for a weapon she did not have. She walked slowly to a machine opposite him, her movements deliberate. The only sounds were the slosh of water, the click of her machine's dial, the rustle of her clothes. He watched her from over the top of his paper. She did not look at him, but he could see the pulse hammering in her throat. "You're a long way from your team, Marshal," he said, his voice low, barely audible over the din. "It's my night off," she replied, her focus on sorting whites from colors. A domestic ritual, absurd in its context. "I hear you're good with locks." "I have a touch. The lock on that diner's back door was a cheap tumbler. You could have opened it in 3 seconds. You didn't. You went out the hard way." "Why?" He folded the newspaper carefully. The easy way felt crowded. She finally looked at him. Her eyes were a deep, liquid brown, and in the fluorescent light, he could see the fine lines of fatigue around them. The weight of the hunt. "Leo's looking at 10 years. He says you planned the whole thing." Leo couldn't plan his breakfast. He's scared. He should be. She leaned against the machine, the vibration traveling through her body. "You're running out of road, Devon. Aiden Cross is in the city. He's asking about you. My offer is cleaner than his." The use of his first name was an intimacy, a calculated one, but it landed. "Your offer is a cage. Aiden's is a coffin. I'll take my chances with the devil I know." A smile, faint and bitter, touched her lips. "I'm not sure which one of us you're referring to." Their second meeting was not an accident. He called her. Aiden had found Simon. What was left of Simon was in a warehouse by the docks, a message written in blood and pain. Devon had seen it, the metallic scent of it filling his nostrils, the image seared onto the back of his eyelids. He was rattled, truly rattled for the first time. He stood on a rooftop. The city spread out before him like a circuit board of light and shadow, and he dialed the number he had memorized from her card. She met him in a public park, at the base of a stone bridge. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky. The wind off the river was cold, carrying the smell of dead fish and diesel. "He killed him," Devon said, his voice flat. "He tortured him and then he killed him. For information he didn't have." Caitlin stood beside him, not looking at him, watching the dark water slide past. "I know. We found the body 2 hours ago. I'm sorry." "Are you?" He turned to her, his face all sharp angles and shadows. "Or is this just convenient for you? One less player on the board." "It's not convenient," she said, her voice low and fierce. "It's a mess. It's a level of violence you've never operated at. It draws attention. It changes the calculus. You're not just a charming rogue anymore, Devon. You're a target in a war zone." He laughed, a short, harsh sound. "So protect me. That's your job, isn't it? To serve and protect. My job is to bring you in." She finally faced him. The attraction was a live wire between them. A dangerous, stupid, undeniable thing. It was in the way her eyes searched his, not for lies, but for something else. For a crack. For a reason. "I can't do that if you're dead. Come in with me. Now. Tonight. We can protect you from Aiden." "And who protects me from you?" he whispered. The question hung in the cold air, unanswered. In that moment, the professional boundaries shattered. He was no longer just her quarry. He was a man she was trying to save from a monster. even if it meant saving him for a prison cell. He was no longer just a fugitive. She was a possibility of sanctuary, a complexity he had not allowed himself to consider. The climax was not a heist, but a betrayal. Devon, driven into a corner, agreed to one last job with Aiden. Aiden's plan was a brute force assault on a money laundering operation run by a rival syndicate. It was a suicide mission, but Aiden had Devon's last remaining friend, Marty the salvage man, and promised a slow, elaborate end for him if Devon refused. Devon knew it was a trap within a trap. He would be the fall guy, the one to take the bullets from both the syndicate and Aiden's crew. His only move was a betrayal of his own. He gave Caitlin the time and place. The scene was a waterfront warehouse, a cavernous space smelling of salt, rust, and old fish. The air was cold enough to see their breath. Crates were stacked to the ceiling, creating a labyrinth of shadows. Caitlin and her team surrounded the building. She moved in first, her footsteps silent on the concrete floor. The only light came from a single string of bare bulbs hanging over a central clearing. She found Devon standing over Aiden's body. Aiden was on his back, his eyes open to the rafters high above, a dark pool spreading around him like a shadow. Devon held a pistol, his knuckles white. The air was acrid with the smell of spent gunpowder. "He's going to kill Marty," Devon said, his voice hollow. He was going to kill everyone. Caitlin's weapon was raised, aimed at his center mass. Her team was moving in the shadows behind her. The net was finally truly closed. "Drop the weapon, Devon. It's over." He looked at her and the charming rogue was gone. In his place was a tired, haunted man. The gray of his eyes was the color of a winter sea. "Is it?" He didn't drop the gun. He took a step back, towards a small open doorway that led to a rickety pier outside. "Don't," Caitlin commanded, her voice tight. "I will shoot." "I know," he said, and he smiled. It wasn't the charming, disarming smile from his file. It was a smile of profound sadness, of acceptance. It was a goodbye. He turned and ran. She fired. The shot was a deafening crack in the vast space. It was not a warning shot. She saw him stagger, a spray of dark mist erupting from his shoulder. He cried out, a short, sharp gasp of pain, but he did not fall. He kept running, out the door, onto the pier. She followed, her heart a wild drum in her chest. Outside, the night was foggy, the pier slick with moisture. He was a stumbling silhouette at the very end, where the wood met the black, churning water. He turned, looked at her one last time, and then let himself fall backwards, disappearing into the void. The water swallowed him without a sound. Weeks later, the case was officially closed. Devon Cole was presumed dead, his body lost to the cold, relentless current. Aiden Cross was in the morgue. The city moved on. Caitlin could not. She requested a transfer, then a leave of absence. The image of him falling, the sound of her own gunshot, played on a loop in her mind. She had done her duty. She had shot an armed fugitive who was fleeing. It was by the book. But the book had no chapter for the feeling in her chest, a hollow, aching void. On the last day before her leave began, a small, plain package arrived on her desk. No return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a single small key. It was old, brass, with an intricate, filigreed bow. There was no note. Her breath caught. She knew, with a certainty that defied all logic and evidence, that it was from him. The shot had been clean, through the fleshy part of his shoulder. Survivable. The river, cold and dark, had been his escape route, planned just like the fire escape. The key felt heavy in her hand, warm from her own skin. It was a clue, a discovery that changed everything and explained nothing. It was a lock, waiting somewhere in the world. A lock he wanted her to find. Or perhaps it was just a message. A thank you. A goodbye. A promise. She closed her fingers around it, the metal biting into her palm. The mystery was not solved. It had simply become a private thing. A quiet, humming tension that would now exist forever between them. A secret shared across an impossible distance. The case was closed, but the story was not over. It had just become theirs alone. And in the silent, sunlit office, Caitlin Moss began to smile. The key was not for a safety deposit box. She checked every bank in the city, using her credentials one last time before her leave began, and found nothing. It was not for a storage locker. It was too small, too ornate for anything so modern. It was a key for a piece of furniture, or a diary, or an old house. She spent her first week of leave in a state of restless agitation. The key sat on her kitchen counter, a silent accusation. He was out there. He had bled, and he had swum, and he had vanished. But he had taken the time, before he disappeared completely, to send her this. It was an act of profound arrogance, or trust, or something else she could not name. The break came from a memory, not a database. Devin's file. His mother, long deceased, had been an antiques dealer. There was a single grainy photograph of her shop, taken years ago for a newspaper feature. Caitlin pulled the file, her fingers trembling slightly as she spread the contents across her living room floor. There it was. The shop was called the Brass Key. It was a long shot. The shop had been closed for a decade, but the building was still there, in a part of the city that had been slated for redevelopment, but had been forgotten. She drove there one rain-swept afternoon, the key a heavy weight in her coat pocket. The building was a narrow, two-story brick structure squeezed between a boarded-up pawn shop and a vacant lot. The windows were grimy. The sign above the door faded to a ghost of its former self. A realtor's placard was stuck in a first-floor window. The front door was sealed with a heavy padlock and chain. She didn't go to the front. She walked down the weed-choked alley to the back. There was a single weathered door, painted a peeling dark green, and set into the center of it was a lock, an old tarnished brass lock with an intricate filigree escutcheon. It was a perfect match for the key. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. His mother's shop. His past. He had sent her here. She slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was startlingly loud in the quiet alley. The door swung inward on silent hinges. The air inside was still and dry, smelling of old wood, lemon polish, and dust. It was a time capsule. Weak gray light filtered through the dirty front windows, illuminating a showroom filled with the silhouettes of furniture. Armoires, writing desks, hat stands. China cabinets held sets of delicate porcelain, and glass-fronted bookcases were filled with leather-bound volumes. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust, but it was not the dust of neglect. It was the dust of preservation. She moved slowly through the crowded space, her flashlight beam cutting a swath through the gloom. This was not a ransacked inheritance or a storage dump. It was a home. His home. She could feel him here. On a small, elegant writing desk in the back, clear of dust, a single envelope lay. Her name was written on it in a precise, familiar hand. She picked it up, her throat tight. She slid a single sheet of paper out. Caitlin, you were always better than the rest. You looked where they only saw. This place was the only thing that was ever truly mine. I thought you should see it. Consider it a final confession of sorts. Everything I am, and was, is in these walls. My mother's life. My childhood. The only good parts. The shot was clean. Thank you for that. You aimed to wound, not to kill. I knew you would. I won't trouble you again. The world is large, and I have a debt to pay to a man named Marty. who is waiting in a warmer climate. But I owed you a truth. This is the only one I have left. Be well. D. She read it twice, then a third time, leaning against the desk for support. He was gone. Truly gone this time, off to a new life, a new identity. He had given her this not to draw her back into the chase, but to end it. He had given her the answer to the only question that had truly mattered to her in the end. Why? She folded the letter and put it in her pocket. She walked through the silent shop, running her fingers over the spine of a book, the smooth surface of a mahogany table. This was his soul, laid bare. Not the thief, not the fugitive, but the boy who had loved his mother and the beautiful old things she collected. She locked the door behind her, the key turning with the same finality. The rain had softened to a fine mist. She didn't look back. She got into her car and sat for a long time, the engine off, the letter in her lap. The hollow ache in her chest was gone, replaced by a quiet, settled peace. He was right. The story was over. And it was enough. The peace held for 3 days. It was a fragile thing, built on the quiet dignity of that dusty shop and the stark honesty of his words. She had her answer. She had her closure. She spent the time cleaning her apartment, reading novels that had nothing to do with crime, and trying to remember who she was before Devon Cole had become a permanent resident in her mind. On the 4th day, a news alert popped up on her phone. A high-profile, multi-million-dollar jewelry exhibit had opened at the city's Natural History Museum. The centerpiece was the Star of the Serengeti, a flawless yellow diamond with a notoriously troubled history. The security was, according to the press, impenetrable. Caitlin felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. It was exactly his type of target. Grand, theatrical, and utterly impossible. But he was gone. He had said so. He was with Marty in a warmer climate. She tried to dismiss it, but the professional part of her brain, the part that was still a marshal, even on leave, began to run scenarios. The museum's security system was a labyrinth of lasers, pressure plates, and armed response. It was the kind of challenge that would have called to the old Devon, the one who saw locks as puzzles. But the man who wrote that letter, that man was done. 2 more days passed. The exhibit was a smash success. There were no attempted heists, no mysterious malfunctions. She started to relax, convincing herself it was just the ghost of old habit, the echo of the hunt. Then, on a quiet Tuesday morning, a second package arrived. It was left on the doorstep of her apartment, a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. No postage. Hand-delivered. Her hand trembled as she brought it inside, setting it on the kitchen table next to the key. She didn't want to open it. She wanted to preserve the perfect, poignant ending he had given her. But she was an investigator. Curiosity was her curse. Inside, nestled in more unbleached cotton, was a single polished stone. It was smooth and oval, a deep, warm yellow. It was not the Star of the Serengeti. It was just a piece of citron, beautiful but common, worth maybe $50. Beneath it was a folded slip of paper. He had drawn a simple, smiling face, and below it, 2 words. Too easy. Caitlin sank into a chair, the stone cool in her hand. A laugh bubbled up in her throat, a mix of disbelief and sheer, unadulterated fury. He had not just scouted the exhibit. He had beaten it. He had taken something, not for its value, but for the statement. He had proven that he still could. And then, like a cat leaving a dead mouse on the doorstep, he had sent her the proof. The note was not a goodbye. It was a hello. It was a challenge. It was him telling her that the man in the letter was real, but so was the thief. They coexisted. He was not done. He was just changing the game. She looked from the humble brass key to the glittering piece of citrine. One was a gift from the man he was, the other a taunt from the man he would always be. The quiet peace she had cultivated shattered, replaced by a familiar, electric tension. He was out there. He was watching. And he was waiting to see what she would do next. The case was closed for the world, but for her, it had just been reopened on his terms. She picked up the stone, holding it to the light. It sparkled, holding a tiny captured sun within its heart. She knew with a sinking, thrilling certainty that it would not be the last she heard from him. She did not report the citron. She placed it in a small wooden box alongside the brass key, a paired set of contradictions. One spoke of a rooted past, the other of a rootless, brilliant present. He had given her a choice, and by keeping the stone a secret, she had made it. She was no longer just the marshal. She was the keeper of his secret, an accomplice after the fact. Her leave of absence ended. She returned to the office, her demeanor calm, her desk tidy. She took on new cases, straightforward fugitive recoveries that involved more legwork than psychological warfare. She was good at her job, efficient and detached. But her colleagues noticed a new stillness in her, a patience that had not been there before. She would sometimes stare out the window, not with frustration, but with a faint knowing look in her eyes, as if she were waiting for a signal only she could see. Months turned into a year. The seasons changed. There were no more packages, no more taunts. For a while, she wondered if the citron had been a final flamboyant flourish. Perhaps he had finally, truly retired. The thought brought a strange pang of disappointment. Then, on a sweltering summer night, she was working late, chasing down a lead on a bail jumper. Her computer screen glowed in the dark office. An email popped into her personal account, an address he should not have known. The sender was a random string of characters. The subject line was blank. The body of the email contained only a link to a digital news archive from a small coastal town in Portugal. The article, written in Portuguese, was about the local orphanage receiving a sudden, anonymous, and staggeringly large donation. A grainy photograph showed a group of smiling children gathered around a new playground. In the background, barely in focus, a man sat at a cafe table across the street. He wore sunglasses and a hat. But the line of his jaw, the casual slump of his shoulders, was unmistakable. He was not just safe. He was doing something good with the spoils of a life she had tried so hard to end. He was showing her, not telling her. He was proving a point she had never dared to argue, that a man could be more than one thing. Caitlin leaned back in her chair, a slow smile touching her lips. She didn't reply. She didn't trace the email. She simply closed the window and went back to her work. The ghost of his presence, a quiet, steady hum, in the back of her mind. The chase was over. What was left was this, a silent, endless conversation across continents. A game of show and tell with only 2 players in the entire world. And for now, that was enough. It was more than enough. The Portuguese article became a bookmark in her mind, a fixed point on a map that was otherwise blank. She did not seek out more. To do so would be to upset the delicate balance they had established. He showed her glimpses, and she, by her silent acceptance, acknowledged them. It was a partnership of absences, an understanding built on things left unsaid. Her work continued. She tracked a forger to Montreal and an embezzler to a sleepy town in Arizona. She was thorough and relentless, and her closure rate was the highest in the office. But in the quiet moments, in hotel rooms and rental cars, she would sometimes pull up the weather for that little town in Portugal, or idly research its history, building a picture of the place he had chosen. Another year passed. The world moved on. The Devon Cole file was archived, a digital ghost in the system. Caitlin was promoted. The new office came with a larger window and a view of the city's relentless skyline. On her first day, a potted plant was delivered, a lush green fiddle-leaf fig. The card was simple. For the corner office. It needs light. It was unsigned. She knew. Of course she knew. The audacity of it, the sheer normalcy of the gift, made her laugh out loud, a sharp, happy sound that startled her assistant. He was not just in Portugal. He was here in the city, or had someone here who was. He knew about her promotion before it was officially announced. He was still watching, his network finer and more deeply rooted than anyone had ever suspected. She placed the plant in a corner where it would get the morning sun. It was a living thing, a responsibility. It was also a flag he had planted on her soil, a benign occupation of her new territory. She watered it carefully, watching its leaves for signs of distress or growth. The game was no longer about crime and punishment. It was about presence. He was reminding her that his world and hers were not separate spheres, but overlapping realities. He existed in the space between her professional duty and her private knowledge, in the silence between a question and an answer. One evening, working late again, she saw a man standing on the sidewalk across from her building. He was too far away to see clearly, just a silhouette against the glow of the city. But something in his posture, the tilt of his head, made her breath catch. He stood there for a full minute, looking up, as if he could see her through the dark glass. Then he turned, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked away, dissolving into the flow of pedestrians. Caitlin didn't move. She didn't call for backup or rush downstairs. She simply stood at the window, her palm flat against the cool glass. Her heart was not pounding with the thrill of the hunt. It was beating a steady, resonant rhythm, a counterpoint to the city's pulse. He was close. He had always been close, and she understood finally that this was not a chase that would ever end. It was a dance, and for now, her part was to stand still and wait for the next step. The next step came not as a package or an email, but as a whisper in the system. A low-priority alert flagged an Interpol notice about a series of high-value art recoveries. A Renoir, stolen from a private collection in Geneva, had been found carefully crated in the basement of a small, struggling museum in Naples, along with a generous donation for its restoration. A month later, a missing Etruscan vase was returned to the Italian government, with similar anonymity. The methods were flawless, the targets chosen with a curator's eye. It was not theft. It was repatriation. It was justice of a kind that no court could ever deliver. And Caitlin knew, with a certainty that felt like remembering a forgotten fact, that it was him. He was paying his debt, not to Marty, but to the world. He was using his skills to tidy up the messy edges of his own legacy, and perhaps of others. She did not flag it. She did not connect the dots for anyone else. She simply watched the pattern emerge on the global radar, a ghost stitching up the holes it had helped create. She felt a quiet pride, a complicity that was both professional treason and deeply personal satisfaction. One rainy afternoon, she found herself near his mother's old shop. She hadn't planned it, but her feet carried her there. The building was still empty, the realtor's sign now bleached and cracked by the sun. On impulse, she walked down the alley to the green door. She didn't have the key with her, but she didn't need it. She just wanted to stand there, to feel the echo of the past. Tucked into the frame of the door, almost invisible against the dark wood, was a folded piece of paper, protected from the rain by the narrow overhang. Her name was not on it. It was a page torn from a book, an old history of cartography. One sentence was underlined in faint pencil. "Here be dragons." Caitlin smiled, a real, unguarded smile that warmed her from the inside. It was not a location. It was a state of being. It was the edge of the known world, the blank space on the map where anything was possible. He was telling her where he was going, not geographically, but existentially. He was heading into the uncharted, into the realm of myth and possibility. She left the page where it was, a message for the wind and the rain. She walked back to her car, the city gray and shining around her. The dance continued, its steps now spanning continents and years, a silent, perfect understanding. He was in the world, mending and exploring, and she was his only witness. And that, she thought as she turned the key in the ignition, was the most beautiful heist of all. The engine turned over, the sound loud in the quiet alley. She drove away from the shop, from the message, and from the life she had once known. The rain picked up again, streaking the windshield. The world outside was a blur of gray and green, but her vision felt sharp, focused on a future that was no longer a straight line. Weeks later, a padded envelope arrived at her office. It contained no note, only a single first-class plane ticket to Lisbon and a faded linen-backed map of the Portuguese coastline. The town from the article was circled in a faint, precise ink. On the map's margin, in that same familiar hand, was written one word: whenever. She tucked the ticket and the map into the wooden box with the key and the stone. She did not know when she would go, or if she would go at all. The power was hers now. The choice was hers to make in her own time. He had laid a trail, not of breadcrumbs, but of possibilities. And he was waiting at the other end, not as a fugitive, but as a man. Her phone buzzed on her desk. A new case, a new name to hunt. She picked it up, her voice calm and professional. But her eyes drifted to the fiddle-leaf fig in the corner, its leaves broad and green, reaching for the light. It was growing. The new name was a financier named Alistair Finch, wanted for bleeding 3 pension funds dry. He was last seen in Monaco, a ghost in a world of mirrors and money. It was the kind of case that would have consumed her once, a puzzle of digital footprints and offshore accounts. Now, she worked with a detached efficiency, her mind a clear, sharp tool. She found him in 6 days, not in Monaco, but in a rented villa in the Azores, living under the name of a deceased poet. She coordinated with local authorities, her Portuguese surprisingly smooth from her private idol studies. They picked Finch up as he was breakfasting on his terrace, overlooking the vast gray Atlantic. He offered no resistance, only a weary sigh as they clicked the cuffs on his wrists. Her job was done. The extradition paperwork would take days. She was free. She stood on the Ponta Delgada waterfront, the sea air cool and salty on her face, and watched the ferries come and go. One was headed for San Miguel, another for a smaller island whose name she recognized from the linen-backed map now folded in her bag. She did not decide so much as she simply moved. She bought a ticket, paid in cash, and boarded the ferry as a tourist, just another woman with a backpack and a quiet demeanor. The journey was rough, the boat cutting through white-capped swells. She stood at the rail, her hands gripping the cold metal, and felt not anxiety, but a profound and settling certainty. The island was a jewel of green cliffs and black sand beaches. The town was a cascade of whitewashed houses with red-tiled roofs, clinging to the hillside. She found a room in a small guest house, its balcony overlooking a cobbled square where old men played cards in the shade of a jacaranda tree. For 2 days, she did nothing but walk. She hiked the coastal paths, ate grilled fish in small tavernas, and read books in the sun. She was waiting, but it was a patient, open-ended waiting, like listening for a familiar chord in a piece of music. On the 3rd morning, she went down to the small harbor, where fishing boats painted in bright blues and yellows were tied up. And there he was. He was sitting on an overturned dinghy, mending a net with a practiced, easy rhythm. He was tanner, his hair longer and streaked with sun, but it was him. He looked up as her shadow fell across him, and his hands stilled. There was no surprise in his eyes, only a deep, quiet recognition. They looked at each other for a long moment, The only sounds the cry of gulls and the gentle lap of water against the stone quay. "Hello, Caitlin," he said. His voice was the same, a low rumble that felt like it came from the earth itself. "Devon," she replied. He gestured to the net in his lap. "It's honest work," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "Mostly." She sat on a bollard next to him, the sun warm on her shoulders. They did not speak of the past or the future. They did not speak of the citrine or the plant or the map. They sat in a silence that was not empty but full, a finished conversation that had taken years to complete. A fishing boat puttered out of the harbor, its diesel engine chugging, heading for the open sea beyond the breakwater. She watched it go, and then she looked back at him and knew that her chase, her dance, was finally, truly over. It had not ended in a capture or a confrontation, but here, on a sun-drenched dock, in a silence that felt like coming home, he finished mending the net, his fingers working with a deft, unconscious skill. The silence between them was a living thing, comfortable and deep. He coiled the rope neatly at his feet and stood, brushing his hands on his trousers. "I know a place," he said, and it wasn't a question. She followed him up a narrow, winding street, the cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. He led her to a small cafe tucked into a wall, with 2 small tables overlooking the harbor below. He ordered for them both in fluent Portuguese, and soon 2 small cups of strong coffee and 2 glasses of water appeared. "Alistair Finch," he said, stirring a tiny spoon of sugar into his cup. "A messy operator, no finesse." She didn't ask how he knew. It was part of the new understanding. "He's caught," she said. "That's what matters." He nodded, his eyes on the horizon where the sea met the sky. "I heard." He took a sip of his coffee. "You were always the best they had." The words were not flattery. They were a simple statement of fact, an acknowledgement from the only person qualified to give it. It settled something in her, a last, lingering thread of professional rivalry. They spoke of small things after that. The weather, the fishing, the book she was reading. It was the most ordinary conversation they had ever had, and yet it felt more significant than any of their previous exchanges of taunts and clues. He was not a phantom or a legend here. He was just a man who mended nets and drank coffee. As the sun began to dip toward the water, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet, he walked her back to her guest house. They stopped at the gate, the jacaranda tree casting long shadows in the square. "Thank you," he said, "for not coming sooner." She understood. He had needed the time to become this version of himself, to shed the skin of Devon Cole and simply be. And she had needed the time to learn how to stop chasing. "I have the key," she said, "and the stone. Beyond there." He smiled, a genuine, easy expression that reached his eyes. "I know." He didn't say goodbye. He just turned and walked away, his silhouette merging with the deepening twilight. Caitlin went up to her room and stood on the balcony. The air was cool now, scented with salt and flowers. She could see the lights of the fishing boats beginning to dot the darkening sea. She felt a profound sense of peace, not an ending, but a beginning of something quiet and real. The map was no longer a clue. The ticket was no longer a summons. They were simply possibilities, and for the first time in a very long time, her future was her own to chart. The next morning, she woke with the sun. The guest house was quiet. She packed her bag, her movements slow and deliberate. Downstairs, the owner wished her a safe journey, and she stepped out into the fresh, cool air. She walked to the harbor, not sure what she was looking for, or if she was looking for anything at all. The fishing boat from the day before, the one he had been mending the net for, was tied at the end of the quay. Its name was painted in fresh white letters on the dark blue hull, a Caitlin. She stood there for a long time, just looking at it. It was not a taunt. It was an anchor. It was a fact. She did not see him again. She did not need to. She took the ferry back to Ponta Delgada and the plane back to her life. The fiddle-leaf fig in her office was thriving. She watered it as she worked her cases, and the world continued to turn. A month later, a postcard arrived at her home address. It was a picture of the harbor, the blue and yellow boats bright in the sun. On the back, there was no message, only a single, inked drawing of a dragon, curled peacefully around a compass rose. She pinned it to her refrigerator, a small, bright artifact from the edge of the map. The dance was done. What remained was a quiet, steady connection, a thread stretched across an ocean, strong enough to hold, loose enough to allow for the wind. And that, she knew, was everything. The thread held through the changing seasons. Her work remained a part of her, but it no longer defined the edges of her world. She took a vacation, a real one, and spent a week hiking in the Rockies, the silence of the mountains a different kind of quiet from the one she had known. When she returned, a small, flat package was waiting for her. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a watercolor painting of the green door on the alley, the stone she had left on his mother's grave, resting on the threshold. It was not a message of longing, but one of completion. He was showing her that the circle was closed, that every piece of their shared history had found its place. She framed the painting and hung it in her living room. It was a story only she would ever understand, and that was its value. Years later, long after she had retired from the agency and was teaching a new generation of hunters, a young, overly eager student asked her about her greatest unsolved case. She looked out the classroom window at the city, her gaze soft and distant. "Not every thread needs to be pulled," she said, her voice calm. "Some patterns are more beautiful when left intact." The student looked confused, but Caitlin just smiled. She had learned that the most profound victories are not the loud arrests or the closed files, but the quiet understandings that reshape a life. And in the end, she had won everything. The classroom emptied, the students filing out with their questions and their ambition. Caitlin remained for a moment, gathering her notes. A soft rain began to fall, streaking the window pane and blurring the sharp lines of the city. It was on days like this that the thread felt thinnest, a filament of memory almost invisible against the gray. She walked home to her quiet apartment, the watercolor of the green door the first thing she saw when she entered. On the small table beneath it, a new book rested. It was a heavy, cloth-bound volume on the migratory patterns of Atlantic birds. It had not been there when she left. Her heart did not race. She simply picked it up, its weight familiar and comforting in her hands. She opened it. Tucked between the pages on a chapter about navigation was a single pressed flower, a tiny star-shaped bloom from a plant that only grew on one specific island. There was no note. None was needed. She made tea and sat in her chair, the book open on her lap. She did not read it. She simply sat, the steam from her cup curling into the air, the rain a gentle percussion on the glass. He was saying hello. He was telling her he was well. He was reminding her that the map was never finished, that dragons could be gentle, and that some connections transcend geography and time. She smiled, closed her eyes, and listened to the rain, a quiet, steady presence in a world that was finally and perfectly whole. The following spring, she took a sabbatical. She gave no specific reason, and her superiors, accustomed to her quiet competence, did not press. She packed a single bag, leaving behind her badge and her service weapon, and bought a ticket to a city she had never visited. She did not go to the island. She went to Lisbon, and for a week she walked its 7 hills, ate pastel de nata, and got lost in the Alfama district's labyrinthine streets. She was not following a trail. She was simply existing in a place he had once suggested, making it her own. On her last evening, She sat on a wall by the Tagus River, watching the sunset paint the 25 d'Abril Bridge a burning gold. An old fisherman sat down a few feet away, his line cast into the darkening water. After a long silence, he spoke in heavily accented English. "You look like someone who is waiting," he said. She considered this. "No," she replied, and found that she meant it. "I think I am just looking." The old man nodded sagely. "That is better. Waiting is for buses. Looking is for life." He was tying up tomato plants, his movements still precise, still calm. He looked up as she approached, and the look in his eyes was the same as it had been on the dock all those years ago. A deep and quiet recognition that needed no words. "I wondered if you'd come," he said, wiping his hands on his trousers. "You knew I would," she replied. He smiled. "I hoped." He showed her the cottage, the small, bright rooms filled with books and maps, and the quiet evidence of a life lived simply and well. There was a room for her if she wanted it. There was no pressure, only an offering. She stayed for a month that first time. They walked to the cliffs in all weathers, the wind whipping their words away, making conversation unnecessary. They read by the fire in the evenings, the silence between them a comfortable, shared territory. It was not a romance in any conventional sense. It was something older, more foundational. A partnership of two souls who had navigated the same treacherous waters and had both, against all odds, found their way to the same peaceful shore. She returned to the city when she was ready, and then went back to the cottage the following spring. It became a rhythm, a migration of her own. She kept her life in the city, and he kept his life by the sea. And the space between them was not a void, but a bridge. They were 2 points on a shared map, and the distance was just part of the landscape. A testament to the fact that they had both, finally, become who they were always meant to be, together and apart. Story 6. The chill was not in the air, but in the space where a body had just been. I felt it as I stepped into the room, a pocket of cold in the warm, stale Berlin apartment, a ghost of displacement. The air molecules were still realigning themselves, trying to fill the void left by a presence that had vacated the threadbare armchair in the corner moments, perhaps only seconds, before my key had turned in the lock. The indentation in the cushion was a perfect mold of a man's weight, a shallow grave in faded velvet, and it was cooling fast. I stood there, not breathing, listening to the old building settle around me, each creak and groan a potential footstep on the stairs, the closing of a distant door. This was how it began, not with a bang or a whisper, but with an absence, a temperature gradient that spoke of haste and fear. "My name is Charlie. I was a spy, or had been for so long that the line between the man and the cover had blurred into a single tired entity. They called me back for one last job, one last walk through the minefield. Gale, a man whose face was as placid and unreadable as a frozen lake, had laid it out for me in a London office that smelled of lemon polish and old money. The job was simple. Go to East Berlin. A scientist named Klaus Richter had developed cold feet and a warm desire for the West. My task was to bring him in, along with the secrets he carried about a new Soviet acoustic surveillance system. A straightforward defection. A milk run, Gale had called it. His voice devoid of any irony that might suggest he knew he was lying. He slid a photograph of a young woman across the polished desk. Lacey Dye, Richter's niece, a linguistics student at Humboldt University. She was our point of contact, the key to convincing the old man. Her eyes in the photo were wide, earnest, untouched by the grime of our trade. I pocketed the photograph, the paper feeling as heavy as a lead weight. The apartment was my safe house. A place that was supposed to be sterile, known only to me and the man who had given me the key. The lingering chill told a different story. I moved through the rooms, my senses stretched taut. The place was a museum of neglect. Dust Motes danced in the slivers of gray light cutting through the blinds. I found the first clue not by sight, but by touch. Running a finger along the mantelpiece, the pad came away clean, a stark line in the grime where a small object had recently been moved. There was a faint, almost imperceptible scent, lingering beneath the smell of damp and boiled cabbage. A perfume. Cheap, floral, out of place. It was the scent of a woman who did not belong in this world of men and their grim games. I met Lacey 2 days later at a prearranged spot, a dilapidated zoo on the eastern side. The animals looked as caged and hopeless as the people. She was younger than her photograph, her face a pale oval of anxiety under a woolen hat. She clutched her books to her chest like a shield. "He is afraid, Charlie," she said, her voice a low tremor. "He speaks of men watching him. He says the walls have ears." "They always do," I said. "Is he ready?" "He needs a guarantee. For me. Safe passage." "You have my word," I said, the phrase tasting like ash in my mouth. My word was a currency that had been devalued long ago. She studied my face, searching for something she could trust. She would not find it. All she would see was the weariness, the network of fine lines around the eyes that mapped a lifetime of deceit. She nodded, a quick, nervous gesture, and told me of the drop, the package of microfilm, the signal. It was all so textbook, so beautifully simple. That was the first thing that felt wrong. The second thing was Josiah. I saw him 3 days later, emerging from a state-owned Trabant, his smile a flash of white in the gloom of a Leipzig square. Josiah was my mirror, my rival, the agency's other favorite son. We were 2 scorpions in a bottle, and Gail enjoyed shaking it. "Charlie, I heard you were retired," he said, clapping me on the shoulder with a false bonhomie that made my skin crawl. "One last dance," I said. "Isn't it always?" He smiled, but his eyes were chips of flint. "Watch your step. The floor is slippery here." I did not ask what he was doing in East Germany. I did not need to. His presence was a poison pill, a variable introduced to complicate an already delicate equation. That night, in the silence of my cold apartment, I went over the plan again. The chill from that first day seemed to have seeped into the walls, into my bones. I kept returning to the clean spot on the mantelpiece. What had been there? A figurine? A clock? A gift from a lover? Each possibility led down a different dark corridor in my mind, each one a dead end. The drop was set for a Tuesday, in the shadow of the Fernsturm, its sphere gleaming like a malevolent pearl in the overcast sky. I was the shadow, the unseen guardian. Lacey was to pass a book to Richter during a brief encounter on a park bench. The microfilm was hidden in the spy. I watched from 100 yards away, my collar turned up against a wind that carried the sour smell of the spree. They met. They spoke. The transfer was made. It was perfect. And then the world exploded into noise and movement. They came from everywhere, men in heavy coats, their faces set in grim masks. Stasi, Dort. Jeremias was at their head, a man built like a bulldog, his eyes missing nothing. He did not run. He walked with the grim certainty of a man who already held all the cards. Lacey froze, a rabbit in the sights. Richter stood, his hands raised, a look of profound resignation on his face. My orders were clear. If compromised, abort. Disengage. Preserve the asset, which was me. But I saw the terror in Lacey's eyes. A raw animal fear that cut through the years of cynicism. I broke cover. It was not a decision. It was an instinct. A flaw in my program. I created a distraction, a small fire in a trash bin, a shout in the crowd. In the confusion, I grabbed Lacey's arm and pulled her into the labyrinth of alleys behind the Alexanderplatz. We ran. our breath pluming in the cold air, the sound of whistles and barking dogs echoing behind us. Richter was not so lucky. I saw Jeremias take him, a firm, almost paternal hand on his shoulder, leading him away. He did not look back. Back in the apartment, Lacey was shaking, her body racked with silent sobs. "They have him," she kept repeating. "They have him. They were waiting for us," I said, the truth dawning like a sickness. They knew. How? That was the question, wasn't it? The question that turned the milk run into a death trap. The only people who knew the specifics were me, Lacey, Richter, and Gale. And Josiah. Always Josiah. We had to go to ground, become ghosts. I had a secondary protocol, a bolt hole in a tenement near the river, a place that stank of fish and industrial runoff. It was there, in the relentless damp, that the pieces began to shift into a new, more terrifying pattern. Lacey, trying to be helpful, was going through the few belongings we had salvaged. She pulled a small, cheap notebook from her bag. "I forgot," she said. "He gave this to me last week. Said it was nothing, just his old notes. A decoy, in case they searched him before the real exchange." I took the notebook. It was filled with dense, technical scribbles, diagrams of sound waves and frequency modulations. But tucked into the back, on a separate sheet, was a list of names. And next to one name, a single, chilling word: Proteus. Proteus, the shapeshifter. The code name for a deep-cover mole, a legend within the agency. A ghost we had been hunting for a decade. The name on the list was Gale. The room seemed to tilt. The chill was back, a deep internal cold that had nothing to do with the river fog. Gale Dot, the man who had sent me here, the architect of this entire operation. If he was the mole, then this was not a defection. It was a sacrifice. Richter was the bait, Lacey was the lure, and I was the pawn to be swept from the board. But why? Why go to such elaborate lengths to eliminate a tired, disillusioned spy? I thought of Josiah, his warning. Was he in on it? Or was he another piece on Gale's chessboard? We had to move again. The Stasi were turning the city inside out. Jeremias was a patient hunter. His network of informants, a web that covered every street, every pub, every shadow. We were flies, and he was waiting for us to tire ourselves out. I managed to get a message out, a desperate coded plea to a channel I thought was secure. A direct line to the one man I believed I could still trust, an old handler named Miller. The reply came back fast. Too fast. It was not from Miller. It was from Gale. "The package is compromised. The niece is a liability. Terminate the operation and return to the fold. We will debrief in London." The words were a death sentence, neatly typed. Terminate the operation was the oldest euphemism in the book. It did not mean abandon the mission. It meant eliminate Lacey. Clean up the mess. I showed her the message. The color drained from her face, but she did not cry. She just looked at me. And in her eyes, I saw the last of her idealism die. "They think I'm the leak," she whispered. "Or they know you're not, and that makes you dangerous," I said. "It was Josiah," she said, her voice suddenly firm. "The day before the drop, I saw him. He was near the university. He was following me. I thought I was imagining it. The clean spot on the mantelpiece. The floral perfume. It clicked into place with the sound of a lock turning. Josiah had been in my apartment. He had taken something, left the trace of his woman's scent behind. He had compromised the safe house. He was working with Jeremias, or for Gale, or for himself. In our world, the motives were often interchangeable. We set a trap. It was a desperate gambit, using Lacey as the bait. I sent a message to Josiah, using a code I knew he would break. implying that Lacey had the real microfilm, the evidence of Gale's treachery, and that she was willing to trade it for passage out. The meeting was set in a vast, echoing train station, under the vaulted glass roof, blacked out by the war. He came alone, which meant he was confident or stupid. He smiled when he saw me. "Charlie Detour, I should have known you'd be the knight in shining armor." "Where is it?" he asked Lacey. "First, why?" I said, "Why sell out to Jeremias?" He laughed. A short, ugly sound. "Jeremias? I'm not working for the Stasi, Charlie. I'm working for the future. Gale's future. Our future. Proteus isn't one man. It's a philosophy. An understanding. The Cold War is a stalemate. It's bad for business. We're just greasing the wheels." Richter was a loose end. He knew about the acoustic program, yes, but he also knew about the financial channels, the secret accounts. He was going to talk. You and the girl were the perfect tatsies. A botched defection, a dead spy, a tragic niece. A neat little story for the files. "And the list?" I asked. "A gift from Jeremias to Richter to sow confusion. A piece of theater. And you, old friend, you played your part perfectly." He raised his hand, and in it was a small, sleek pistol. But I was faster. My own gun was already in my hand. A familiar, cold weight. The shot echoed in the vast space. A single, sharp report. Josiah fell, his smile replaced by a look of profound surprise. The floral scent I had smelled in my apartment was on his coat. Strong now. He had been the presence in the chair. He had taken the key from my pocket during our meeting in Leipzig. It was all so simple, so petty. We ran again, but the sound of the shot was a dinner bell. Jeremias found us at the river's edge, trapped between the water and a wall of his men. He did not look at me. He looked at Lacey. "Fräulein," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "The game is over. Come with me. Your uncle is waiting." She looked at me, her eyes asking a final question. I had no answer to give. I had led her here, to this dead end. I was the veteran, the expert, and I had failed her at every turn. She took a step toward Jeremias, then another. She was walking away from me, into the arms of the enemy, and it felt like the only logical conclusion. As they led her away, Jeremias finally turned his gaze to me. He nodded, a small, almost respectful gesture. Then he and his men were gone, swallowed by the night, leaving me alone on the banks of the black flowing river. There was no debrief in London. There was only a tribunal, held in a gray room in a gray building in a different part of Berlin. Gale was there, of course, his face a mask of bureaucratic concern. Miller was there, old and shrunken. Other men I did not know, their features blurred by cigar smoke and power. The conclusion was foregone. I was a rogue agent. I had disobeyed direct orders. I had compromised a vital intelligence asset, Lacey, who was now, they assured me, being well treated and debriefed by our allies in the Stasi. I had killed a fellow officer, Josiah, in a fit of paranoid rage. The evidence was overwhelming. The clean spot on the mantelpiece, the testimony of a perfume clerk who identified Lacey's scent, the financial records Josiah had planted showing fictitious payments to me. It was a masterpiece of misdirection. They offered me a choice: a quiet retirement, a small pension, and my silence, or a loud, messy trial for treason. I took the silence. It was the only currency I had left. Sometimes, in the long, empty afternoons of my retirement in a cottage by a different, colder sea, I think of that chill, the chill of an empty chair. I trace the pattern of it in my mind, over and over. The clean spot on the mantelpiece, the list of names, the look in Lacey's eyes as she walked away. Each time, the pattern is the same, but my place in it shifts. Sometimes I am the hero, sometimes the fool. Mostly, I am just the man who felt the cold. The case is closed. The files are sealed. But the investigation never ends. It continues here, in this room, in my mind. A predictable pattern of interrogation. My own voice asking the same questions, again and again. Why did Gale need to sacrifice Richter? Why use me? What was the real purpose of the acoustic secrets? The questions are a ritual, a rosary of doubt. I sift through the clues. The same clues. The locked doors of memory. The footprints in the dust of my own history. Each time, I find nothing new. And each time, I begin again. Because the truth is not a thing to be found, but a ghost that haunts the space between the facts. A permanent, unsettling chill in a room I can never leave. The mailman brings a single envelope once a week. It is always blank, containing only a newspaper clipping from a Berlin daily, sometimes an obituary, sometimes a society page photo. This week, it is a grainy picture of a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new concert hall. In the background, standing near a marble pillar, is a man who looks like Jeremiah's, older, heavier, but with the same bulldog set to his jaw. It is a reminder. A check-in from the silent machine I once served. They are watching to see if I'm still sitting down, still behaving. I use the clipping to light the fire in my small grate. The paper curls and blackens, the image of Jeremias dissolving into embers. The ritual is as much a part of my week as the walk to the cliffs, or the bitter coffee I brew each morning. It is not fear that I feel when the envelope arrives, but a dull, familiar resentment. They had given me a cage and called it a cottage. They think the case is closed because they wrote the ending. Yesterday, a different memory surfaced, unbidden. Lacey, in the zoo, her knuckles white on her textbooks. She had said something I had dismissed at the time, lost in the immediate pressure of the operation. She said her uncle was not just afraid of the men watching him. He was afraid of the silence. He told her the new acoustic surveillance could hear a heartbeat through 2 feet of concrete. He said it wasn't about listening to words anymore. It was about listening to the spaces between them. I stand up from my chair, the movement stiff. The fire has died down. The room is cold again, but this time the chill is my own. I walk to the window and look out at the lead-gray sea. The spaces between the facts. That is where I have been looking. But what if the facts themselves are the silence? What if Richter's defection was never about the technology, but about its effect? Not what it heard, but the silence it created in its wake. The acoustic system was a ghost, a rumor. We never verified its existence. We only had Richter's word, and he was a man being manipulated by Gale. What if the entire purpose was to create a panic, to force a reshuffling of our own surveillance protocols, to make us look one way, while Gale and his Proteus network moved another way entirely? We were chasing a shadow, and our own frantic footsteps were the real music they were listening to. A car door slams outside, a sharp alien sound in this remote place. I do not move from the window. I see a black sedan parked on the narrow lane, its engine still running. A man gets out. He is young, wearing a dark overcoat. He does not look like a postman. He begins to walk up the path to my door. My heart does not quicken. My breath does not catch. This is it then. The final punctuation to their story. A quiet retirement had an unspoken expiration date. The investigation in my mind must be nearing a truth they can no longer tolerate. The chill is no longer in the space where a body was. It is in the space where my body is about to be. I turn from the window and go to the door. I do not reach for a weapon. I have none. My only defense is the truth, and it is a dull, useless tool. I open the door before he can knock. The wind whips into the cottage, carrying the salt smell of the sea. The young man looks startled for a moment, then composes his features into a neutral mask. He holds out a thin, official-looking booklet. A passport. New identity, he says, his voice clipped, devoid of accent. Effective immediately. You have 1 hour to pack a single bag. You are being relocated. I take the passport. I open it. The photograph is of me, but the name is not. I look back at the young man, a question in my eyes that I cannot form into words. The case is not closed, Mr. Smith, he says, using the new name. It has been reopened, from a different angle. Your testimony is required. By whom? I finally ask, my voice rough from disuse. By people who are interested in the silence, he says. And he turns, walking back to the car, leaving me standing in the open doorway, the cold air flooding in, the fake passport in my hand, feeling like the first real thing I have held in years. The interrogation is over. The ghost has been given a body, and the chill is finally, blessedly, gone. The car did not take me to an airfield. It wound through narrow lanes for an hour before stopping at a secluded cove, where a rigid-hulled inflatable boat waited, its engine a low grumble against the crash of the waves. The young man said nothing more. He simply gestured me toward the boat, then drove away, the sedan's taillights vanishing into the pre-dawn gloom. The boat ride was cold and brutal, spray stinging my face until we reached a fishing trawler anchored miles out in the black water. Hands pulled me aboard. I was led below decks to a cabin smelling of diesel and old wood. A woman sat at a small table, a thermos of coffee between her hands. She was in her 50s, with a sharp, intelligent face and eyes that held no nonsense. I knew her. Eleanor Shaw, Darried. She had been a legend in Berlin a decade before my time. A scalpel where Gale was a sledgehammer. Rumor was she'd been forced out during one of the purges. She poured a cup of coffee and pushed it toward me. "Charlie," she said. "Or should I call you Mr. Smith?" "Charlie is fine," I said, the warmth of the mug seeping into my hands. "I thought you were gardening in Cornwall." "So did everyone else," she said with a thin smile. "It's the best camouflage. Retirement. Now, we have very little time. The tribunal that condemned you was a sham, but it was a sham within a larger sham. Gale's power play. He needed to discredit you to validate his own narrative. Richter's acoustic program was real, but its purpose was the opposite of what we were told." I took a sip of the coffee. It was strong and bitter. "It wasn't for eavesdropping." "No," Eleanor said. "It was for broadcasting. A form of subliminal acoustic suggestion, embedded in ambient noise, tested on populations to induce apathy, to suppress dissent. A psychological weapon. Richter wasn't trying to give it to us. He was trying to defect to warn us that Gale's faction, his Proteus network, was planning to use it. Not just against the East, but at home, to smooth the path for their version of the future. "Lacey," I said. "Where is she?" "Alive," Eleanor said. "A prisoner, but not of the Stasi. Jeremias was never Stasi. He was Stasi-trained, but he works for a private conglomerate, a multinational concern that bankrolls Gale's operations. They have a facility in the Harz Mountains. That's where they took her. That's where they are perfecting the system. The pieces, the old, cold pieces of the puzzle, began to warm and move in my hands. The financial channels Josiah mentioned, the bad-for-business line. It wasn't about espionage. It was about control. A different kind of Cold War. Fought not for ideology, but for market share in human consciousness. "Why now? Why bring me in?" I asked. "Because you're the only one who has seen all the players," she said. "And because you are, officially, a disgraced, retired asset. A ghost. No one will be looking for you. And she paused, her gaze level. "Lacey asked for you. Specifically." The boat pitched in the swell. I looked at the black liquid in my cup. I had left her to walk into the dark. I had accepted the silence they offered me. The investigation in my mind had been a form of penance, a self-imposed prison. Now, someone was offering me a key. "What's the mission?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. "To go back," Eleanor said. "To go to the Hards Mountains. We have a man on the inside, but his time is limited. Your job is to extract Lacey and our asset, and to destroy the facility." It was a suicide mission. She didn't have to say it. I was a burned spy, a man written out of the story. If I died, it would be a footnote to my already closed file. If I succeeded, I would remain a ghost. There would be no pardon, no return to the cottage by the sea. I saw the clean spot on the mantelpiece one last time, not as a void, but as a space waiting to be filled. I saw Lacey's eyes, not filled with terror, but with a question I could now answer. I finished the coffee and set the mug down on the table. The boat's engine changed pitch, turning us toward the unseen shore. "Then let's get to work," I said. The plan was a fragile thing, built on whispers and the desperation of a trapped man. Eleanor's asset was a technician named Klaus, a man with a conscience that had arrived too late. He would disable the perimeter security for a 10-minute window 2 nights hence. Our insertion point was a logging road, forgotten and overgrown. The trawler landed me on a desolate stretch of the Baltic coast, and from there I traveled on foot and by a stolen car, the new passport a flimsy shield against the world. The Harz Mountains were a dark, jagged line against the evening sky. I remembered the fairy tales, the stories of witches and lost children. They felt appropriate. The facility was not on any map. It was a former sanatorium, a relic of a different era of control, nestled in a high valley. I observed it from a ridge through binoculars for a full day. It was sleek and modern, a glass and steel parasite grafted onto the old stone bones. The silence here was different. It was not the quiet of the countryside. It was a deadened silence, a hush that felt imposed. I moved in under the cover of a sudden, icy rain. Klaus was good. The electric fence hummed and died right on schedule. I slipped through the gap and into the shadow of the main building. My heart was a steady, practiced drum. Not from fear, but from a strange sense of homecoming. This was the only language I had ever been fluent in. I found the service entrance Klaus had detailed. The lock yielded to a code he had provided. The interior was all white walls and polished concrete, lit by the cold glow of fluorescent strips. It was oppressively quiet. I could hear the hum of the air conditioning, the distant thrum of a generator, but no voices, no footsteps. It was a building waiting for something. Klaus was to meet me at the central server hub on the 3rd sublevel. The elevators were a risk. I took the stairs, my hand resting on the butt of the pistol Eleanor had provided. The silence deepened as I descended. It was a physical pressure on the eardrums. The server room was a cathedral of blinking lights and whirring fans. Klaus was there, a small, balding man swimming in a lab coat, his face pale under the lights. He didn't speak, just gestured frantically toward a heavy door on the far side of the room. "She is in there," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The isolation chamber. They use it for calibration." "And the system?" I asked. He pointed to the servers. "The core is here. The broadcast array is on the roof. I have planted the charges. 10 minutes after my signal." "What?" He handed me a key card. "You must hurry. Jeremias is here. He makes his rounds soon." I took the card. "Get out, Klaus. Now." He nodded, scuttling toward the stairs like a frightened animal. I moved to the heavy door. The keycard reader glowed green. The door hissed open. The room beyond was an anechoic chamber, a space designed to eliminate all sound. The walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in dense, sound-absorbing foam. In the center of the room, sitting on a simple chair, was Lacey. She was thinner, her hair shorter, but her eyes were the same. They widened when she saw me, not with joy, but with a profound, gut-wrenching shock. "Charlie!" Her voice was a dry rustle, swallowed by the room. "Waiting," I said, my own words sounding flat and dead. "You shouldn't have come," she said. But she was already standing, her movements stiff. "They use this room to measure the baseline. The silence. It does something to you. It makes you suggestible." As I reached for her, the door hissed shut behind me. I turned. The lock clicked. Through the small reinforced window, I saw a face. Jeremias. He wasn't older or heavier. The newspaper clipping had been a lie, another piece of theater. He looked exactly as he had on the riverbank, his expression one of cold satisfaction. His voice came through a hidden speaker, calm and clear in the absolute silence. "Mr. Miller, I told you the game was over. You just refused to stop playing." Lacey looked at me, her eyes full of a terrible pity. "I'm sorry, Charlie," she whispered. "They knew about Klaus. They knew you would come." The silence in the room was no longer an absence. It was a presence. It was the ghost I had been chasing, given form. It was the acoustic weapon itself, and we were locked inside its heart. Jeremias's voice was gone, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible tone that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I looked at Lacey, and I saw the last of my own resolve begin to waver, to be smoothed away into nothing. The investigation was finally, truly, over. He had won. The realization was a cold, flat stone in my gut. Every move, from the cottage to the boat to this room, had been anticipated and guided. Eleanor Shaw, Klaus. They were all part of the final act. Stagehands in a play written by Jeremias. The purpose was not to stop me, but to deliver me. I was the final piece of their calibration. A resistant subject, broken and rebuilt, a perfect test of their system's power. The low tone was not in my ears anymore. It was inside my skull. My thoughts, usually a frantic scramble of analysis and doubt, began to slow, to stretch and soften like warm taffy. The memory of the clean spot on the mantelpiece lost its sharp edges. Lacey's face. A moment ago, a portrait of anguish seemed to blur. A profound sense of peace, heavy and seductive, began to wrap around me. This was easier. This was quiet. Lacey took a step toward me. Her hand touched my arm. Her lips moved. "Fight it, Charlie." The words were faint, distant, like a radio signal from another continent. The silence is a lie, but it felt like the only truth. All the noise of my life, the betrayals, the guilt, the endless interrogation in my mind, it was all just static. This silence was the signal. It promised an end to the questions, an end to the chill. I looked at her hand on my arm. I focused on the pressure of her fingers. A single point of contact in the dissolving world. I remembered the zoo. Not the white knuckles, but the way she had looked at the monkeys. A fleeting, unguarded smile. A moment of genuine life, not part of any operation. A space between the facts that was not cold, but warm. I wrenched my gaze from her and looked around the foam-padded room. A tomb. My tomb. But Jeremias was watching. He needed to see the result. He needed data. That was his weakness. He was a man who trusted systems, not people. I let my knees buckle. I slumped to the floor, a dead weight. I let my eyes go vacant, staring at the foam cells on the wall. I became the empty chair. I became the silence. Lacey cried out, a sound the room tried to steal. She knelt beside me, her hands on my face. Charlie, I did not move. I was a stone at the bottom of a cold sea. Through my slitted eyes, I saw the door hiss open. Jeremiah stood there, a clipboard in his hand. He made a note. Faster than anticipated, he murmured. Not to us, but to the experiment. Subject Miller is neutralized. He took 2 steps into the room. Confident, the master of this silent kingdom. He was looking at Lacey, who was now the sole focus of the system's energy. He did not see my hand. Hidden by my body, slide the pistol from its holster. He did not see my fingers find the pin of the small cylindrical stun grenade Eleanor had insisted I take. A weapon of noise in this temple of silence. His back was to me. The peace was gone. The chill was back, but it was the old, familiar chill of the hunt. The investigation was not over. It had just gotten a new lead. I moved. It was not a thought, but a reflex, a pattern etched into my muscles from a lifetime of violence. I rolled, coming up onto one knee. Jeremiah started to turn, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. The system had told him I was broken. The system was wrong. I did not fire the gun. Noise was the key. I pulled the pin and tossed the grenade into the server room beyond the open door. I grabbed Lacey, pulling us both down, my hands over her ears. The blast was not loud in the conventional sense. In the anechoic chamber, it was a physical cataclysm, a shattering of the world. The pressure wave hit us like a wall. The lights flickered and died. The low, insidious tone vanished, replaced by the screaming of a dozen different alarms from the server room. Jeremiah was on the floor, clutching his ears, disoriented and blinded by the sudden sensory overload. The silence was broken. His weapon was gone. I stood up, pulling Lacey with me. The door to chaos was open. We ran through it, into the flashing lights and blaring horns and the beautiful, beautiful noise. The mission had changed. Extraction was no longer the goal. The facility was already dying around us. Klaus's charges still ticking down. The new mission was simpler. It was to disappear, not as ghosts, but as people. To find the spaces between the silence and the noise, and to make a life there. We ran, not toward an ending, but a beginning. The corridor was a strobe-lit tunnel of panic. Sprinklers hissed to life, drenching us in cold water, mixing with the chemical spray from the fire suppression systems. The polished concrete became slick. Behind us, in the server room, the initial blast was followed by the secondary, deeper thumps of overloaded transformers blowing. The lights died completely, and for 3 long heartbeats, we were blind, running through absolute blackness and deafening sound. Then the emergency batteries kicked in, casting a sickly yellow glow. Lacey's hand was locked in mine, her grip fierce. She didn't hesitate, didn't look back. She was with me, fully present, a partner in the ruin. We hit the stairwell. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of burnt plastic. Somewhere above, a voice was shouting orders in German, the words swallowed by the alarms. We didn't go up. Klaus' directions had included an alternative, a relic from the old sanatorium. A sub-basement access tunnel used for coal deliveries a century ago that led to a drainage culvert half a mile down the mountain. It was our only chance. The stairs shook as another explosion rumbled through the facility's core. They were destroying the evidence, and us with it. The sub-basement was a dungeon of dripping pipes and crumbling brick. The map in my head, drawn from Klaus' frantic description, led us to a rusted iron door, almost invisible in the shadows. It was locked, but the frame was rotten. A single, solid kick from my heel splintered the wood around the bolt. The door groaned open onto a narrow tunnel, the air inside stale and frigid. We stumbled into the darkness, the sounds of the dying facility fading behind us, replaced by the drip of water and the ragged sound of our own breathing. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, a straight dark line into the mountain. After what felt like an hour, a pinprick of gray light appeared in the distance. It was the end, blocked by a heavy grate. Through the iron bars, I could see a fast-moving stream, trees, and the open sky, heavy with rain clouds. Freedom was a physical space, just beyond that grate. I pushed against it. It was solid, cemented into the stone. I looked at Lacey. In the faint light, her face was smudged with soot, but her eyes were clear. She pointed to the side of the tunnel, where a pile of rusted tools lay, abandoned decades ago. Among them was a heavy pry bar. It took both of us, our hands raw and slipping on the wet metal, but we worked the bar into the crumbling mortar at the base of the grate. We leaned our weight into it, again and again, our muscles screaming. Stone dust and rust flaked away. With a final grating shriek, the grate shifted, tilting outward just enough for a person to squeeze through. I went first, dropping into the icy water of the stream, then turned to help Lacey down. We stood for a moment, chests heaving, the cold water numbing our legs, and looked back at the dark opening in the mountainside. No sound came from it, no pursuit. Just the quiet rush of the stream and the patter of rain on the leaves. We had no map, no plan, only the instinct to put distance between us and that place. We waded downstream, the water pulling at our knees, the forest a welcome, living cloak around us. The fake passport was a sodden lump in my pocket. Mr. Smith was dead. Charlie Miller was a ghost with a pulse. After a mile, the stream joined a larger river. On the bank, we found a forester's track. Lacey stopped, her hand on my arm, and looked at me. The question was in her eyes, the one from the riverbank, the one from the isolation chamber. It was no longer a question of why, but of what now? I had no answer to give her, only a direction. I pointed east, away from the facility, away from the sea, toward the heart of the continent, toward the uncertain, noisy world. We started walking. The rain began to fall in earnest, a steady, soaking drizzle that matted our hair and plastered our clothes to our skin. It felt like a baptism, washing away the sterile, controlled air of the facility. We walked for hours, following the rough track as it wound its way down through pine forests and abandoned quarry sites. The cold was a tangible thing, seeping into our bones. But it was a clean cold, a natural cold. It was nothing like the dead manufactured chill of that silent room. As dusk began to settle, turning the gray sky to a deeper charcoal, we saw the lights of a small village nestled in the valley below. A church spire, a cluster of houses, a single main street. It was a picture of quiet normality, a world away from the cathedral of blinking lights we had escaped. "We can't go down there," Lacey said, her voice hoarse. "They'll be looking." "I know," I said, "but we need shelter, food." We circled the village, keeping to the tree line, until we found what we were looking for. A small, dilapidated barn, set back from a field, its roof sagging but still intact. The door was secured with a length of rusted chain that yielded easily to a sharp twist from the pry bar we had kept. Inside, it was dry and smelled of old hay and earth. A single shaft of fading light pierced a hole in the roof, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. We were safe for the moment. We collapsed into a pile of musty straw, our energy spent. "I need to know," I said into the gathering darkness. "I need to know what they did to you." Lacey was silent for a long time. I could hear the soft rhythm of her breathing. "They didn't torture me, not in the way you think," she finally said. "It was all about the system. They called it polishing. They would put me in that room and play back my own memories, my own thoughts. But smoothed out. All the sharp edges, the pain, the doubt were filtered away. They showed me a version of my life where every mistake was a learning experience, every loss a necessary step. It was peaceful, and that was the most terrifying part. A part of me wanted to believe it. I understood then. The weapon wasn't just about creating silence. It was about creating a perfect, painless past, a history without trauma or conflict. A population that believed its own curated, sanitized story would never rebel, never question. It was the ultimate control. "I'm sorry I left you," I said. The words were inadequate, but they were all I had. "You didn't," she said, her hand finding mine in the dark. "You came back. That's the part of the story they could never polish away." We slept then, a fitful, exhausted sleep, huddled together for warmth. When I woke, a thin gray light was filtering into the barn. Lacey was still asleep, her face finally relaxed. I looked at her, and I knew that the clean spot on the mantelpiece was gone forever. It was not a space to be filled with an object, but with a person, with a future. The mission was over. The war was not. But for the first time in a very long time, I was not looking back. I was looking forward. We had no map, no country, and no allies. We had only the noise of the world, and each other. It was enough. It was more than enough. We would find our way. I moved carefully to the barn door and peered through a crack in the wood. The village was stirring. A tractor coughed to life. A light went on in a distant farmhouse. We were exposed here. We needed to move, and we needed different clothes. Our dark, tactical gear was a beacon in this rural landscape. Lacey woke, her eyes snapping open, instantly alert. She saw me watching the village and nodded, understanding without words. We had to become someone else, and quickly. An hour later, we were crouched behind a woodpile, watching a small inn on the edge of the village. A line of washing fluttered in the morning breeze behind it. A few minutes of observation gave us the pattern. The innkeeper's wife came out, hung a few more sheets, and went back inside. We moved fast and low. I'd grabbed a pair of worn work trousers and a thick flannel shirt. Lacey took a simple dress and a woolen cardigan. We left our old clothes stuffed under the woodpile, dressed as locals, or at least as travelers who weren't running from a blown-up black site. We could move with less fear. We followed a sign for a train station in the next town, 5 kilometers away. We walked separately, 50 yards apart. A man and a woman who did not know each other, just 2 people on the road. It was a simple, effective tech. The rain had stopped, and a weak sun was trying to break through the clouds. The station was a single platform with a small shuttered kiosk. A timetable was posted behind glass. The next train to Salzburg was in 20 minutes. Salzburg meant crowds, anonymity, and a way to lose ourselves in the arteries of Europe. I bought 2 tickets from the automated machine using the last of the cash from my wallet. I handed one to Lacey as she stood reading a poster on the far end of the platform. Our fingers brushed. No words. The train arrived, hissing to a stop. We boarded separate carriages. I found a seat by a window and watched the countryside slide by. Green fields, distant mountains, orderly little houses. A normal world. My reflection in the glass was a stranger's face, tired, older, dressed in another man's clothes. But the eyes were still mine. The constant, churning analysis was there, but its focus had shifted. It was no longer sifting through the debris of the past. It was calculating the next move, the next safe house, the next identity. It was building a future, not excavating a grave. In Salzburg, we merged with the lunchtime crowd. We bought cheap prepaid phones from a busy electronics store. We ate sausages from a street vendor, standing up, our backs to a wall, watching the flow of people. We were 2 more faces in the river. Later, in the shadowy quiet of the cathedral, we finally came together, sitting in a back pew as if in prayer. "We need to go to ground," I said, my voice a low murmur. "Completely. No more running to contacts. No more old networks." "I know a place," Lacey said. "Not a safe house. A place. A friend from before. From the real before. She has a farm in Italy. She doesn't ask questions." I looked at her, at the quiet certainty in her face. She had a life before all this. A life I had only ever seen in fragments. It was a life she could return to, or at least a piece of it she could reclaim. And she was offering to share it. The train ride south was long. We changed twice, in small, anonymous stations. We sat together now, her head resting on my shoulder, asleep or pretending to be. The Alps gave way to rolling hills, and the hills to the warmer, drier air of the North Italian plains. The farm was exactly as she had described it. A small stone house at the end of a dirt track, surrounded by olive trees. Her friend, a woman named Sophia with kind eyes and a firm handshake, asked for no explanations. She showed us to a small, whitewashed room with a single bed and a window that looked out over the groves. That first night, we ate at her rough wooden table. Bread, cheese, olives from her trees, and a sharp local wine. The conversation was light, about the harvest, the weather. It was the most ordinary and the most extraordinary evening of my life. Later, lying in the dark, Lacey spoke softly. "What will you do, Charlie? You can't stop being what you are." I stared at the ceiling, at the patterns of moonlight cast through the window. I had spent my life deconstructing lies. Jeremias was still out there. His work perhaps crippled, but not destroyed. There were other facilities, other systems. The world was full of polished, silent lies waiting to be told. "I won't stop," I said, "but I'll do it differently. I'll find the cracks they've smoothed over. I'll find the noise they've tried to erase, and I'll amplify it." It was a new mission statement. Not to serve an agency or to atone for a ghost, but to be a voice for the messy, unresolved, beautifully noisy truth. It was a purpose that could fill a lifetime. Lacey's hand found mine in the darkness. "Good," she said. And for the first time, in the quiet of a real room, with the scent of olives and earth in the air, the silence felt not like an absence, but like a space waiting to be filled with living. The next morning, I woke to the sound of a rooster and the smell of coffee. Sunlight, real and warm, streamed into the room. Lacey was already up. I found her in the kitchen with Sophia, learning the words for flour and water. She looked at me and smiled. A simple, unguarded expression that held no trace of the polished serenity from the chamber. It was a noisy smile, full of life and its complications. Sophia handed me a cup and pointed to the door. "The olives," she said. "They need checking. The branches, they get heavy." It was not a request. It was an invitation into the rhythm of this place. I spent the morning in the grove, my hands learning the rough texture of the bark, my eyes learning to spot the fruit that was ready. The work was physical, monotonous, and deeply calming. It required focus, but it was a focus on growth, on nurturing, not on destruction. My mind, for so long a weapon, was being given a new purpose, to tend. In the afternoon, I walked into the nearest village, a cluster of terracotta roofs around a central piazza. I went to the post office and used one of the prepaid phones. I made a single call, to a number I had carried in my head for years. A number that belonged to a man who knew how to make things disappear. I gave him no names, no location. I only gave him an instruction. A sum of money, drawn from accounts that had been dormant for a decade, was to be moved, filtered, and made available. It was the first step in building a new foundation, not for an operation but for a life. When I returned, Lacey was in the small tool shed, carefully taking apart the pistol. She cleaned each part with a methodical precision I recognized, then wrapped them in an oilcloth. She didn't look at me as she spoke. "We won't need this here." She buried the bundle under a loose floorboard, a ritual of interment. It was not a denial of what we were, but a statement of what we were choosing to become. Weeks turned into a month. The autumn air grew crisp. We helped with the harvest, our bodies growing stronger and our hands calloused. We learned the routines of the land. At night, we sat with Sophia, and she taught us Italian, laughing at our clumsy accents. We were becoming part of the scenery, 2 more workers on the hill. One evening, I found a small portable radio in the market. I brought it back to the farm and placed it on the kitchen table. When I turned it on, a burst of static filled the room, followed by the passionate, rapid-fire Italian of a football commentator. Sophia frowned, but Lacey laughed. The sound was jarring, chaotic, and utterly alive. It was a balance. The quiet of the groves was a healing silence. The noise of the radio was a celebration. We were learning the difference. I knew it couldn't last forever. The world we had left behind had long shadows. But as I stood on the hillside watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, with Lacey's hand in mine, I understood that this was not a pause. This was the work itself now. Protecting this small, noisy, imperfect piece was the only mission that mattered. The investigation was finally, truly over. The life we had stolen back had begun. Story 7. The silence in the house on Cypress Lane was a physical presence, a thick, muffling blanket that had been pulled taut over every room, every surface, every breath. It was not a peaceful quiet. It was a silence that had been carved out, a negative space where a girl's laughter used to be. It was the kind of silence that rang in the ears, a high, thin frequency of absence that was, in its own way, louder than any sound. Bridget was in that silence. She was of it. She was the hollow at its center. She watched her father, Ivan, as he sat at the kitchen table, his large, work-roughened hands resting on the scarred wood, perfectly still. He was not reading the newspaper laid out before him. He was not drinking the coffee that had gone cold in his mug. He was simply sitting, his gaze fixed on some invisible point in the middle distance, his entire being focused on the act of not breaking. The air in the kitchen smelled of stale coffee and lemon-scented cleaner, a futile attempt to scrub away the lingering scent of grief. Bridget wanted to lay her ghost hand on his shoulder, to feel the solid, familiar bulk of him. But she had no hands, no substance. She was a collection of impressions, a memory with a viewpoint. Her mother, Abigail, was a wisp of a woman now, a sketch done in pale lines and trembling charcoal. She moved through the rooms upstairs, her footsteps on the carpet a whisper that was almost, but not quite, absorbed by the oppressive quiet. Bridget could feel her mother's fragility like a crack in the world, a fine web of fractures threatening to shatter at the slightest pressure. Abigail would sometimes stand in the doorway of Bridget's room, her hand gripping the frame, her knuckles white. She would not enter. The room was a museum of a life interrupted, a diorama of a girl who had simply vanished from the inside out. Down the hall, her brother Louis coped with noise. The thumping bass of his music was a feeble rebellion against the silence, a desperate attempt to fill the void with something, anything, that had a beat and a weight. He was 17, all sharp angles, and a jaw clenched tight against the world. He had taken to running at night, pounding the suburban sidewalks until his lungs burned, as if he could outpace the ghost that now trailed him in his own home. Her sister, Cheryl, only 10, had built a fortress of quiet within the quiet. She spoke in monosyllables, her small body curled into chairs and corners, her eyes wide and watchful. She had started collecting things, small, insignificant objects she found around the house and yard. a smooth gray stone, a lost button, a feather from a blue jay. She kept them in a small wooden box under her bed, as if by gathering these tiny, broken pieces of the world, she could reassemble the one that had been taken from her. Bridget saw all of this from her new, terrible vantage point. She was the audience to the tragedy of her own absence. The investigators, a pair of detectives named Miller and Shaw, were regular visitors. They brought the outside world in with them, a gust of cold air and the smell of rain and cheap aftershave. They sat in the living room, their voices low and measured, a practiced symphony of condolence and inquiry. "We are following several promising leads, Mr. Kovac. Can you think of anyone who might have held a grudge? Did Bridget mention anyone making her feel uncomfortable? A teacher? A classmate? A neighbor?" Ivan's answers were gruff, clipped. No. No. She was happy. She was a good girl. He offered them the same answers each time, his voice a gravel road leading nowhere. Abigail would simply shake her head, her eyes fixed on her hands, folded in her lap like wounded birds. Bridget watched them, these men with their notepads and their limited perceptions. They were looking for a monster. They expected a monster to look like a monster, to leave a trail of bloody footprints and snarl at the moon. They did not understand that the most dangerous monsters were the ones who had learned to wear the skin of a man, who mowed their lawns on Saturdays and returned your wandering dog with a friendly smile. She tried to scream it to them, to push the knowledge into the stale air of the living room. She tried to shape the silence into a name, but her voice was the rustle of a curtain in a closed window, the sigh of the floorboards settling under the weight of sorrow. It was Caesar. Caesar, from 2 houses down. Caesar with his perfectly trimmed hedges and his collection of vintage cameras. Caesar, who had always given her a peculiar feeling, a cold trickle down her spine, like the touch of a slug on bare skin. The memory of what happened was not a linear film reel in her mind. It was a series of blurred, dreamlike impressions. A watercolor painting left in the rain. The smell of his garage, a mix of oil and damp concrete and something else. Something chemical and sweet. The glint of a lens, the click of a shutter. His voice, not loud, but terribly intimate. A whisper that seemed to come from inside her own head. The pressure of his hand on her arm, not brutal, but inescapable, like a band of cold iron. Then the final, shocking rupture, a bright, white pain that was less a feeling and more an ending. A door slamming shut on the world. After that, there was only the watching. The investigation, she saw, was a ship sailing in circles around an island it could not see. They questioned the usual suspects, the sullen boys from her school, a transient seen near the park. They found nothing. The case grew cold, not with a dramatic freeze, but with a slow, gradual cooling, like a body losing its heat to indifferent air. Ivan could not accept the cooling. His grief was a fire that needed fuel. He began his own investigation, a solitary, obsessive quest. He spent hours in Bridget's room, not weeping like her mother, but searching, his fingers tracing the spines of her books, lifting the corner of her rug, looking for a clue everyone else had missed. He took to walking the neighborhood at the same time Bridget had, his eyes scanning the identical houses, the manicured lawns, the quiet driveways. He was looking for a crack in the perfect suburban facade. He started talking to the neighbors. He stood on porches and in driveways, his big body awkward with a purpose it had never known before. He asked his questions, his voice a low, persistent rumble. "Did you see anything? Hear anything? Think of anything? Anything at all?" Bridget watched him approach Caesar's house, her non-existent heart clenched with a cold dread. Caesar answered the door with a look of polite concern etched onto his pleasant, unremarkable face. He invited Ivan in. Bridget flowed through the closed door after her father. the atmosphere in Caesar's home hitting her like a wave. It was too clean, too ordered. There was a stillness here that was different from the silence in her own house. This was a silence that hid things. "I am so sorry for your loss, Ivan," Caesar said, his voice smooth as oil. He offered coffee. Ivan refused. He stood in the living room, his hands shoved in his pockets, his eyes doing what the police's eyes had failed to do. They scanned, they probed. Bridget saw what he saw. The shelves of cameras, the glass eyes staring blankly, the books on photography, one lying open on an armchair. A perfectly normal scene, and yet to her father, it felt staged. A carefully composed picture with something terrible lurking just outside the frame. "I saw her that day, actually," Caesar said, his tone conversational, helpful. "She was walking toward the park. She waved. She seemed fine." It was a lie. A simple, effortless lie. She had not been going to the park. She had been coming here. He had called her over, said he had a package for her mother. A small, plausible lie that led to a much larger, more terrible truth. Ivan left, frustrated, the encounter yielding nothing but a deeper, more gnawing suspicion. He had no evidence, only a father's instinct, a raw nerve that twitched in the presence of this man. He began to watch Caesar's house at night, sitting in his car down the street, a silhouette against the dashboard lights, a sentinel for a ghost. Abigail was crumbling. The fine web of cracks was spreading. Bridget watched her one night standing before the kitchen sink, holding a dinner plate. Her hand trembled. The tremor traveled up her arm, a seismic event of sorrow. She did not drop the plate. She simply opened her fingers and let it fall. It hit the stainless steel with a dull, thudding sound. Not a shatter, but a surrender. She stood there, looking at the pieces, and then she slid down the cabinet to the floor, her body folding into itself, and she began to make a sound that was the absolute opposite of the house silence, a low, animal moan of pure, unendurable pain. Louis found her there. He did not try to lift her up or offer empty words. He just sat on the floor beside her, the thumping music from his room finally silenced, and put his arm around her heaving shoulders. In that moment, the boy was gone, and a man was left in his place, one who understood that some wounds do not heal. They simply become part of who you are. Cheryl, in her quiet way, was also conducting an investigation. She was a tiny, silent detective. Her clues not fingerprints and fibers, but the emotional residue left on people. She started leaving her collected treasures on windowsills, on steps, small, deliberate offerings. One day, Bridget watched her leave her favorite stone, the smooth gray one, on the low brick wall that separated their property from Caesar's. Caesar found it later. He was watering his petunias, a picture of suburban normalcy. He saw the stone. He stopped. His eyes, usually so calm and controlled, flickered with something dark and quick, like a fish turning in deep water. He did not touch it. He looked at it for a long time. Then he turned and went back inside, his movements just a little too sharp, a little too hurried. Cheryl, watching from her bedroom window, saw it all. She said nothing, but she retrieved the stone and placed it back in her box. It was now a clue. It had provoked a reaction. The tension was a wire being pulled tighter and tighter, stretching through the houses, connecting her grieving family to the calm, smiling man next door. Ivan's nightly vigils grew longer. He was a man being consumed, his need for justice, a cancer eating him from the inside. He stopped shaving. He stopped going to work. He was a cliff eroding into the sea of his obsession. Bridget could feel the end approaching, a convergence of these desperate converging paths. It happened on a night when the rain was a soft, insistent whisper on the roofs and streets. Ivan was in his car, his eyes red-rimmed and fixed on Caesar's dark house. He saw a flicker of light in the garage, a door opening and closing quickly. It was enough. The wire snapped. He got out of the car, the rain immediately plastering his thin shirt to his back. He did not feel the cold. He moved across the lawn, not with stealth, but with a terrible direct purpose. He was not a policeman. He was a father. The lock on the side gate was simple. It broke with a single sharp tug. Bridget was with him, a breath of cold air at his side. "No," she whispered into the rain. "Dad, no way." But her voice was the wind, her warning the drip of water from a leaf. The garage was unlocked. Evan slipped inside. The smell was exactly as Bridget remembered it, oil and concrete, and that faint, sweet, chemical smell. It was dark, but a sliver of light came from under the door that led into the house. Evan moved toward it, his hand going to the workbench, fumbling in the dark. His fingers closed around the cold, heavy shape of a tire iron. Inside the house, Caesar was in his study. He was not looking at his cameras. He was at his computer, the blue light of the screen washing over his face, making it look like a mask. On the screen were photographs, dozens of them, hundreds, girls framed, teenagers, walking, laughing, unaware, and among them, Bridget. Bridget coming home from school. Bridget in her backyard reading. Bridget, close up, her face confused, then frightened. Ivan did not see the screen. He only saw the man. He burst through the door, the tire iron raised, a guttural sound tearing from his throat, a sound that had been trapped in the silence of his house for months. Caesar spun around, his eyes wide with shock, but there was no fear in them. There was only a cold, calculating fury. He was faster than he looked. He dodged the first wild swing, the tire iron smashing into the computer monitor, sending a spiderweb of cracks across Bridget's frozen image. They struggled, two men in a quiet suburban house, fighting over a ghost. It was a brutal, clumsy ballet. Grunts, the smash of furniture, the heavy, wet sound of impact. Bridget watched, trapped in the space between them, unable to intervene, unable to look away. This was her legacy. This violence. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke the momentum. Louis stood there, drenched from the rain, his chest heaving. He had followed his father. He saw the two men, the weapon, the broken room. He saw the truth in Caesar's face, a truth that was uglier than any monster he could have imagined. The police came then, called by a neighbor who had heard the commotion. The scene was frozen. Ivan kneeling on the floor, the fight gone out of him, replaced by a vast, hollow exhaustion. Caesar, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, already beginning to compose his face into one of victimhood. Louis, standing as a silent, furious witness. And the evidence. The broken computer, its hard drive a Pandora's box of horrors. The photographs. It was enough. The monster was unmasked, not with a roar, but with the click of a mouse, the flash of a pixelated image. The aftermath was a different kind of quiet. It was not the silence of absence, but the heavy, weary quiet of a storm that has passed, leaving wreckage in its wake. Caesar was taken away. The community, that collective backdrop, shuddered and then closed ranks, aghast at the evil that had lived so quietly among them. Ivan was not charged. It was deemed a citizen's arrest, a father's righteous fury. But the cost was etched into the new lines on his face. He had looked into the abyss, and he had brought a piece of it back with him. Abigail began slowly to reassemble herself. The cracks were still there, but they were filled now with a grim, hard-won knowledge. Louis and Cheryl grew up too fast in the shadow of it all, their childhoods another casualty of the crime. Bridget felt a shift. The terrible binding tension that had held her here, a witness to her own story, was beginning to loosen. She had seen the truth uncovered. She had seen her family, broken but not destroyed, begin the long, slow walk out of the dark. Her voice was no longer a whisper in the silence. It was becoming part of the air, the rain, the memory of the world. And on the workbench in Caesar's garage, amidst the tools and the jars of nails, lying in a slick of spilled oil, was a single black leather glove. It was not a man's work glove. It was a dress glove, elegant and out of place. It was smeared with a dark, rusty brown stain that was unmistakably blood, old and dried. The police had missed it in their initial sweep, focused on the digital evidence in the house. It lay there, curled like a dead animal, a final, unanswered question. Whose blood was it? Was it hers? Or was it from another girl? Another story? Another silence waiting to be broken? It was a small, dark secret the world had yet to uncover. A promise that the story was not quite over. That the echoes of a single, terrible act would ripple outwards, touching lives yet unknown forever. The glove lay there for 3 days. The rain stopped. The sun came out. And the neighborhood, with a collective shuddering sigh, tried to pretend the world was right again. The police tape came down from Caesar's house. Inside, the forensics team had taken everything of note, but the glove on the greasy workbench was just a piece of trash in a place full of trash. It was Louis, unable to sleep, walking the damp streets in the pre-dawn gloom, who saw it. He wasn't looking for anything more. He thought the searching was over. But a glint of early light on the garage window caught his eye, and he peered through the grimy glass. He saw the glove. It called to him with a silent, terrible gravity. He didn't break in. He simply walked around to the back, found a loose board in the fence his father had broken, and slipped through. The garage door was warped from the humidity and no longer latched properly. He pulled it open just enough to slide inside. The air was thick and still, heavy with the ghosts of what had happened. He ignored the dark stain on the floor where Caesar had bled. His eyes were fixed on the bench. He didn't touch the glove. He just stared at it. At the delicate stitching, the feminine shape, the dark, flaky stain that seemed to suck the light from the room. This was not part of the story he knew. This was a new chapter, one written in a language of violence he was only beginning to understand. He left it there. He didn't tell his father. Avon was a raw nerve, a man who had found a kind of peace in the exhaustion after the storm. To show him this new horror would be to tear open a wound that was just starting to scab over. He didn't tell his mother, whose hands had finally stopped trembling long enough to hold a cup of tea without spilling it. He carried the secret alone, a cold, hard weight in his pocket. He started researching. In his room, with the door locked, he scoured the internet for missing girls, for unsolved cases, within a 50-mile radius. He looked for patterns, for any detail that might connect to the glove, to Caesar's interest in photography, to his calm, predatory patience. He found a few possibilities. A girl from a town 20 miles away, a runaway, they said, who had vanished after a school dance. A college student who never made it back to her apartment after a late class. Their faces, smiling and hopeful in their graduation photos, stared back at him from the screen. He printed their pictures and hid them under his mattress, a secret gallery of the lost. Bridget felt his obsession, a new, sharp frequency in the house's emotional field. She was fading, the edges of her consciousness softening, blending into the quiet hum of the home. But Louise's fierce, silent quest was an anchor, holding her here for a little while longer. She tried to push a memory toward him, not of her own death, but of something she had seen in Caesar's garage before it happened. A locked metal box, tucked high on a shelf behind cans of paint. She had thought nothing of it then. Now, it was everything. Louis, hunched over his computer, suddenly sat up straight. He hadn't found a name, but he had found a date. The runaway, the girl from the dance, had disappeared almost exactly 2 years before Bridget. He looked at the grainy news photo of her, and his eyes fixed on her hands. In one picture, she was wearing a pair of dark gloves, part of her costume. The article described her as an aspiring actress, always dressed for a part. The connection was thin, a spider's thread of possibility, but it was all he had. He knew what he had to do. He had to get back into that garage. He had to find that box. The police had Caesar. They had his computer. They thought the story was complete. But Louis knew, with a certainty that chilled his blood, that it wasn't. The glove was a key, and it was pointing to a door no one else knew existed. The quiet of the house was no longer about absence. It was about the secret he now carried, a secret that was growing heavier by the hour, a secret that belonged to another girl, another family, waiting in the dark for someone to find them. The next day was a Sunday, the kind of bright, clean morning that felt like a lie. Louis waited until his father was dozing in his armchair and his mother was in the garden, pulling weeds with a quiet, therapeutic intensity. Cheryl was coloring at the kitchen table, her world once again contained and safe. Louis slipped out the back door, the key to the padlock he had bought yesterday, a cold, hard presence in his fist. He moved quickly, not across the lawn, but through the backyards of the neighbors behind them, a route he had mapped out in his mind. He reached Caesar's fence, found the loose board, and was inside the garage within a minute. The air was still and foul. He ignored the glove for now. His eyes went to the high shelf, just as the ghost of a memory had suggested. There, behind the paint cans, was the metal box. It was heavier than he expected. He carried it to the workbench, setting it down next to the stained glove. The lock was a simple one, and the tire iron his father had dropped made short work of it. The lid creaked open. There were no more photographs inside. Caesar was too careful for that. Instead, there was a collection of small, terrible trophies. A cheap silver bracelet with a heart charm. A single, faux pearl earring. A hair ribbon, once bright yellow, now faded. And a small, laminated student ID card. It was for the runaway, the girl from the dance. Her name was Maya. She smiled out from the tiny picture, her eyes full of a hope that had been systematically erased. Louis did not touch anything. He simply stood there, his breath caught in his throat, the final, horrible truth settling over him. Bridget had not been the first. She had just been the one they found, or rather, the one whose disappearance had finally led them to the monster. Caesar's quiet predation had a history. Maya, and the other girl from the college, and God knows who else, were part of a pattern the police had never connected. He took out his phone and took pictures of everything. The open box, its contents, the glove beside it. Then he closed the lid, leaving it all exactly as he found it. He slipped out of the garage, his heart hammering against his ribs, not with fear, but with a grim, adult resolution. He did not go home. He went straight to the police station, asking for the detective who had handled his sister's case. He showed him the photos on his phone. He saw the detective's professional calm fracture, his eyes widening with a fresh kind of horror. The story was not over. The quiet, smiling man had more secrets to give up. Later that evening, Louis sat on the back steps, watching the sky turn a deep, bruised purple. He felt a presence beside him, a coolness in the warm air, a sense of settling. He didn't turn his head. He just spoke into the twilight. "We found Maya," he whispered. "We found her for you." There was no answer, but the air seemed to grow still, as if listening. And then, a feeling, not a sound, but a sensation of release, like a held breath finally being let out. The last of the tension, the last thread of unfinished business, seemed to dissolve. Bridget's watch was finally over. She had borne witness not just to her own story, but to the beginning of the end for others. Her voice was no longer a whisper on the wind. It was a part of the silence, a peaceful, final silence at last. The new investigation was a quieter, more grim affair than the first. There were no dramatic arrests, only a slow, methodical dismantling of a life. The police, armed with Louis' evidence, returned to Caesar's garage and found the box. They took the glove for analysis. The stain was a match for Maya's blood. Caesar, faced with this, did not break. He simply closed down, his face becoming a placid, unreadable mask. He offered no confession, no explanation, only a silent defiance that was in its own way a final, cruel act of violence against the families he had destroyed. Ivan did not go to the new court hearings. He could not. He had spent all his fury, all his obsession, on the first battle. He stayed home and sat with Abigail in the living room, holding her hand. The television off, the silence between them now, a shared burden instead of a dividing wall. They were learning, slowly and painfully, how to be a couple again in the ruins of their lives. Louis became the family's representative, the keeper of this new, awful knowledge. He sat in the hard wooden benches of the courtroom and looked at Caesar, and he no longer saw a monster. He saw a sad, empty man, a collection of terrible impulses and meticulous habits. This was somehow worse. A monster could be slain. This man could only be caged, and the memory of what he had done would forever be a part of them. Months later, a detective called them. The blood on the glove had been entered into a national database. It had yielded another hit, a cold case from a state over. A girl who had vanished 4 years before Maya ... With Caesar's travel records, they were able to build a case. Louis thought that would be the end of it, that this would finally provide a sense of closure. But it didn't. It just made the hole feel deeper and darker, an abyss with no visible bottom. There was no victory, only a staggering tally of loss. One afternoon, Cheryl came and sat next to Louis on the back steps. She didn't say anything. She just opened her small wooden box and took out the smooth gray stone. She held it in her palm for a moment. Then she leaned forward and placed it carefully in a patch of soft earth at the base of the steps. She patted the dirt around it, burying it just enough so it wouldn't roll away. It was no longer a clue or an offering. It was a headstone for all the things they could never get back. Louis put his arm around his little sister, and they sat there together as the sun went down, watching the shadows stretch across the yard. Two quiet survivors in a world that had lost its innocence. The stone Cheryl buried became a quiet landmark in their yard. No one else knew what it was, but for the family, it was a fixed point, a place to ground themselves when the memories threatened to pull them under. Ivan would sometimes stand at the window, looking at it, his hand resting on the glass. He was learning to live with the quiet. The rage was gone, but the love remained, a different, more durable thing. Louis graduated high school and took a job with a local construction company. The physical labor was a relief. He could focus on the weight of a beam, the precise cut of a board, things that were solid and real, and had nothing to do with the past. He came home tired, his body aching, and the sleep he found was often dreamless and deep. It was on one of these ordinary evenings, as Louis was cleaning his work boots on the back steps, that a car pulled up out front. He heard the engine, the car door shut, and then his mother's voice, hesitant and confused, talking to someone. He stood up and walked through the house to the front door. A woman stood on their porch. She was perhaps his mother's age, but her face was etched with a more recent, more raw kind of pain. She held a folded piece of paper in her trembling hands. "Are you Louis?" she asked, her voice thin and frayed. He nodded, a cold dread settling in his stomach. He knew, even before she said it. "My name is Carol," she said. "My daughter? Her name was Jessica." "The police? They said your family." "They said you might understand." She unfolded the paper. It was a printout of a news article about Caesar, about the new cases that had been linked to him. Louis's own name was mentioned, as the one who had found the crucial evidence. She wasn't there for answers. Caesar had given them none. She was there for the only thing left. She wanted to know what he was like, the man who had taken her daughter. She wanted to know if Jessica's last moments were part of a pattern, if there was any detail, any small thing that could tell her something. Anything about how her daughter had spent her final seconds on Earth. Louis looked at her, at the desperate hope in her eyes, and he knew he could not give her what she wanted. He could not describe the quiet ordinariness of Caesar's evil, but he could give her something else. He invited her inside. He asked his mother to make tea, and he sat with her at the kitchen table, the same table where his family had shattered and was now slowly piecing itself back together. And he told her about Maya. He told her about the box in the garage, about the bracelet and the earring. He did not offer false comfort. He simply bore witness, as his sister had, to another story. He showed her that her daughter was not a forgotten file in a cold case cabinet, but a thread in a tapestry of grief that had finally been seen. After she left, the house was very quiet. Louis went back to the steps and looked at Cheryl Stone. He understood now that the story would never truly be over. It would ripple outward, touching strangers in distant towns, connecting them in a web of shared, unspoken loss. His family's part was done, the immediate storm had passed. But the rain had fallen everywhere, and the ground was still wet. The quiet that settled after Carol's visit was different. It was not the silence of absence or the hush of secrets, but the quiet of a house that had become a sanctuary of sorts, a place where the truth, no matter how terrible, was not turned away. Abigail began leaving the front door unlocked during the day, a small, almost unconscious act of defiance against the fear that had once ruled them. She baked, filling the house with the smell of warm bread, a simple, tangible goodness to combat the abstract horror they now knew was woven into the world. Louis found he could not stop thinking of Jessica, the girl he had never known. He saw her face in the grainy photo Carol had left, a face full of life, now reduced to a name in a box of trophies. His work on the construction site became more than just a physical release. It was a way of building something new, of creating solid, useful things to stand against the waste and destruction Caesar had left in his wake. He started taking night classes in criminal justice, not with any clear goal, but with a need to understand the machinery of the law, the system that had failed so many and that he had, in his own small way, forced to listen. Ivan watched his son with a new, complex pride. He saw the man Louis was becoming, forged in a fire Ivan himself had lit. He began to talk to Louis, not as a father to a son, but as one man to another. They spoke about responsibility, about the different kinds of strength, about the long, hard road of living with the things you cannot change. They fixed a leaky faucet together one Saturday, their hands working in easy tandem, and the simple, solved problem felt like a small miracle. Months turned into a year. The phone calls from detectives became less frequent. The articles in the paper stopped. Caesar was transferred to a maximum security prison to await trial for the other murders, a process that would drag on for years, a legal echo of his crimes. One evening, Louis was in his room, reading a textbook, when he heard a soft sound from the hallway. It was Cheryl, now 12, standing in her nightgown. She wasn't crying. She was just looking at him, her eyes wide and clear. "I had a dream," she said. Bridget was in the garden. She wasn't sad. She was just standing by the stone. She smiled at me. Louis put his book down and went to her. He didn't tell her it was just a dream. He knelt down and hugged her. "Do you remember what she looked like?" he asked. Cheryl nodded against his shoulder. She had the blue ribbon in her hair, the one she liked. It was a detail so small and specific it felt like truth. Louis felt a final, gentle release in his chest, a last knot untied. The ghost was no longer a ghost. She was a memory, clean and whole, belonging to them again. The next morning, he saw his father in the garden, not just looking at Cheryl's stone, but kneeling beside it. Aaron had a small trowel and was carefully digging a hole next to it. He placed a young lavender plant into the earth, patting the soil firm around its roots. A living thing, to mark the place of the dead. Luis watched from the window as his father stood, dusting the dirt from his knees, and looked up at the sky, his face calm, the new lines no longer just marks of pain, but of a hard-earned peace. The story was not over, but their chapter of it was. They had passed through the dark and found a morning on the other side, ordinary and fragile in theirs. The lavender thrived. Its silvery green leaves and pale purple spikes became a permanent feature by the steps, a soft, fragrant counterpoint to the gray stone. People in the neighborhood began to comment on it, on how lovely it smelled on a warm evening. The family would just nod and agree, keeping the private meaning tucked away, a quiet understanding between them. Luis finished his night classes and was offered an internship with the county coroner's office. It was not a job for everyone, but for him, it felt like a fit. It was about giving a voice to those who could no longer speak, about finding the small, telling details that could weave a story for the living. He no longer felt the cold, hard weight of a secret in his pocket. Instead, he carried a purpose, a sober understanding of his own capacity to face the dark and not look away. Years later, he was cleaning out his childhood room before his parents moved to a smaller house. He found the manila envelope tucked at the back of his closet, the one containing the printed photos of the missing girls. He sat on the edge of his bed and looked through them. Maya, Jessica, the others. Their smiling faces no longer felt like accusations. They were a record. He had done what he could for them. He took the envelope out to the backyard. The lavender bush was huge now, a sprawling, fragrant mound. He found a metal bin, placed the envelope inside, and lit a match. He watched the flames consume the paper, the faces curling into black ash. He wasn't destroying the memory. He was setting it free. The smoke rose, a thin gray wisp against a blue sky, carrying nothing with it but the past. Inside, his mother was packing the last of the kitchen. She held a single coffee mug chipped on the handle. It had been Bridget's favorite. For a long moment, Abigail stood perfectly still, her fingers tracing the crack. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, she wrapped it in bubble pack and placed it gently in the box. She was not leaving her daughter behind. She was taking her with them, a part of the whole. A quiet love that required no more whispers from the walls to prove it was real. The new house would have its own sounds, its own light, and the memories they brought would be enough to fill the spaces. The new house was smaller, with a patio instead of a proper backyard, but his mother planted lavender there too. It was a sunny Saturday when Luis helped his father hang the old wooden bird feeder from a bracket on the eaves. Ivan stood back, squinting in the light. "It looks good there," he said. It was a simple statement, but it held the weight of a blessing on their new beginning. Cheryl, home from college for the weekend, came out with a bag of seed. She poured it into the feeder, her movements easy and unhaunted. She had kept the wooden box, but it now held sea glass and ticket stubs from concerts, the artifacts of a life being lived. She looked at Louise and smiled. "Remember when we thought the world ended at the property line?" she asked. He did remember. He remembered the oppressive weight of their own yard, the feeling that the darkness was contained, a family secret. Now he knew it was everywhere and nowhere, a risk that could not be padlocked away, but could be faced. He watched a sparrow land on the feeder, its movements quick and certain. Later, as he drove across town to his own apartment, he passed the old house. New people lived there now. A bright red tricycle was tipped over on the front walk. He did not slow down. He felt no pull, no lingering ghost in the eaves. The house was just a house again. The story had moved on, and so had they. He turned up the radio and drove into the rest of his life. The open road ahead holding no more terror than the usual uncertainties, which felt, in that moment, like a gift. The apartment was quiet, a space he had built for himself, piece by piece. A bookshelf held his criminal justice texts next to well-worn novels. A single framed photo sat on the coffee table, a picture of his family, all of them, taken on the patio of the new house. It was a good silence, one he had chosen. His work at the coroner's office was often grim, but it was purposeful. He learned the language of forensics, the quiet stories told by bone and tissue. He never worked on anything connected to Caesar. Those files were handled by other jurisdictions, other teams. He was glad. He had given enough to that particular darkness. One afternoon, his phone buzzed on his desk. It was his mother. Her voice was calm, but he heard the slight tremor beneath the surface. "He's dead, Luis." "Caesar died. A heart attack in his cell. They just notified the families." Luis leaned back in his chair, the news landing not with a jolt, but with a dull, final thud. He had expected to feel something. Anger, vindication, maybe even a flicker of the old fear. But there was nothing. Just a hollow acknowledgement. The man was gone, and he had taken his reasons, his twisted motivations, with him. The abyss had finally been capped, not with understanding, but with simple biological fact. He drove to his parents' house. They were all there, drawn together by this last, strange twist. They sat in the living room, the afternoon sun streaming through the blinds. No one cried. No one seemed relieved. It was just a fact, another piece of paperwork in the long saga. Ivan broke the silence. "He never said why," he said, his voice rough but even. "He never apologized. He never gave them anything." "He gave them you," Abigail said softly, looking at Luis. "And he gave us each other again. It's a poor exchange, but it's what we have." They ordered pizza, a mundane, almost absurd act that felt more significant than any memorial. They ate at the kitchen table, talking about Cheryl's classes, about Ivan's golf game, about the leak in the guest bathroom sink. The world, in its stubborn, ordinary way, went on. And for the first time, Luis felt that they were truly keeping pace with it, no longer lagging behind, trapped in the long shadow of a single terrible year. The chapter was not just over. The book was closed. The following week, Luis was assigned to a new case, an elderly man who had passed alone in his apartment. It was sad, but straightforward. As he logged the man's effects, a worn wedding ring and a stack of letters tied with a ribbon, he felt a profound sense of respect. This was a life, with its own loves and losses, entirely separate from the specter that had haunted his own. He finished his report, the words clear and factual, and left the office as the sun was setting. He drove to a small park near his apartment, a place he often went to think. He sat on a bench and watched people walking their dogs, children playing on the swings. The air was cool, and the ordinary sounds of life were a comfort. He realized he was no longer looking for threats in the shadows of every passing car, no longer bracing for the next piece of bad news. The constant, low-grade hum of anxiety he had lived with for years was simply gone. A few months later, on a bright, crisp autumn day, his family gathered for Cheryl's graduation. She was beaming in her cap and gown, her future a wide open road. After the ceremony, they went for a walk, the five of them, through the fallen leaves in a city park. They came across a community garden, and in the center was a large, smooth river stone, placed as a decoration among the late-blooming flowers. They all saw it at the same time. They stopped, a silent, shared understanding passing between them. Then Cheryl laughed, a light, free sound, and took out her phone to take a picture of the flowers, the stone just a part of the background. They kept walking, their conversation shifting to where they would go for lunch. The moment acknowledged, and then released, just another part of the landscape of their lives, no heavier than the leaf that drifted down and landed on Louis' shoulder before blowing away again. He brushed the leaf away and held the door to the restaurant open for his mother. The conversation over lunch was loud and overlapping, full of plans and jokes. Louis listened, adding his own comments when it felt right. But mostly he just absorbed the sound of them, a family whole again, not despite the cracks, but with the cracks filled in with something stronger than what was there before. He drove home as the day faded, the sky a wash of orange and deep blue. His apartment was waiting, quiet, and his. He stood for a moment at the window, looking down at the streetlights flickering on, each one a small promise against the coming dark. He was not a survivor in a broken world anymore. He was just a man in his own life, and that, he finally believed, was more than enough. The phone on his counter buzzed. It was a friend, asking if he wanted to meet for a drink. Louis picked it up, his thumb hovering over the screen for only a second before he typed his reply. "Yes. See you soon." He walked to the bar, the cool night air feeling clean in his lungs. His friend was already there, saving a stool. They talked about work, about a game on the television, about nothing of consequence. It was easy. Later, walking home, he passed a woman on the street. She was looking at her phone, distracted, a grocery bag in her arm. For a split second, a reflex born of old habit, he felt a prickle of warning, an urge to cross the street, to put distance between them. But he didn't. He just kept walking, and she passed by, a stranger in the night, no more and no less. He unlocked his apartment door and went inside. The silence welcomed him. He did not check the locks. He did not listen for sounds that did not belong. He simply got ready for bed and turned out the light, slipping into a sleep that was, for the first time in as long as he could remember, entirely and peacefully his own. The next morning, the sun through his window felt different. It was just sunlight, not a spotlight on his fears. He made coffee and took a shower, the day's routine unfolding without the old, heavy preface of dread. At work, a new intern, fresh out of school, was assigned to shadow him. The kid was nervous, his hands fumbling with the evidence bag. Louis showed him how to log the items, his voice steady and patient. He recognized the look in the young man's eyes, a mixture of morbid curiosity and the shock of confronting real human finality. He had worn that look himself once. Weeks blended into months, and the seasons turned. He started seeing someone, a teacher named Elena, who had a laugh that filled a room. He told her about his family, about the general shape of the past, but he found he didn't need to excavate the details. The history was a part of him, but it no longer defined the space between them. One evening, they were at his apartment, and she pointed to the family photo on the coffee table. "You all look so solid," she said, "like you've weathered a storm." He simply nodded, and that was enough. He visited his parents regularly. The new house had settled around them, its walls absorbing their new rhythms. His father had taken up woodworking, and the garage was filled with the scent of sawdust and the sound of a radio tuned to an oldies station. Ivan was building a bookshelf for Cheryl, his movements measured and confident. Louis would sometimes just stand in the doorway and watch him, this man who had once been a fortress of silent grief, now quietly building things for the future. On the anniversary of Bridget's disappearance, they no longer gathered in somber silence. Instead, they met for dinner, and they told stories. They talked about the time she tried to cut her own hair, about her obsession with a particular brand of strawberry gum, about the way she could never keep her shoes on. The memories were no longer painful artifacts. They were just memories, bittersweet and fond, and they belonged to them. The meal ended with coffee and his mother's apple pie, and when Louis hugged them goodbye, the embrace was warm and unburdened. He drove home that night under a clear, star-dusted sky. He thought about the long, twisting road that had led from a box in a garage to this moment of quiet contentment. He had spent so long braced for the next blow, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But now, He understood that the shoes had all fallen long ago. The silence that remained wasn't the silence of waiting. It was the silence of a life, finally, being lived. He pulled into his parking spot, turned off the engine, and sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the gentle tick of the cooling engine, a sound that signaled only an end to a journey, not a prelude to an emergency. Then he got out and went inside, ready for tomorrow. The following spring, Elena moved in. They merged their books onto the same shelves and argued good-naturedly about which brand of coffee was better. The process was normal, messy, and deeply satisfying. One Saturday, they were cleaning out the hall closet to make space for her winter coats when Louis's hand brushed against a small, familiar object tucked away on the top shelf. It was the old wooden box. He hadn't known his mother had packed it for him. He lifted it down, the wood smooth under his fingers. Elena watched him, curious. "What's that?" He opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was the blue hair ribbon. It was no longer a secret, no longer a trigger. It was just a ribbon. He told Elena the story, his voice even and calm. He spoke of Bridget, of the garden, of the lavender and the stone. He did not leave anything out, but he did not linger in the darkness. He told her about the dream, and the plant, and the way his family had slowly, painstakingly, put itself back together. Elena listened, her eyes soft. Then she reached out and closed her hand over his, the ribbon between them. "It's a beautiful color," she said. "We should keep it." And they did. They placed the box on a shelf in their shared bedroom, a small, quiet testament to a love that had endured. It was no longer a ghost in the closet, but a part of the foundation, one of the many stories that made up the man she loved and the life they were building, day by ordinary day, together. The ribbon stayed on the shelf, and over time it became just another object in the room, noticed only when dusting, its history a soft part of the background. Louis found that the sharp edges of the memory had been worn smooth by time and the steady rhythm of his life. He and Elena married a year later in a small ceremony in his parents' backyard, under a canopy of string lights. His father gave a toast that was surprisingly eloquent and full of warmth, and his mother danced with Cheryl, both of them radiant and unburdened. Louis's work continued. He was promoted to a senior investigator, a role that suited his methodical nature and his deep-seated need for order. He trained new interns, and he always made a point of telling them that the most important tool they had was not the scalpel or the microscope, but their respect for the story each body told. He never mentioned his own story, but it lived in the empathy he brought to the job. A quiet understanding that behind every case file was a family waiting for answers. One afternoon, he received a call from a detective he knew in a neighboring county. They had a cold case, a Jane Doe found decades ago near a state park. New technology had allowed them to run a familial DNA search, and they had a tentative match to a family that had reported a daughter missing around the same time. The detective needed someone with a delicate touch to be present when they notified the aged parents. He asked if Louis would come. Louis drove to the quiet suburban house, the spring air sweet through his open car window. He stood slightly behind the detective as the old couple came to the door. He watched their faces, the hope and the terror warring in their eyes as the detective began to speak. He saw the exact moment the news landed, the crushing finality of an answer after 40 years of questions. The mother wept, and the father held her, his own body shaking. Louis did not look away. He offered a card, his voice low and steady, telling them he would be their point of contact for any questions they might have, for as long as they needed. As he drove back to his office, he felt the familiar weight of shared grief, but it was not a weight that dragged him down. It was a responsibility he carried with care. He was a link in a chain, a small part of the process that helped the living find a way to bear the unbearable. He was no longer the boy in the dark garage, terrified of the truth. He was the man who could stand in the light and help others face it. He called Elena to tell her he was on his way home, and he meant it. in every sense of the word.